Out in the city, where the shadows grow so tall, there's a woman named Karen, caught up in it all. They say she did wrong, but the truth's hard to find, 'cause the law's got dirty fingers and justice is blind. Whoa, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Whoa, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. They twisted her story, turned the facts all around, made her out to be guilty on shaky ground. Evidence vanished and the lies start to flow, but the deeper you dig, the darker it grows. Oh, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Oh, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. She cries out for fairness, for a glimpse of the truth, but the powers that be, they ain't got no proof. The badges and the ties, all woven with deceit, in this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. Oh, the courtroom whispers and the gavel strikes down, but the air's filled with tension neath that judge's frown. Karen stands there strong with fire in her eyes, for she knows deep inside the real crime's in disguise. Whoa, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Whoa, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. One day the truth will rise like the sun in the sky, and the lies will crumble, no more alibis. But until that day comes, she sings a mournful tune of the justice blues neath the pale haunted moon. Truth, but the powers that be, they ain't got no proof. The badges and the ties, all woven with deceit, in this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. In this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. In this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat.
Hey, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's the innocent they cheat. How we all doing today? It is me, Legal Vices. We're doing our Friday evening show in the U.S. instead of the Friday morning show. Trying to deal with this weird thing over here called natural lighting. I'm not used to being so bright here. Got the sun coming through the window and everything, so it's a little bit brighter than normal. Had to I'm sorry if this bothers your ear, but I got to move the microphone. There we go. All right. So yeah, we're dealing with natural lighting this morning. If you're watching on the replay crew and you don't want to do this little catch-up thing here we do at the beginning, then skip ahead 4 or 5 minutes and we should be good. Right now, how are we all doing? All 195 of us, 71 likes. Come on, people, hit that like button. Do what you got to do. Do what you know you need to be doing. It's YouTube. You know the YouTube things. All right. We got a little bit. I'm starting to sound like one of the witnesses in this case, aren't I? Yeah. I'm sorry about that. Okay. He said yet again, even though he said he wasn't. Why am I umming so much? Hey, it's a Biggin raid. What's up? Biggin, it's been a minute, brother. How you doing? Glad to see you here. Cool. You guys rock. Thank you so much for sending your people on over here, Biggin. We'd love to have you. And for one of you lucky people, Paralegal Liz started us off with one gifted membership. Thank you so much, Liz. You are awesome. That is super, super, super cool. And if you got Paralegal Liz's gifted membership, make sure you thank her. Don't be ungrateful. It was Silent Rage 5 who got it. And Sonia Chris has just right now, as I was lauding and praising Paralegal Liz for giving her gifted membership, Sonia Chris has also given gifted memberships, 5 Legal Vices membership from Sonia Chris. Thank you so much for kicking us off right, you two. If you're one of those lucky 5 people, which is Psycho Doll X, Terry D, Rhonda Boxel, Melanie Beeman, and Catherine W. You guys got the memberships. Make sure you give them a super. It must be a membership gifting day because MGL, Michelle Goes Live, has also gifted a 1 Legal Vices membership. And that went to K9 Mama, the dog mom. K9 Mama got that one. Make sure you all give these wonderful people, Paralegal Liz, Sonia, Chris, and MGL, your super special thanks for that. That's very awesome. That's a lovely way to start the show. Thank you so much. All right, we've got the 336 people here. We're going to get into the Karen Reed trial day 25 in just a minute, but we got a little bit of housekeeping to do, which is the YouTube stuff. Again, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button because you like it. Give me a chance with a subscribe. Doesn't cost you anything. While I'm talking about it, just get it off your conscience and let's go with it. Gosh dang, why am I saying so much? I hate myself. I don't know what the deal is, but I'm going to stop doing it. I promise. We had a bit of a drama fest in court earlier today. But if you want to join along with us at home, because one thing we do here on Legal Vices is we play trial bingo. We play trial bingo. Karen Reed murder trial bingo is what we're doing today. If you go to the top of chat, there is a pinned comment that says generate your bingo card. Click on that link, click on generate bingo card, and your bingo card will be up and running. My bingo card is all generated and we're ready to play. Whenever they do one of the things or mention one of the phrases that's on the bingo card, you check off a space. When you get bingo, just announce it to chat, see who's first, see how long it takes other people, and just keep going to see if you get 2 bingos, 3 bingos, if you get 4 corners, if you get like a T, if you make a box around the outside, if you get the whole blackout. It's just fun and games. Keeps us a little bit more focused, a little bit more concentrated on what's going on. That's why we do the bingo. And it's fun. So there you go. We look forward to certain things. So generate the bingo card right now while we're doing this. And we should be able to have a little bit of attention on the bingo card while we do the Karen Reed trial. And also, as always, we're going to treat this just like a normal trial run through. So super chats and things, when they come in, we'll flash them up on the screen. We'll read them when there's a natural pause, when there's sidebars, when there's breaks. And if it's super, super important, we'll pause the video and deal with it that way. But normally we'll just treat it like a normal trial. And if super chatting's not your thing, by popular demand while I was on vacation in the States, we got it all set up. In the link down there, we've got PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, Zelle. We've got it all down there. If super chatting's not your thing and you want to do it through some other way, those are your ways. It's all down there in the description of the video. So have at it, people. We don't grift for the super chats yet. We're going to grift for super chats next weekend on Friday. Next weekend will be the F it Friday, where we say F it. We just have a great panel of guests and we talk about stuff. That's when we'll do the hardcore grifting. Shots for booze, they're kind of the same thing. Super chats for shots. It's a boozy griftathon. We're going to do that next Friday. All right, that's everything we need to take care of. All that's out of the way. That's Norma Stevens says, I am curious to hear your opinion of today. Well, that's why we're here. We're going to be watching it, and I'll be giving you my comments. One thing, hey, David Edwards rocks. Subbed and liked and rang the bell. Can't ask for more than that. Thank you so much for that. I hope I don't disappoint. I hope we stick around here. We are on our quest for 77,000 members. Where are we sitting so far? Right now, we are sitting at the round number of 76,880. We are 120 subscribers away from 77,000. Let's do it. But we can do that. Hopefully by the end of this, we'll be there because we're going to have a lot of people here that don't normally come around these parts, hopefully. So, okay, what happened? What happened yesterday? I'm recovering from jet lag from 2 weeks in the States. For those of you who don't know, I live in South Korea. I had a good vacation for 2 weeks, and I'm just at the tail end of some jet lag. So last night, I laid down on my bed. I got off work. I didn't feed the dogs. That was part of the problem. I got home from work. I just laid down on bed. I thought, okay, I'm going to lay here on the bed, 7 p.m., just for 30 minutes, and then I'll get up and I'll have my fun. To go out and do things. And I was out like a light. I woke up at 12:30 because the dogs were like, "Hey, you forgot to feed us." And so I woke up at 12:30, and then I was bored. I couldn't go back to sleep, so I went out drinking with some friends. Got back about 5:30 this morning, slept for 3 hours, and now here I am. So we're good to go. we're having a good day. So I woke up. When I was finished drinking with friends, and I was on my way home, I noticed that. It was a blank page on Law and Crime. It was just their regular blue screen with their words on it saying we'll be back. And it was there for like an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and 30 minutes. I was scrolling through and I'm like, what? And then our ever helpful mod, Super Flux, from House of Flux, if you haven't subscribed to her channel, Flux sends me a text and says, uh-oh, there's some problems. And finding out what the problem was, here's the problem. Let's bring this. We'll read this one article and then we'll jump into this. This, as you may know, yesterday, a juror was dismissed for some reason. We don't know what the reason was. A juror was dismissed yesterday for some reason. Well, it turns out that a juror was dismissed today, too. All right, let's embiggen this so we can all enjoy. Go away. 2 jurors were dismissed in the Karen Reed trial. One was the other day, and the other one was today, right at the beginning. Let's see, we can embiggen this some more. The trial of Karen Reed, a Mansfield woman charged with the murder of her Boston police officer boyfriend, plunged deeper into chaos this week after the dismissal of 2 jurors, raising questions about what that might mean for the remainder of the trial, which is in its 7th week of testimony. Don't worry about it. They still have 4 more alternates. So we're good to go. No, they have 3 more alternates. So we're good. There's still no threat to the trial yet. It is not clear why the jurors were dismissed from the case. One was excused on Friday and another earlier in the week. According to WCVB TV, Judge Beverly Cannon, Judge Bev, said in court Friday that there are good reasons personal to that juror why they were no longer serving. Canton seated 17 jurors to begin with, 12 regular jurors and 5 alternates. The total of jurors is 15 as of Friday. Regular alternate jurors were present during trial testimony. Typically, we don't need to worry about. In Reed's case, where's this dismissal part? Oh, come on. Well, they've changed the article since I did it. I bet we have to click here on this one, the one that was dismissed on Friday. All right. Well, shoot. There we go. That's what we get. They've changed the article since I read it. So I'm going to have to go off of memory. My memory of this is that at the beginning, one of the jurors had to talk to the judge. Presumably, it was the juror that was being dismissed. That was going to be dismissed. They brought the juror in, but apparently they didn't give the camera people warning that they were bringing this juror in. So they essentially, the bailiff marched this juror right in front of the camera. They marched the juror right in front of the camera. And not too long after they did that, the judge realized what happened and she pulled the plug. She shut that shit down. She demanded the cameras turned off. And that's why if you go back and you watch the beginning of Law and Crime or Court TV feed, you will see that it doesn't start at the beginning. It starts with calling a witness, but apparently there was a very, very long delay in getting the court started. And They didn't go back to the normal court camera that we have. They went to a Zoom format. So literally there's a Zoom camera set up showing the bench from the court reporter's position. So you're looking out into the courtroom, and then there's also one screen is very unflatteringly right under the witness's chin. Looking like straight up into her face. But they eventually got that squared away at lunch, and they went back to the regular feed. So the first witness is essentially people inside the court are zooming into the court. There we go. Yes, it was a lady in a red coat, apparently. I don't. Was it a lady? I just know it was a witness that was wearing a red coat. Either way, that's a great song by Krista Berg. Lady in Red. So that's what happened in the morning. So we're off on a good foot. I've watched zero testimony, but I'm assuming that's going to put Judge Bev in a worse than normal mood. Yes, it was Judge Bev's fault. She didn't mention that they were bringing the witness in. They were bringing the juror in. So they caught Court TV. Court TV is providing the pool video. They caught Court TV cameras off guard. It's Bev's fault. So here we go. That's it. We got everything out of the way we need to get out of the way. We're going to watch this at 1.25 speed as much as possible. Let me set the speed right now so we don't have to do that later. 1.25 speed, right? Back this out. All right, are we ready for day 25 of the Karen Read trial? Make sure you get your bingo cards locked and loaded. While you're doing that, we'll read through these super chats again. Oh, Blue Varro. Blue Varro has also gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. It is Legal Vices gifted membership day. That's what, 5, 10, 15, 16 so far. Dang. Uh-oh. I'm sorry. I'm doing calculations in my head because certain things unlock certain events. Blue Varro, thank you so much. If you got one of those gifted memberships from Blue Varro, make sure you give them a super special thanks. Either this weekend or next weekend. Probably next weekend, we're going to be doing a members only stream, so it's good for all of you that just got one. The Squid with $5. Did you sort of have a good vacation, Larax? What, if any, booze did you enjoy? A lot. It was fun. It was a great vacation. It was a wonderful vacation. We enjoyed some great drinks, and I brought a lot back with me. So it's all good. Thank you so much, Squid. And Chloe Albert's Revenge, all the way from a farm in upstate Vermont. Chloe from the other side of the Rainbow Bridge says, new song. I never quite figured out who was the son of a bitch in the old one yet, but bet you it was a bald guy or a Brian. No, the son of a bitch referred to in the other song was the victim, John Keefe. It was the people in the house that didn't like him, that didn't even bother going outside to check on his body. While it was him. They were saying, well, that son of a bitch ain't coming around here no more. Keep that in mind next time you hear the song. All right, everybody, that's it. Boom, we're done. Jump in. Bingo cards at the ready. We are pulling up the trial stream right now. And big and boom. We're 1.25 speed.
Now, 117 Commonwealth versus Karen Read.
Good morning, Judge. I appreciate your patience. Let me ask you those 3 questions. Is everyone able to?
They'll kick on the video here in just a minute.
Discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Thank you. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow?
This is the view from the court reporter seat, the one that's talking into the voice recorder thing. It's right in front of her, looking out into the
Did anyone happen to
into the gallery.
read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their head. So you'll see that there's a juror who is not with us at this point. There are good and sufficient reasons for that juror to be excused. It's personal to that juror. Do not concern yourselves with it in any way. Okay, and we will move on. All right, your first witness, please, Mr. Allen.
We don't have closed captions on this. Sorry.
Jessica Hyde to the stand.
Jessica Hyde. Jessica Hyde is the first witness and the only witness who has this unfortunate, very, very unfortunate and unflattering camera angle.
this way. Watch your step, please. Please honestly, the answer to the court during the case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Zelle, whenever you're ready.
So,
Ma'am, if you
so this is the view we get to deal with for the first couple of hours. Right now, what is it? We're at the 35-minute mark. This lasts for about an hour. Then they get themselves squared away, as you can see here below. So, all right, we just have to look at this really, really unfortunate and unflattering. I would be upset if I was her, but anyway, let's go.
want that microphone is adjustable, you can put it pretty much anywhere.
And the witness really she just wants to say, I'm watching, Wachowski, always watching.
For your contact, okay?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Jessica Hyde, Hyde.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I'm a digital forensics examiner. I own a digital forensics firm that does training, services, and research.
Oh, okay. I really, really apologize. We got to go back. I forgot to talk about day 24 afternoon real quickly. That was all DNA all the time. There's some very, very interesting findings real quick. Let me just do this here real quick. Where's the better view? Here's the better view. All right, real quick. This is what happened. They marched a bunch of DNA people. If I recall correctly, what they found was they found John O'Keefe's DNA on the taillight. They found, and here comes the shocking part. They found John O'Keefe's DNA on John O'Keefe's shirt. They found John O'Keefe's DNA in two places on John O'Keefe's pants. But here's the thing. Although they found John O'Keefe's DNA on the taillight, the piece of taillight, they found the DNA of two other unidentified persons. On the two spots on his pants that they tested, on one of them, they found not only John O'Keefe's DNA, but also on one of the blood spots on his pants, they found the DNA of two other unidentified people. And on a smaller spot on his pants, they found his DNA and the DNA of another unidentified person. So what it's going to do is essentially, if you think she's innocent, if you think she's not guilty, yesterday supported your case, your cause, because sure, apparently they found his DNA on the taillight, but they also found two other people that they didn't test and compare. Could it have been officers planting it? Could it have been officers doing something? Yes, it very well could. Reasonable doubt. Your case is proven. On the other hand, if she is guilty and needs to go to jail forever for second-degree murder, this supports your case because irrespective of who else's DNA is on that taillight, John O'Keefe's DNA is apparently on the taillight too. So yesterday was kind of a wash as far as moving the balance one side or the other. You're gonna get out of yesterday whatever you're gonna get out of yesterday. All right, with that out of the way, let's get back to her testimony. She is a digital forensics person. She owns her own digital forensics firm. So let's go. Let me bring her back and put her back where she belongs.
And the digital forensics firm that you own, what's it called?
Hexordia, Hexordia.
And how long have you had your own firm?
3 years.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if I could ask you to talk a little bit about your educational background and your work history. Starting with undergraduate, where did you go and what, if any, degrees did you receive?
My undergraduate degree is a Bachelor of Science in Electronics Engineering Technologies. I was on active duty in the Marine Corps at the time, so I went to several schools. My final graduation was from ECPI.
I'm going to ask you to slow down your speech a little bit, if you can.
Absolutely. So my final graduation was from ECPI College of Technology. However, I attended several universities.
She was a woman Marine? She was a WM? The hell you say? Nobody would guess that.
I went and completed my tour on active duty. I went into work in the field and eventually then did my master's in computer forensics from George Mason University.
And when about was it that you received your master's in computer forensics from George Mason?
I received my master's, I believe, 2014.
And as far as, you mentioned that you had started working a little bit post-military, but before going to grad school, is that right?
Correct. I started working in digital forensics in 2010.
And where did you begin when you started working in 2010?
I was a contractor for a company called American Systems, working at the Terrorist Explosive Device Analytical Center, called TDAC.
And following sort of going forward to when you received your graduate degree, if you could speak a little bit about your work history since then.
Sure. So I continued to work at TDAC while I had completed my degree. That was due.
All right, people. I see what you people are mentioning here in chat. She's at 1.25 speed. We're gonna have to take like a quick on-site vote here. Quick poll in chat. 1 if you want to keep her at 1.25 speed. 1 if you want to listen to her at normal speed for an hour. So let us know. I have it on 1.25 speed now. 1 if you want it at 1.25 speed. Put a 2 in chat if you want it at normal speed. She's gonna slow down once she gets through all this memorized stuff. I see a couple of 2s, but it's mostly 1s. So we'll stick with it. Bear with it because she will slow down when she gets out of her memorized part and she has to actually start answering questions about the trial. 0.75, that ain't gonna happen.
Doing digital forensic analysis on phones that were connected to improvised explosive devices. So most of the phones I received was post-blast, and I would recover data from that and analyze that. From there, once I had completed my degree, I went and worked in the regular private sector. I worked for Ernst & Young, now called EY. There I was one of their mobile forensics experts, working a variety of cases, everything from insider threat and insider trading. Then I really missed doing more public service work. So I left to go to the National Media Exploitation Center, which is I work there as a contractor under a company called Basis Technology. That organization supports 22 government agencies in the intelligence community, supporting the things that are either the highest priority or the things that other organizations can't support. So we were the center of excellence for the U.S. government in mobile exploitation, and I ran that team there.
Yeah. And then
from there, I can go from there. From there, I went and became the director of forensics for Magnet Forensics, which is a company that develops tools for digital forensics. So there I was in a position where I did a large amount of research into new artifacts, unsupported access to devices, et cetera. I was there for 5 years before starting my own firm.
And then what did you, no. I'm sorry, let me start again. As far as what, if any, teaching experience in relation to this?
That is an excellent question. I've actually been an adjunct professor at George Mason University since 2016. I've taught 20 terms. In their graduate program, I teach the mobile forensic analysis course in their digital forensics master's program.
In addition to your work and your teaching and all your training, are there any professional organizations related to your field that you're a member of?
Actually, several. I am a member of the Organizational Scientific Area Committee on Digital Evidence, which is a part of NIST, the National Institute of Science Technology. I am a member of the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence,
building up her credentials, supporting her as an expert
of a project called DFIR Review that does peer review of academic work that's done by practitioners in the form of blogs. I've been chairing that project since 2018, or when it started, with our first publications in 2019. I am the first VP at the International Executive Committee level of the High Tech Crime Investigation Association, also called HTCIA, which I've been a member of since 2012. And I've been elected, I'll ascend to president next September. I am also, I do a lot of volunteer work. I also am an associate member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, AAFS, and I just recently finished my term as an associate editor for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations, which is a peer-reviewed journal in the academic space of digital forensics, and I'm still a reviewer, but I stepped down from my duties as an associate editor.
Bringing me to my next question, what, if any, sort of articles or publications have you published in relation to this?
Great question. I've published.
We're gonna skip through her resume. It has nothing to do with the case. We don't care what articles she's published. But before we do, Chloe Albert's Revenge with the $2 super chat, talking about who the person referred to as the some bitch ain't coming around here no more in the other AI song. I identified it as John O'Keefe as well. I was kind of hoping not. #too soon. All right. It's not too soon to skip through her biography here. We'll do that here. Save us some time.
A paper.
Can you explain to the jury a little bit about what that means and what that process entails?
Absolutely. So a peer-reviewed work is when you have
All right.
the
Has been
20.
good. Congratulations.
What do you understand that term to mean with relation to what you do?
I would describe digital forensics as the analysis of data
She
from
analyzes data. Congratulations. That's
certain
what.
presentations for
It's
journal.
weird that a digital analyst would analyze digital data. I think we can figure that out for ourselves, Lally. Lally's got us here. He has to explain to us that the digital forensics analyst conducts forensic analysis of digital things.
Conferences, et cetera. So a combination of casework, education, and research.
I'm sorry. Let me start by saying, what was it that you were asked to look at?
I was asked to look at two specific Google search terms that took place on January 29th.
Google search.
And with regards to the information that was provided, and we'll get to that in a moment, but with respect to the question that was asked, was it a question that was posed, or were you asked to find some sort of specific response?
I was asked to look at the timelines and timestamps related to those Google searches.
Now, with regard to what, if anything, was then provided to you, or what, if anything, did you review in the course of your analysis?
I received two reports. I received the affidavit from Richard Green, and I received the report from Trooper, I don't want to butcher his name, but something along the lines of Nicholas Garino.
Oh, I was hoping she would butcher Buchanan's name again.
And is it your understanding that Mr. Green was a person that was retained by the defense in this case?
Yes, I was aware of that.
So you essentially received reports from the trooper from the state police and a witness for the defense, correct?
That is correct.
In addition to those two reports, what, if anything else, did you receive in relation to your analysis here?
On May 10th, I received via U.S. Postal Mail a copy of the drive with data from a phone that was identified to me as belonging to Jennifer McCabe. It was a full file system extraction from a gray key.
And so when you received that information, what, if anything, did you do with it?
The first thing I did with that data set after having been retained was I made a forensic copy. I used an ArcPoint Atrio to copy the data from that original disk, which was then placed in our safe, to our working copy drive.
And that ArcPoint Atrio, what is that?
It's a forensics tool that does extraction and duplication.
And then once that process was completed, what did you do from there?
I immediately verified the hash values of my new image to make sure that it matched the hash value of the original image.
And what is the hash value?
A hash value is an algorithmic numerical representation of the data. So when you have a hash value, that value is unique to a certain set of data. So when you have that same hash value matching, you're ensuring that your copy that you made was correct and not in any way damaged or corrupt.
And as far as matching those hash values, were you able to do so?
Yes, the hash values of both the copy I made to work from and the original matched. They also matched the document that came along with the drive stating the original hash value.
Saying
and then
that,
what did you do from there?
The copy she got
from there, I processed the image in several forensics tools. I used Celebrite Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used a tool called ARTX, ARTEX. I utilized a tool called iLeap, and I later used a tool called Sanderson Forensics, SQLite, but I did not use that tool at this point.
Now, with reference to the tools that you used, that you just went through, are those fairly common tools, or are those tools that are commonly used within your industry?
Yes, they are commonly used digital forensics tools that are very standard for other forensics examiners to use on mobile exploitation.
And as far as those different types of tools, so I guess my question is, there were a variety of different tools that you used?
Correct.
And why were you using the different tools?
So different forensics tools have different capabilities and look at data a little bit differently. Phones have thousands of applications. If you look at the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, you can download a total of 6 million apps between the two. Commercial forensics tools, they can only support so many applications, so they each work and support different bits of data. So it's important to use multiple tools so you can see the results from different tables.
She knows what she's talking about.
And be able to compare those results and enhance those with manual analysis.
She's clearly good at what she does.
With respect to using those sort of different variety of tools from Celebrite to Axiom to ARTX, et cetera, is that something that you typically do as far as your normal process of conducting a forensic analysis?
Yeah, that's very, very typical for me to process with multiple tools to ensure that I'm getting the most complete interpretations from forensics tools. Of course, you go beyond that with your analysis, but it's absolutely pertinent to do that. I would run some of those tools before others because of speed, and so I can begin analysis while other tools are running.
If I could ask you just about the last one that you mentioned, just briefly, as far as the Sanderson tool.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how that interplays with the other tools and analysis?
The Sanderson tool is meant to look at a specific type of data structure called a SQLite database. SQLite databases are very nuanced, and this particular tool allows you to take that database and explore it at a deeper level than the other forensics tools allow.
And just for the
The
record, when you use that
difficulty
term as
for
far as
people
the
like
SQLite
her
database,
is
how is that
explaining
spelled?
this
It is
stuff in a
capital
way that we in
SQL,
juries
lowercase
can understand.
ITE, and SQLite is also commonly pronounced as SQLite, so both pronunciations are acceptable.
Now, once you receive the extraction, made the copy, and then ran it through of those variety of tools, what is it that you specifically were looking at, and what is it that you were trying to ascertain, or the question that you were trying to answer?
So in looking at that analysis, I was focused specifically on the data that took place on January 29th. So the first thing I did was I limited my search within those tools to that period, and I looked at the artifacts that they were parsing pertaining to Safari history, as Safari was the browser that had been in use at that time.
Now, in addition to looking at those search, what, if any, information were you looking at in relation to deletion?
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
In addition to looking at those materials as far as those searches were concerned, what, if anything else, were you looking at regarding that data with respect to deletion?
I didn't hear the last word. With respect to?
Deletion?
Deletion. I apologize. Thank you. Yeah, so one of the things that was asked, one of the things that was actually in the affidavit from Richard Green was that it was stated that there was belief that one of the search terms had been deleted. So I was specifically looking at that search term to see if what the reason was for the suspicion of deletion. There is the tools denote things based on how they are running as an automatic process. The tools are designed to parse through large amounts of data to make it easier. So the tools will often flag certain data as recovered, and sometimes there is confusion between what recovery and deletion means. That actually was the subject of the paper I referenced earlier that I co-authored. And
if you're confusing recovery and deletion,
that statement of recovery means deletion. So I was exploring that.
Yeah, if you're confusing recovery and deletion,
specifically there were two searches of interest that you were exploring. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what were those two searches, and what, if any, information did you have in relation to those?
I had the information from the two reports that had been written in terms of what they found. And the two search terms, one was HOS, H-O-S, long tit, to die in cold, and the other one was how long T-I, die in C-L-K-D.
And what, if any, information from your, starting, if you could, walk the jury through as far as your analysis, what you first observed, and what your analysis consisted of as it evolved?
Absolutely. So when I first looked at it, some of the tools surfaced the data from a specific storage called the, I'll just make sure I get the entire path for you, com.apple.mobile Safari plist. It is very common in mobile devices for it to look like a reverse domain name. Like you normally would go to a site like CNN.com. Typically, those names are like the opposite. So com.apple is going to be representative of a native Apple application. So this particular plist was related to that. A plist is, or called a property list, is a data structure that's unique to Apple devices. And there is data pertaining to Google search, not just Google searches, search history that's stored there. There's also, I found evidence of the search terms in Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge C database is an Apple database that is meant to store information about users so it can determine future functionality, what you're looking for, et cetera. So that's the Knowledge CDB. It's more of a system level artifact. And then there was also, and these were the observed search terms, and most of the tools picked up both of those search terms in there. Not all tools did pick up the one that was from the wall, which was the instance of Hoslong to die in cold. That's how I'm pronouncing the HOS. If you would like me to clarify it a different way, that's fine. That particular search term was recovered from a SQLite database, and one I later explored, and Celebrite specifically demonstrated and showed that particular search term as a suspended state tab, and that's a really intricate artifact whenever we're ready to explore that. That is the one that was marked as recovered. So those were my initial findings, just looking at what the automated tools parsed. However, Celebrite was the tool that found that particular search term.
Cool. Now, you used a term in there as far as a wall or a write-ahead log file. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training experience?
Absolutely. This is a really interesting data structure, the way it works. So the way SQLite databases work is the data before being committed to the database, which is almost like an Excel spreadsheet if you think about that. Each table is like a page on an Excel spreadsheet. The data before going there goes kind of to almost like a text file, like if you were to have a doc, of writing all the changes that need to happen to that Excel spreadsheet. And they're not made to that spreadsheet until it closes. So what happens is as you're doing things, either adding a website by searching for it, or closing a tab or deleting a text message in a SQLite database in general, both things you add are written to that text document or things you delete. So they all hang out there together. So it's any changes that are going to be made since you started using that application until it's closed,
with us.
then they change there and then it reopens. So to make an analogy,
that was always
if
the
you're
joke.
in a
You better learn
restaurant
to spread
and you
when I
order some
extend.
food, the food being the data, and you at the table being the table that the data is going to. When you request that data and you say, I'm adding it, it goes to the area where the waiter or waitress or server is going to grab it from, right? That warming station. That is almost like our write-ahead log. And so different tables are ordering food and food is constantly being put there. If somebody, maybe their steak came out rare and it needs to be cooked more, when they send it back, it'll also go to that warming area. So you can see there that you've got things waiting to go out to the tables and things being sent back to the kitchen. So simultaneously, that storage area contains both the newest stuff waiting to go out and the stuff coming back. And that's really what a wall file winds up containing: your newest Google searches, your newest text messages, et cetera, as well as anything that you've been deleted, that you've said was deleted, because the reference in there is going to be delete this entry. And so then all of those don't happen until the application is closed and reopened. If the application's been closed, when we do the extraction, we actually don't get the wall file. We only get the wall file if at the time of extraction, that database had not been closed. So that just means that Safari in this instance was still running when the extraction was done. Most of you, when you use your phones, you leave the applications up. So because of that, we have a wall file. And so that wall file is going to contain both a data that's been requested to be deleted and new data. Now, when I say deleted in this instance, I don't mean like you as a user saying delete this old text message. What I mean when I say deleted in this instance is removed from the database. So when we're talking about something like a Safari tab, deletion from the database can occur because you close the tab. We all open tabs when we use our browsers on our phone and we all close them. And so closing in that instance would be a deletion in the database, but what that's doing is not a user requesting deletion. So I just want to be clear on that term.
And to that point, as far as, so when you say something has been deleted specifically with reference to the write-ahead log or the wall file, that's not something that's necessarily initiated by the user themselves, correct? Correct.
And I think that's a common misconception, yes.
Your Honor, just in regard to a side issue, may we approach this briefly?
Sure.
Okay, lawyer asks for sidebar. Mark that off on your card. Laura, why do I keep saying Laura? Lawyer calls for sidebar, and what, if anything, should be marked off on your debate card there? Your debate card. What is wrong with me? Okay. All right, let me reboot here. Maybe she can help me reboot. All right, on your bingo card, mark off your free space, of course, and lawyer calls for sidebar, and what, if anything? Okay. There we go. Ms. K. Griff says, "Oh, you were fancy." Were you part of? Yes, I was part of the National Forensic League. I actually had my card and everything. Yeah, I was an alternate for national debate competition in high school. That's how big of a nerd I was. Do you smell almonds? No, but burnt toast. Is burnt toast a problem? I smell some burnt toast.
Now, Ms. Hyde, you had used a term earlier in your testimony regarding something within your field called an artifact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
An artifact is any trace that's left behind by any action on a digital piece of data.
And can you give the jury an example of sort of what an artifact might be or what an artifact might look like?
Absolutely. So an artifact of you sending a text message would be that we would find the database where text messages are stored, and inside that database we would see the time and date that you sent it, who it received and who it was sent to. It might not be their name, it might be a numerical representation that we have to tie to another database. Then we would have the message itself. It may be in plain text or it may be encrypted or encoded. And then we may have something called a blob, and that would be a reference to data that's too large to store in the database, so it would be elsewhere. So that would be if your text message included, let's say, a picture picture or a video.
Now, in regard to your analysis and your ultimate conclusions, in this case, you wrote a report, is that correct?
That is correct.
And within that report, there are a couple of tables and a specific figure, is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish to the jury Table 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay.
All right, I'm understanding every word he says, and every word she says, but I don't know what she means for a lot of it. I'm just
Ms. Hyde, do you have a copy of your
looking
report as
for
well?
things that seem to
Your
make
Honor, with
sense
court's
to
permission,
me.
just because I fear it may be a little difficult to see from where she's seated, if she could refer to the table in her
Sure.
report.
Thank you.
Ms. Hyde, what's up on the screen, and I'm sorry, there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. Do you see that?
I do. Oh, yes.
So using that laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention, or direct the jury's attention, I should say, with respect to what are we looking at in this specific case?
Absolutely. So this table here has a couple of different elements that I'm showing in terms of what searches were searched where. And when,
All right, there she
and
goes. She
what
specifically mentioned
source of
internet
data they came
search.
from.
So
So if we look at this first search, I have them in the
Mark off internet
timestamp order
search.
that is associated with the artifact. I want to clarify that we need to discuss the meanings of these timestamps as we go. So this first one that you're going to see is, and I'm just going to reference my paper because of the size, is 0227 and 40 a.m. So that's 2 o'clock in the morning, 27 minutes and 40 seconds. And it is a search for the term HOS, long to die in cold. And that is timestamp in this instance is from the browser state DB, which is right here. The browser state DB is an artifact that speaks to when tabs are moved. So when you're using your browser and you open different tabs, you may have a search that this time pertains to the time that that tab moved. It could be lots of things. It could be you switch tabs. It could be you close the tab. It could be you minimize the application. Depending on the version of iOS, what can be that browser state of the tab that changes this timestamp differs. But what's very special to know about this timestamp is that that is not the time necessarily of the search. If a browser is opened and a single search is made, those will match. However, as long as that browser hasn't been closed, moved to the background, et cetera. If that browser has had any activity that happens to that tab in terms of application closing, minimizing, this can update. That is what that timestamp is for.
Can update.
This search term is always going to be the most recent search term in that tab. That means the last item that was opened in that tab was HOS long TI die and cold. We cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred. It is a high likelihood that that tab was opened at this time because there was another search that occurred at 2:27 in the morning.
Oh, was there?
It was
there
a
really?
sports site. I cannot pronounce it. It began with an H. Hockomock Sports. Hockomock. Okay, thank you very much for the pronunciation. Hockomock Sports. There were a couple of searches pertaining to that done immediately after, but it appears that that's when this tab was opened and the first search done there. So this search we know was done by this, and we know that it was the last search in the tab because it comes from this source, the browser state DB, and that means that particular timestamp and search pertains to what has happened with the tab, and that's what allows you to open your Safari browser on your iPhone and then open it on your iPad or your Mac and have the same tabs. That's the function there. This search here, this is really interesting. So at 6:22:49 a.m., we have an entry in CacheDB that is specifically, if we dig into this URL, this is an Apple suggested term. So when you use a browser and you start to type a search you've never typed before, the browser tries to help you and say, are you searching for this? So as the user began to type the phrase in the immediate search after, which is how long TI to die in CKLD, this particular suggestion came up, indicating, in all likeliness, that the search term being typed had not previously been searched, because Apple suggested, instead of a previous search, it suggested how long does it take to digest food. After how long to digest food had been suggested, the user then has a search at that time, 6:23:51, for how long TI die in cold, and that is coming from the mobile Safari plist, the com.apple.mobile Safari plist I mentioned earlier, and the search is also shown in the knowledge CDB. That's commonly what we would expect. We would expect that search to be in both of those, both that plist and that database. Then the,
Can I stop you?
yeah, absolutely.
As far as the expectation of that being in both of those, the plist and the other database, why is that?
That is because the search is not being tracked not only by the plist for Safari, but also by the system itself to be able to do that predictive coding. So in the future, when you start to type how long, it gives you what you searched last time.
And with respect to that, how long it takes to digest food? Based on your analysis, was that search term that was ever entered into this phone?
Correct. The source of that, if you look at this first line where it says cdn2 smooth.apple.com, that's what indicates that this is an Apple suggested term, not a user input term.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. If you could please continue with the next.
Absolutely. The next search that was done immediately after the search at 623, the next search was how long TI die in CLKD. Again, we see that search both in the Knowledge CDB and the Mobile Safari plist. And then we have, so we see it in both databases. Then, so that's how long to die in cold. Sorry, I was on the next line. Then at 624, we get the next search, which is HOS long to die in cold. And we have that search again, both in the Knowledge CDB and the plist. If I were timelining this based on activity as opposed to timestamps associated, what I see here is the beginning of a user typing a search, Apple making a suggestion of how long to digest food. The user does not take that suggestion and rather inputs how long TI die in CKLD. They then make a second search of HOS long to die in cold. That search winds up being the last search in the tab, and that is why we see it in the this particular browser state DB. It should be noted that this is in one of those WAL files and not the raw file.
And so as far as towards the top there, and I know we'll get a little more to this in a moment, but as far as that reading of 227:40 in the morning as far as the timestamp associated with search, why would that timestamp be associated with the search later on in the morning?
Because that table isn't showing the time of that search. It's showing the state of the database. So it's saying that the last time that tab was touched, moved to the background or foreground, was 2:27 a.m. The website, as you search more websites in the tab, that gets updated. So the current state that this is showing is that it was, the tab was moved to the background or opened or some action for the tab at 2:27 a.m. when the Hawkmock Sports, I got it right, Hawkmock Sports website was visited. And then once the Hawkmock Sports website was visited, that tab was in continual use. There are other searches and activity that happens. We don't see, that happens eventually. This search gets made at 6:23 a.m., this search at 6:24 a.m. That winds up being the last search in the tab. And because it's the last search in the tab, that's what the final update is and the final status.
So when you say last search in the tab in reference to time, in reference to what time specifically?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
That question, let me rephrase. So as far as the 227 tab is closed and then another search done at 6:23, is that correct?
2:27 isn't necessarily when the tab was closed. That's in my report. I say that it's undetermined because there's a lot of things that can cause that timestamp to be there, including tab being moved, tab being minimized. I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry, but it is not, that timestamp is not indicative of the time of the search or any URL that's visited there. That time is indicative of movement of the tab, and the search is the most recent search. So they update at different times.
So I guess my question is, as far as from what your analysis is here, is there any use of that tab between, or is there any evidence or artifact of use of that tab between the 227 timestamp and the 6:23 timestamp?
So the fact that that timestamp exists at 2:27, combined with the fact that the only existence of this search is at 6:24, means that yes, that particular tab was used after 2:27 when the Hawkmock Sports was searched. I apologize for not being familiar with that name.
That's absolutely fine.
Hawkblock
now, if I could
Sports.
ask you at this point, you would talk about one in particular database having sort of an intricate artifact. If you could remind the jury of what that is, and if you could explain that.
So the artifact that needed a little bit more explanation and digging was this browser state tab. And that's because if you look at the end of this file name, you'll see it's a db-wall. That means it wasn't in the regular database. It was in the write-ahead log. And to Celebrate's credit, that tool actually parsed the write-ahead log and displayed it where the other tools did not. If you remember before, we talked about write-ahead logs.
I'm not an idiot,
and
but I don't have
that they can contain
clue what
data
she's
that is
talking
both
about.
removed from a database and data that's not yet to be committed. And this database, we do not know which that is, but what I did was I manually went through, and that's in the figure, I manually went through and reconstructed the WAL files using the Sanderson SQLite tool. And in reconstructing the WAL files, I found many. I'll tell you exactly how many if I can refer to my notes. Can I refer to my notes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
How are we doing on time?
Approximately 16 instances of that existing in the wall file. Now, what's interesting in that figure is that each entry of something in a write-ahead log
about 15
gets
more
a
minutes.
unique identifier. So it gets a number, right, that makes it unique. Just like each one of us has a phone number that's unique to us, each entry in the database that starts in the write-ahead log gets its own unique identifier. And that unique identifier in this instance in all 16 entries in the wall file is the same, which shows that it's truly only one search, not multiple searches for that search term in terms of what exists in the wall file. So that's the first piece of nuance there, that it only truly was searched one. And you would have to really dig into that wall file to expose that, but I think it was pertinent to know how many times this was searched.
I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
Stop you there for one moment. And Your Honor, with course permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish Table 2 now.
Okay. Oh, wonderful. May I look at Table 2? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Hyde, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do. That is Table 2 of my report on page 4.
And if you could, again, using the latest part that you have before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant is depicted in Table 2 up on the screen.
So Table 2 here is designed to share with us what each of the locations that can potentially have Safari data, what kind of data they hold. And one of the things that many of us are interested in sometimes is, do these things hold our private searches, like if we're in incognito mode in Google or private searching here. So this table denotes if we're seeing private or non-private searches, if it includes tabs that are open or closed, so that we know which artifacts are giving us what kind of information, as well as what some of the associated timestamps mean. So this was designed as a guide to really understand Table 1 more in depth. So this first one here, this refers to the History DB wall file. And that file has non-private searches. It includes closed tabs, and the visit time there is the time that a user reopened the tab. We don't always have the artifacts we want, and in this instance, we did not have that particular one. Then we have the Safari Tabs DB. This has private tabs and non-private tabs, and it shows only tabs that have not been closed. So this is an active tabs database. The next one we have is the Browser State DB and its wall file. And this is the one we were referencing where that we keep talking about, where that 2:27 a.m. number is coming from. So this one is going to be non-private searches. It includes closed tabs, which is important, and the last view time. So when an item went to the background. So it's about the tab, not about the search. That's probably the most important demarcation. And one of the issues here is when the tools parse the data, they call the columns what the columns are called raw in the data. Those don't necessarily tell us what they mean. We have to verify and validate what they actually mean. So when I'm saying last underscore view time, that's what the database name is, not necessarily the actual function, or not what we would presume it to mean. The next one, the last one here, is the mobile Safari key list, and this one actually tells us, the date here gives us the time that something was queried reliably.
Now, if I could ask you, if you could just explain to the jury as far as these SQ or SQLite databases, how exactly do they work, and what, if any, relation do they have with regard to data and information with the write-ahead log or the wall file?
So SQLite databases work and function as a storage for anything that the phone may need to reference later or that you're doing. They're stored for a variety of things. Most of your third-party apps use SQLite databases, and multiple applications do. So SQLite gets information in, and it allows for that information to be updated, added to, or removed from. So data that's in that situation, that it's sitting in the database, that is what we refer to as live data. Then data that is waiting to be put into the database, that is sitting in the wall, or it has been requested to be removed, that is what's in the write-ahead log, and we call that non-live data because it's not in the active database. So when you're using an application and it's putting that data to that temporary storage area, that wall, that write-ahead log, what happens is then when you request data by going into your contacts, let's say, and looking at the people who are stored in your contacts, right? Your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, all those people. When you're looking at your best friend, you're looking up their numbers, that data is all stored in that database. So when you add someone, it does that entry to the wall. Now, so if I just added Sally, How do I know that Sally's in there, right? Well, what happens is the interpretation of the SQLite database goes to the wall, checks and sees if it's in the wall, and uses the wall to incorporate it together to present you everything as if it's in there. Then when you close the application, you close contacts. You don't just put it away like go switch apps. You actually close it. When it closes, all of those changes get committed. So now the items that you've requested to be deleted, that contact you don't like anymore, that X, whatever, their data is no longer in there. The data that you've added is now in there, and now that's all live. Sometimes we can get more complex and recover some of those items that are left over because they are marked for deletion but still sit in the database, or they're sitting on a page that is no longer active in the database. So there's a lot of places that we can recover data from in addition to the wall that exists in the database after something has happened, but that isn't pertinent to this particular use case.
Now, as far as that sort of interplay between the SQLite database and the wall, what if any sort of, as a forensic examiner, what if any sort of complexities arise out of it?
Oh, one of the biggest complexities is the assumption that because data exists in the write-ahead log, that a user took an action to delete it. When I teach at the university, when I peer review my colleagues' reports, this is one of the most common mistakes I see. And it's really because some of the forensics tools to indicate that the file has been recovered, they put a big X on it. And that was actually a big subject of that standardization of file recovery paper I referenced earlier. And it speaks about all kinds of files, but actually has a special section on SQLite, specifically because that nuance is often missed by examiners.
Now, in reference to that being marked as deleted or misinterpreted as deleted by a user, is there a specific tool of the tools that you mentioned before, as far as Cellebrite versus Axiom versus that has that information that others may not?
So Cellebrite and Magnet Axiom, both Cellebrite Physical Analyzer and Magnet Axiom, both have file system viewers that then have SQLite database viewers. I would say that those SQLite database viewers have more of a basic function in terms of looking at data in the live database. They don't allow for deep analysis of the write-ahead logs, which is why in my analysis I use the specialized Sanderson forensic browser for SQLite.
And so when you see something like that in a Cellebrite extraction, is there what, if any, further analysis can you do to sort of look behind it?
Absolutely. Anytime I see an entry marked as recovered, and I'll use the term recovered instead of deleted, by Cellebrite, and the source is a write-ahead log, I would go and begin reconstruction of the write-ahead logs using Sanderson's forensics tool to get to the meat of, is this something that it has been deleted, or is this something that has yet to be written to the database? You can often see remnants of that based on how many unique entries there are of it. What the other thing we do is, so I mentioned that when we have the wall file, it hasn't been applied. So if I take the SQLite database and the wall file out, and I make another copy of them, so I've got one copy I'm looking at Sanderson, and I take another copy and I actually open it, what's cool is it does the commits. So then I have a copy of the database that actually has all those changes. So I now know if the entry was deleted by just comparing the two. So I can do that analysis by basically making the database think it was reopened, by reopening it with a non-forensics tool in that instance, just to see what it would look like in real life. And then I can look at the difference between the two and determine if something was marked for deletion or addition.
Now, are there different reasons from your training, your experience, and your knowledge of these systems? Is there different reasons for why it's your conclusion that that particular search or those search terms were not deleted by the user specifically?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of reasons. First, the way tabs work from a functional perspective, you can close a tab, but there's not really a user deletion function for the tab. And there was no evidence of other deletion, if that makes sense.
Nope.
I also, it doesn't make sense that the term was, I don't see evidence that the term was searched prior to that 624 time. So since the term wasn't searched prior to that 0624 time, the existence of the tab being closed would not mean that that search was deleted, because then it would be evident in the other databases pertaining to the actual search, not the databases pertaining to the state of the tab. Is there a possibility that the tab was closed? Absolutely, but that is not a deletion. Secondly, an existence in the wall file, as we mentioned, could be that it's something new, not something that was deleted. So just its mere existence in the wall file doesn't mean it's deleted. I should say that that same X in the tools, you have to check the file because it could be from a free list or a free page, in which case, I know we didn't go into those details, nuance of SQLite databases that actually doesn't pertain to this. However, those would be truly deleted items. So there's other places where we would expect potential recovery, not necessary in this instance. And you can have something that's in a WAL file and deleted without being in those other locations. Just stating that its existence in the WAL file itself doesn't mean deletion. But there are other SQLite things that would clearly indicate deletion that aren't applicable to this particular search.
Huh?
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish figure 1 from the size report.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And again, Ms. Hodge, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is figure 1. This is a direct screen capture from Sanderson's tool from the browser StateDB, limited to the Haas long to die in cold search.
If you could, using that later pointer, again, direct your attention to what, if anything, significant sort of notes that you observed in using the Sanderson tool that's depicted in figure 1.
Absolutely. So all of the searches are the exact same term. And
that's what she's saying. She's saying it was not done at 2 a.m. It was done at 6.
That last view time. And
whatever
by
time it
looking
was,
at
6:42.
The last view time, which is the raw title of that artifact for the timestamp we were looking at, these are identical. This and more importantly are even the actual UUID for these are identical, which is right here. Now the offsets are different, and what that means is that this is just appearing several times in the write-ahead log. It has moved, as the database has moved data through the write-ahead log to different positions, but has in every instance the same unique identifier, meaning that all of these entries are the same entry, just shown multiple times in the same database.
And to that point, as far as the multiple times that it's listed within there, what, if any, relationship does that have to how many times it was actually searched by a user?
Well, that UID shows that in this particular instance that it existed once in the last time in the tab, because this artifact, it does not tell us how many times something was searched by the user. This artifact is limited just to the tab. We would look at the mobile Safari plist, which has one entry for this timestamp, or knowledge CDB, which also only has one entry for this search. Those two locations are where we would determine how many times it had been searched, as opposed to this location, which could tell us that if there were multiple entries, but there is only one. But since this is limited to just the last search that's showing in a tab, it isn't a good source to say how many times was it searched, just not this particular.
Okay, that was that. I caught that. Of all that she has said, I mean, like I honestly understood probably 3% of what she said. This stuck out in my head right now. This caught my attention right here. That now I'm telling you what. This is what I heard, and then I'm going to go back a few seconds and see if I heard it correctly, because that jumped out at me. People here, there's a lot of IT people I see here in the chat. You may tell me I'm completely out of my mind, stupidly wrong on this. But what I just heard was her say, are you okay, Straubs? What I just heard her say was, we don't know how many times she searched for that term. This is what I did is not an accurate way of telling her how many times a term was searched. We just know it was searched. And if what I heard is correct, what we've been listening to for the last hour is completely useless. Wow. Let me see if I heard that right.
Was searched by the user, this artifact is limited just to the tab. We would look at the mobile Safari plist, which has one entry for this timestamp, or knowledge CDB, which also only has one entry for this search. Those two locations are where we would determine how many times it had been searched, as opposed to this location, which could tell us that if there were multiple entries, but there is only one. But since this is limited to just the last search that's showing in a tab, it isn't a good source to say how many times was it searched, just not the.
Yeah, so to me, that says, whatever she did is not a good way of telling how many times a term was searched. I may be completely wrong, but that's what I'm hearing. So,
this particular artifact.
But from other artifacts, you were able to determine that?
Absolutely. You can determine that from both mobile Safari plist and knowledge CDB.
And I'm sorry, I jumped in there just as far as turn your attention back to figure 1. What, if anything else, significance do you know in that?
That's really what's of significance, is that it is the same entry there multiple times, and we can tell by the unique identifier that it is the exact same entry also. And although it's the same search term and the same timestamp, it's only one instance of it, just it's stored in the database multiple times at multiple offsets.
Now, from the timestamp associated with that depicted in this figure, what, if anything, can you say as to the, or what, if anything, were you able to conclude from your analysis as to the time that the website was viewed?
Well, I guess I should really clearly, for people who may not be familiar, that doesn't look like a normal time, right? That's because this is an Apple WebKit timestamp, so we actually convert it to a regular time. But when you look at this number raw, you can actually see that it's consistent throughout, even though you don't know what it is. But if we put it into a decoder, this particular timestamp is where we're getting January 29th, 2022 at 02:47 a.m. And to be clear, just for real clarity, when we actually translate this timestamp, it's in universal time constant, not in local time, but for the sake of conversationalists, I'm using the local time here as opposed to the time in the universal time constant, which is how this artifact is particularly stored.
Now, with your analysis, is there some kind of testing that you conduct, or can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it relates to your analysis?
Absolutely. So with this artifact and being able to determine what this timestamp really means, I actually did quite a bit of testing, which is fun, but that's okay. So we went ahead and took a jailbroken iPhone, and the purpose of a phone being jailbroken is we're bypassing the security protocol so we can monitor the data and its storage in real time and bring the data through. We did this manually in terms of pulling the data out, and we also did multiple forensic images at different stages. We manipulated tabs, we did some Google searches, and then we would close tabs,
So
move
you
tabs,
didn't actually
and perform
use
several different
her
searches
phone.
that we scripted out first what we were testing,
You used
and then
another
checked to see how
altered
that
phone.
timestamp was moving. We even did some really interesting things where we tried. Yes. Okay.
Oh, sidebar time. Okay, so this has not been helpful at all to me. It honestly hasn't. Now, this is interesting though. Now, what she's saying here is they didn't use her actual phone. They replicated it on a separate, different phone that was jailbroken. So not only was it a different phone, and I would question, was it even the same model with the same operating system? Not only that, but it was altered. It was jailbroken. So, all right.
Aside, I'm sorry. So you had, I think when you were talking about some of the testing that you had conducted, use the term we. There are other individuals that worked on this particular assignment.
I had somebody peer review and test my testing, so they didn't work on the case. But as I was testing, one of my team members just validated that I was following my test plan. That's just normal practice that we use peer review.
So the testing that you were testifying about is testing that I
conducted, correct. But I had peer review by my team member on the script I had made to do my testing. So, and I use when I do testing, I'm following the NIST guidelines for data set generation and testing that's outlined by OSAC, which ironically I should disclose I'm a co-author on.
And then, if you could, I'm sorry, Ms. I just continue as far as your testing.
Absolutely. Yeah. So then populated the device. And looked at all of the different data that came back from the different states while it was jailbroken, and the changes that happened. What I was saying was interesting is then tied it to a Mac and saw how the browser state changed if we changed the browser and the tab on a Mac and how that would affect it. And because we could see the differences, and by we, I mean that I had my testing peer reviewed, because I could see the differences of what the data looked like when I was altering it both in the Mac and on the phone, I was getting differences in those timestamps and those different conditions. So in other words, I could get a timestamp that showed in the browser state DB that was earlier than the current search by a variety of means, including manipulating the tabs, closing them, opening them, switching which one was in proper view forward, as well as looking at that tab on an external device, including a Mac and an iPad on the same account.
Now, throughout the course of your work, I think you alluded to it earlier in your testimony as far as your experience is concerned. You had occasion to work both as a forensic extractions forensic investigator.
Yes.
As well as working also in research and development. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so, from the R&D side, what if any role does that play as far as your analysis in general terms and your analysis here when it came to some of the devices or some of the things, the tools that you were implementing?
I believe that my experience in research, development, and reverse engineering throughout my career pertaining to artifacts, of course, influences and my analysis processes in terms of wanting to ensure I understand how things work. I think it actually gives me a better understanding in many ways of how data moves through devices, as well as how understanding why the tools parse and represent data the way they do, in terms of the fact that they are presenting the data as they parse it using the proper algorithms to dissect that data and determine what it is based on testing and knowledge. So I think it actually influences in a positive way the depth that I go through in my analysis.
You had mentioned earlier in your testimony that you have reviewed both Trooper Greeno's report as well as an affidavit from Mr. Green. Is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the affidavit from Mr. Green, what, if any, issues, of course, of significance did you observe in his analysis?
In Mr. Green's analysis, there is a conclusion that is drawn that a search occurred at 02:47 a.m. on January 29th, based on the artifact recovered from Browser State DB that Celebrite parses. And there are two errors with that. The assumption that that is the time of the search is a misunderstanding of the Browser State DB artifact, because that artifact is not the time of search, it's the time of movement of the tab, as well as the statement that that it was deleted due to the demarcation of Celebrite as recovered.
And based on the totality of your analysis, your testing, and everything that you looked at in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to?
My conclusion is that there was a search at 02:47 a.m. for Mock Sports, and that browser was in use, and there were continual searches through the night. The phone was, I do agree with Mr. Green's findings that the phone was in use at that time at 02:27. Later, the phone a web search is done at 6:23 a.m. For how long, at that moment, Apple produces a suggestion for how long to digest food. The search is instead completed with how long TI, die, and CKLD at 6:23. A new search is conducted at 6:24 of HOS, long to die and cold, HOS, long to die and cold. That search is then the last search that is made in that particular tab. And that's my conclusion.
What, if any, conclusion did you come to in regard to items being deleted pertaining to those artifacts you were looking for?
In regards to those artifacts pertaining to those search terms, I had no evidence of deletion.
Have a moment, Charlie?
Yes.
Okay. That last little summary was very, very helpful. It sort of made everything she said unnecessary up to that point, because that was a very good summary of what she was saying.
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right, more sidebar. Okay, so what I got out of that is she's saying that the search at 247 was not for HOS to die in the cold. That was the time the tab was opened. There were two searches done after 6:30, whatever the exact times were, both with misspellings. So they're saying that there was no search done and there was no search deleted. All right, that makes sense to me. I wish they would have started with that, so that we could listen to what she was saying with that in our minds, that's what she was saying. So let's assume she's correct, because she sounds very credible. She sounds very knowledgeable. Hi, how you doing? Watching, always watching. All right, there's that. Is that it? She's gone. Hey, what are we doing here? All right. We're on a break. Oh, all right. There we go. Looks like we're back. Oh, with normal cams. That's good. All right. So let's take a little pause here and continue what I was saying there. Okay. So I wish you would have given some sort of summary like that at the beginning, so that we could go through and listen to what she's saying and compare it with that to maybe help our understanding. This is a problem that you find a lot with really, really knowledgeable experts. They know the minutia of what they're doing, and they're explaining it to lay people in a way they think is simple, which is still like way above the levels. Holy Ralph Male Empire says, if you paid attention to any of the pre-trial hearings, you would know all of this, Legal Vices. Well, guess the fuck what? We don't do the pre-trial stuff here because the only thing that matters is what is heard in front of the jury. What the jury hears is the only thing I'm interested in. I don't follow the Turtle Boy drama. I don't follow the pre-trial drama from the state or the defense. I don't care about that because that's not evidence that comes in front of the jury. Any of the news articles, the drama behind it matters nothing to me in my realm of looking at this through the eyes of a potential juror. So, what happens in the pretrial doesn't matter at all to me. So it's her job to explain it to the jurors, the lay people, the viewers, and myself in a way that we can understand. And I think she clearly knows her stuff. She did a very, very good job of saying what they said was a deleted search at 2:47 was not actually a deleted search at 2:47. They're saying it was a search that was done. There was the most recent search that was done, and before that, there was another search with different spelling errors in it. So she's saying, yes, what you thought was a deleted search at 2:40, it was not. It was not deleted, and it wasn't done until after 6. Fine. All right, let's assume she's correct. Assuming she's correct, does that prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen Reed backed into her boyfriend with her car? We'll have to see. I don't think I don't know. If you in my head, if you take it away, I still have reasonable doubt. If you take away throw this whole search thing out, there's still sufficient reasonable doubt in my head. Let's see. There's no super chance to go through, but there are a couple of things. All three of the comments that I've tabbed to read come from the same person, which we should probably address right now. Holy Ralph Male Empire again says, Legal Vices is another free Karen Reed grifter who cannot actually view evidence impartially. Well, clearly, you know nothing. I'm all about it. I want to see murderers go to jail. I want to see innocent people go free. That's what having an open mind is all about. Which I do. I'm waiting to be swayed. You have to begin every trial presuming the person on the stand is innocent. We have this beautiful thing, the presumption of innocence. It's not up to the defense to explain why they didn't do something or if they didn't do something. It's up to the prosecution to present clear evidence that will convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that this woman committed second-degree murder by intentionally backing into her boyfriend's face, knocking him into a snowbank, and intentionally leaving him there to die. That's the prosecution's job. They haven't even proved sufficiently to me that she accidentally hit him, let alone intentionally murdered him. So we got to take this one step at a time. And frankly, the phone searches don't really mean anything to me, particularly one way or the other, because it doesn't prove she hit him or not. I don't care what was searched for, really. The whole purpose for the defense introducing this search term thing is just them trying to instill another bit of reasonable doubt in the jury's mind. So even you take this away, even say this is correct, it doesn't really prove to me one way or the other that she did it. Well, it doesn't really prove that she did it. So yeah, saying that I'm impartial would be pretty incorrect. I just haven't seen the state really prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. There is way too much reasonable doubt here. And also, Holy Ralph Male Empire says, I know Legal Vices biases, and you sweep for him as a Janny. What are my biases? I'm curious as to what my biases would be, because yeah, they're not here in this case. Because you know what? I like when murderers go to jail. I like when the prosecution proves that murderers murdered and deserve to go to jail, because I want murderers off the street. So people saying, oh, he's biased in favor of letting the defense, or he's biased in favor of the prosecution, is just a flat out misstatement, or lie, if you prefer to use that term. Ms. K. Grift, a Janny would be a janitor. You're sweeping for me as if you were a janitor for myself. So yeah, we definitely do work on the idea that we have an open mind and we look only at what's been introduced, because whatever was talked about in pre-trial means this much during the actual trial. The jury doesn't hear the pre-trial stuff. So it's not evidence. It doesn't get introduced. That's not what we look at. That's specifically why I say this when I cover trials. We are only interested in what happens between the opening statements and the closing arguments. Now, I have theories. I have my own personal beliefs and things about trials and cases, but all that goes out the window. I am very, very willing to change my mind. And it's happened many times on the trials I've covered where I went, oh, okay. And my mind has been, so yeah, it's go ahead and troll away. But I just, for the edification of other people, I thought I would clarify that. But trolls are going to troll, and you can go ahead and be a troll. We don't care. We love people here. We love disagreements. This isn't a jury simulator, bud. It kind of is. That's the whole purpose of the commentary thing here. That's exactly what my trial coverage of channels is, a jury simulator. Me and all of my viewers are putting themselves in the place of the jury. We're looking at what do we think as potential jurors? What do we think about the trial? So yeah, actually my trial coverage streams are jury simulators. So, oh, I have a buzzer. I should have had my buzzer ready. That would have been more fun. I could have buzzed you out, but whatevs. There it is. Too late, but anyway, semi-funny. Thank you so much, though, for your participation. Holy Ralph Male Empire. We enjoy your participation. Please feel free to continue, but, you know, troll away. Corey, oh my God. Oh my. Wow. All right. Sorry, I just got stunned there. Corey Boatwright has gifted 50 Legal Vices memberships. Thanks. Honest to God, I'm stunned by that. That's some serious jack there. That does a number of things. That, first of all, I got to collect myself. Thank you. I got no words. Thank you so incredibly much for that enormously generous gift of memberships, not only to me, but also to the 50 people that got them. Line up for those thank yous. Every one of you should give him a super special thank you for that. And I hope Holy Ralph Male got one, because he or she deserves one. Wow. Thank you. That also, hey guys, what's up? Hey, wake up. That also has taken us into the next step that we like to call Release the Hose, where we bring on our guests for the day. Strawberry and Yoda. Corey Boatwright has taken us well above and beyond into doggo territory. So we've unleashed the emotional support potato dog pig cam thing. Thank you again so much. And it's also put us over the $200 mark, which unleashes a congratulatory shot of some really bad Korean whiskey, which is the Gi-Won. It's not really bad. It just ain't great. The Gi-Won whiskey, which is the very first all Korean whiskey, Korean raised, planted, cultivated, harvested barley, distilled in Korea, aged in Korea, bottled in Korea. This is the second batch ever made. It's not great, but that's part of what we do with the $200 mark punishment shot, and it's 10:30 a.m. So this is going to hit a little different. Thank you so much, Corey Boatwright. And speaking of being a Boatwright, you get another foghorn. Whoa, that wasn't a foghorn. That's a foghorn. Oh, that is not good. Thank you so much. All of that. We got all that. We got all that out of the way. And Island with a $5 super chat. It's Friday night. I have peach cobbler ice cream. Oh my God, that sounds delish. And some strange dude told me not to super chat. That's not how my brain works. So shut up and take my money. Hey, whoever strange dude is that's saying not to super chat. Off you fuck. And again, holy Ralph Mail Empire says jurors don't talk about the case until it's time for deliberations, and they refrain from watching anything about the trial outside of what you see. Correct. And that's pretty much what I do. I don't watch things that are outside of the trial. I try not to anyway. Yep. And we're talking about it because that's what the jury simulator does. We're processing our thoughts here. What is the jury thinking about? What are the jury looking for? What is the jury seeing? That's what we're talking about here. So, yep. Thank you very much for joining. You are always welcome here. Slightly misinformed, slightly biased and or prejudiced against my wonderful, lovely, super sexy self. But hey, you can't please anyone. And I don't like echo chambers. Sitting here preaching to the choir is actually no fun. I like divergent viewpoints as long as they're respectful, as long as they're on point, as long as they're actually intelligent. Squid with $5. I feel like that expert was only brought for Lally to play defense against the theories the actual defense has. This did nothing for the state's case. I think you're right, because that was a big point that was raised during Iannetti's opening statement, was that there had been this search for how long does it take to die in the cold? How long to die in the cold? This was done before anybody knew there was a body to be searching for in the cold. That was Iannetti's opening statement. And so they had to put someone on to sort of contradict that. You're exactly right. I think it's the defense against a potential defense. And I think it was necessary, and I think they did that. But we're going to get to some cross-examination. I have no idea what that looks like. We'll have to see what the cross-examination looks like. But I think you're spot on. That's why they had to put her on to show that this search is a non-issue. Not that this search has anything to do with whether or not she was actually driving a vehicle into her boyfriend's face in the middle of the night. But that was raised as a potential point of reasonable doubt that there was something in on it, because they're searching for how long it takes to die in the cold before they knew somebody was dying in the cold. So they sort of had to do this. So that, was it effective? I don't know. We'll have to see what we'll have to look at this not only through the eyes of we have to look at this not only through what is brought up on cross-examination, but also later down the line, I assume that the defense might put on another digital forensics person that might counter her, and then we'll have to decide who to give more weight to. So, all right, with that out of the way and all those super things and all this wonderful, wonderful stuff. And again, thank you to Corey Boatwright for the 50 gifted memberships. You are now officially the Vice Racks of the day until someone throws down way more in super chats than they have already. So thank you so much for that. Let's get on with this. You guys rock. And let's all kumbaya and listen to this together with our divergent viewpoints and open minds.
Thank you. Maybe see
And before she sits down, again, those of you that want to play with the bingo here to help us focus a little bit more, to keep us a little bit more entertained, right at the top of chat is a pinned comment, generate your bingo cards. Click on the link. So far, we've only marked off four spots on our bingo card, so you're not too far behind. Mark off your free space, of course. And the other 3 points that you should have marked off on your bingo card are lawyer calls for sidebar, what, if anything, and internet search. That's and I will also I will give a Ceiling Dion. For those of you that are just joining us, we've nicknamed the ceiling fan Ceiling Dion. So We saw Ceiling Dion whirling there on that horrifically angled video of the witness in the courtroom. So mark off Ceiling Dion. We should have 5 spaces now. Ceiling Dion, lawyer calls for sidebar. What, if anything, internet search and the free space. And and dog cam. Mark off dog cam. We got there. Good call. Good catch there, Will Call and Porcelain, and yeah, everybody else that mentioned the dogs. Here we go.
Just watch your step.
Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits, Table 1, Table 2, and Figure 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay. There's no objection, Mr.
There's
Kennedy.
no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Just Table 1, Table 2. I think the order I gave. Thank you. And thank you, Your Honor, and thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Hyde.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ms. Hyde, you just spent maybe 45 minutes to an hour, whatever the time period was, explaining to these jurors what is really a complex set of facts that led you to conclude that 27.
All right. Yannetti hasn't even got his first question out, and we're already going to ask you to, on your bingo card, mark off. Guess which block we're going to mark off on our on our bingo card. Who's going to guess which we're going to mark off on our bingo card right now? What's going to be marked off, people? All right, so we got to wait for the buffering here. We got about a 20-second delay. Cough, no. Judge sigh, no. We're blocking off Darth Vader mic breathing. On your yes, exactly. Mirage 337 gets it. Mark off Darth Vader mic breathing. So, this is actually a much better angle. I didn't realize she was all in burgundy today. So, there we go. This is a much better camera angle.
7 a.m. timestamp on that Google search was triggered by the closing of a tab. Did I essentially sum that up correctly?
Essentially, except it's not a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a Google search. It's a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a tab.
Fair enough. Thank you. And in the context or in the course of your explanation, you discussed WAL files,
That is correct.
SQLite database,
Yes.
plist database,
Yes.
knowledge C database.
Yeah. A plist is not a database. Just it's a structure. So just a small correction.
Thank you for the correction. Opening tabs and closing tabs, correct?
Yes.
And other issues related to your analysis of the phone extraction, correct?
Would you call them issues? Or
Well, maybe that's a bad word to use. Other elements.
elements? Fair enough. Yes. Yes.
I'm really not trying to trick you. I know I wouldn't be able to. Would you agree with me that another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m.?
You got bingo
Can you rephrase,
already?
please?
I'm going to phrase it the same way.
Repeat it. Repeat it, please.
Thank you. Would you agree with me that another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
That timestamp is not indicative of a time of search. So the question is difficult to answer because I can't say that timestamp tells me anything about the time of search.
Okay. So as I take your answer, you're not denying that the timestamp and whatever you get from that timestamp doesn't rule out that the Google search was done at or before 2:27 a.m., correct?
If I'm understanding your question, there was a double negative, so I just want to clarify. The question is if the timestamp could exist because of a search happening at that time?
No.
Okay.
What I'm saying is your analysis of the phone does not rule out that the user of that phone performed that Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
There is no indication of a Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
But again, I'm getting to whether you can rule that out, ma'am. That's really the crux of my question. Can you rule out that the user of that phone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th?
There is a very unlikely possibility based on the fact that there is no evidence that the
But
search
you can't
occurred
rule it
before
out.
that time. That's just like saying that the user searched for pandas at 2:27 a.m. Could you rule that out? I can't rule out something that doesn't exist.
Well, you would agree with me that with regard to your analysis of this phone extraction,
Mhm.
you were given very specific instructions in terms of what to look at, correct?
Correct. I had a very limited scope in this analysis.
And who was it that gave you that limited scope?
That scope was relayed to me by Detective Tully.
Oh. And Detective Tully instructed you specifically to only look at the part of the phone extraction that dealt with the Safari search history. correct?
Safari search history specific to January 29th, 2022. That is correct.
And he instructed you not to look at anything else on the phone, correct?
I looked at related artifacts such as what was being done at that time, the phone being on, the phone being used, but not anything else outside of that, correct?
And you were not instructed, for instance, to look at other user activity on the phone, including examining call logs on the phone, correct? And you would agree with me that if you were allowed or instructed to examine the call logs, that could reveal deletion of calls that morning, correct?
Of course. Well,
Okay, the objection sustained.
Slow down there with your answers.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor, no redirect.
Ms. Hyde, you are all set.
thank you very much.
All right, there's something we got interesting out of that, which see, this is why I like divergent opinions. This is why I don't like echo chambers. This is why I like alternate views. Holy Ralph Mail Empire has made a very good point here, because we wouldn't even be talking about the 2:27 a.m. timestamp if not for the report, which has been misinterpreted by the defense, meaning the question was meaningless. But see, this is an interesting thing, and I think she effectively dealt with this. In when Lally said, "Well, can you rule out the possibility that this was searched for?" And she said, "Well, I can't rule out the search that she didn't search for, freaking pandas." This is a thing that lawyers do, which, I mean, as a lawyer, is kind of a cop-out. I will have to admit it. You can't rule things out completely, ever. You can never. I mean, that is such a standard thing that someone will ask, well, what's your, what do you expect the outcome to be of this? Or what do you think is going to happen here? What do you think this response will be? And in my head, I can be 100% certain of what's going to happen, but you can always be surprised. So even if I know absolutely, and I would bet my entire house, life savings, and children's child's soul on the outcome of a particular thing, when I write my letter to the client, I will always say something like, this is what we, based on previous experience in dealing with matters of this nature, this is what we expect the outcome, where this outcome is highly likely. I might even go as far as say extremely likely, but we can't completely rule out the possibility that this might happen. We know there's no chance of it happening, but who knows? And there's no realistic chance, but a judge could go rogue or someone could surprise you. So what he's trying to say there is, just because we can't rule out the possibility that she searched for this doesn't mean she did it, or vice versa. Just she may have done it, and we can't rule out the possibility. But as she said, and she effectively dealt with it, she could have searched for pandas. She could have searched for, recent volcanic eruptions in Iceland. She could have searched for anything, and we can't rule that out. But the chances of it happening, she's saying, is extraordinarily unlikely. So I think she countered that very, very well. And again, this is I will call it a problem. I don't know if problem is the right word, but it's a problem that I call it a problem that lawyers have with this. We expect that just because you can't rule out with absolute 100% certainty that the jury's going to buy your argument. So, all right, that was an interesting point. At least I thought that was interesting. Yeah, unlikely is not impossible, but it might be so ridiculously, like, you all know what I'm saying. I'm repeating myself, but that was a very, very good point that was raised by the Ralph Pyre. All right, let's continue on with this.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, Commonwealth would call Trooper Joseph Paul to the stand.
Joseph Paul. She was saying the searches were done. There was 2 searches that were done after 6:30, I believe. So at some point, I can't remember the exact time, but they were done after 6:30. Yes. See, again, what Ghost is saying, that the probability of 0.0000002% is still possible, but yet that also means it's that unlikely as well. And in this situation, you have to give that it's this much unlikely, probably the higher weight, I think. I mean, there's a statistical 0 chance that an alien spacecraft is going to crash onto the mountain behind my house right now. It could happen because it's not impossible, but it's also that however possible you think it might be, it's also that unlikely. That's all I'm saying. So again, that was a very, very good comment made by Holy Ralph Male Empire, which is why we like people like Holy Ralph Male Empire around. All right. One thing I also did notice, I did some numbers. All of the gifted memberships and the super chats, and especially the 50 boat right memberships, that also put us over the 300 mark, which is unfortunate for me. Because it's 10:49 a.m. and not only have we had the Korean whiskey, but the 300 mark is the celebratory real absinthe double shot. So yeah, yes, and this is the real deal. This isn't the infused vodka, the star anise flavored vodka absinthe. This is the real Artemisia absinthium Grand Wormwood distilled, real actual absinthe. So this is going to go well on an empty stomach, isn't it? Thank you again, everybody, for the amazing support you've shown already this Korean morning and evening in the U.S. and middle of the night in Europe. Thank you so much, everybody. I deeply, deeply appreciate it. And Jessica Schuyler, or Schuler, I guess it's Schuyler, has, apologies from the mispronunciation, has gifted 1 Legal Vices membership as well. I hope you gave Jessica, did I say Julia? I did, didn't I? Jessica Schuyler, thank you so much. If you got the gifted membership from Jessica, please give Jessica a super special thanks. And cheers with the celebratory double absinthe shot. Much better than the whiskey, I have to say. All right. Let's go with the next witness, Officer Paul. Okay, Igor. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah. Yeah. Yoda has now moved over to the other side. Jake boy, what if any Friday? It is what if any Friday here. Thank you so much for that super chat, Jake boy. I missed Officer Paul's first name.
I do. Morning.
Good morning.
Thanks, afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell your last name, sir?
Trooper Joe Paul, that's Paul.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently employed with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I have been a trooper for approximately 8.5 years.
And
12.5 years. I apologize.
Does any trooper in Massachusetts have hair?
Where is it that you're currently assigned within the state police?
I am currently assigned to our collision analysis and reconstruction section.
Oh, okay.
Those cars, our recon.
This is our accident reconstruction guy. He's going to explain to us how it's possible that she drove into her boyfriend's face. All right. This is one of the guys we've been waiting 6-8 weeks for. However the hell long this trial's been going on. This is one of the guys we've been waiting for.
And how long have you had that assignment to the reconstruction of the car?
That one's for about 8.5 years.
And with respect to your assignment to that unit prior to beginning with that unit, let me ask you this first. As far as the cars unit is concerned, about how is that sort of divided up as far as is there certain regions that you would specifically cover?
Correct. We have four separate regions across the states. We have Southeast, the Northeast, Central, and the Western.
And which of those are you assigned to?
I am assigned to the Southeast.
And geographically, how much territory are we talking about that the Southeast covers?
Anywhere from Boston down to the Cape, Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket, anywhere southeastern part of Massachusetts.
And Jake Boy, member for 11 months. 11 months, almost a year.
Within your Southeast.
Yes, it
Within our
is.
Southeast region, we
Thank
have,
you so much
I
for the
believe we have
support.
9 now.
And is there some kind of on-call system that your unit operates by?
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury?
So we rotate. So we rotate every day. Our on-calls are for 24 hours from 0700 to 0700 the next day.
Now, with respect to yourself, prior to you entering into the cars unit, what, if any, specialized training do you undergo in regard to crash reconstruction?
So when before I got into the unit, I was sent to 3 separate classes. Each class was 40 hours long. So the first class is basic at-scene crash investigation. The next one's advanced crash investigation, and the other one's traffic crash reconstruction.
And with each of these trainings that you underwent prior to being assigned to the cars unit, and some more that we'll talk about in a moment, with respect to each of the trainings that you've been a part of or undergone, is there some sort of certification that you receive in regard to a successful completion of those trainings?
Yes, each one has its own certification.
Now, with respect to, since you've been working with the cars unit over the last several years, what, if any, additional specialized training have you received in the area of crash reconstruction?
Since I've been on, I've been into probably about 877 hours of education in the units. That's anything from bicycle crash investigation, human factors. I'm currently certified through Berla for examiner and the technician. I'm a CDR analyst and a CDR technician trainer. Just recently I've attended multiple seminars, and most recently I attended a seminar in Houston on EDR data retrieval.
Now, among those other trainings that you received, some of those trainings pertain specifically to pedestrian crash.
Correct.
And in addition to the training that you received through the state police, what, if any, professional organizations do you belong to in regard to crash reconstruction?
Yes, I am currently a part of NAPARS, which is the National Professional Accident Reconstruction Section, and I'm also certified through ACTAR, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
Now, if I can focus specifically just for a moment on the ACTAR certification, can you explain to the jury sort of what goes into that, and as far as that certification is concerned?
The bottled water provided for them is not good enough for him. He's brought his own beverage. It's probably just gin tonic. Jake Boy 20 with the $5. Jeff, can we get a lally emoji? Oh, I'll have to set our emoji guy John Byrne on that. John Byrne, he pops in every now and then. We'll have to set him. We'll have to set him on a lally emoji. Why not?
How does one obtain?
Okay, so first thing you do is you got to submit an application to ACTAR to be allowed to take the test. And part of it, you got to tell them how much education you've had, how many crashes you investigated, basically anything within the crash investigation world. And then once they find that you're accepted into
I just say that because when I go to the baseball games, that's what I put in my thermos.
We did it as a section throughout our state, and the test is a 2-part test. It's a practical and theory portion of the test. Each part's 4 hours long, and you got to pass both portions to be certified through ACTAR.
So there's a written exam and a practical portion of the test as well?
Correct.
ACTAR sounds like a villain in He-Man.
What does that mean?
The practical portions is you basically have to make analyze a collision. So they give you a simulated crash, and you have to go through and document the evidence. You have to answer a series of questions based on that specific crash. So where you find the speeds, the distances, times, and everything else related to that collision.
And you successfully completed and received that certification, sir, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long ago was it that you first received your ACTAR certification?
In 2019.
And how long is that sort of in perpetuity, or is there a sort of continuing educational component attached to it?
There is a continuing educational component attached to it. The test is it's certified for 5 years, and within those 5 years, you still have to maintain a certain amount of education to reapply for ACTAR again.
And with respect to that ACTAR examination, are you familiar with sort of the success rate or the passing rates when it comes to that examination?
Correct.
And what is it?
It's fairly low. I can tell you within my unit at the time I took it, there were probably 27 of us that took it, and only 3 of us passed it at the time. Yeah, it's not a very high pass rate.
Now, over the course, let me ask you this: when you first sort of enter into the cars units, are you sort of you go through the training and then you are on call and get sent out on the road by yourself, or how does that work?
No, you first get initially signed to a field training officer, and then at that point you shadow the field training officer to various crashes.
And is there any sort of set time period for how long that shadowing process goes on for?
It's not really a set time. It's more based on experience, on how many crashes you go to and how much experience you have in the field. And they basically, well, if they feel like if you're team qualified, then they'll send you on the road on your own.
And over the course of your years within the cars and the reconstruction unit, approximately how many crashes have you responded to and investigated?
As of now, I've been to approximately 196 crashes, and I've probably assisted on another 100, 150 crashes. And
of those, of all those crashes that you've responded to, investigated, if you know, percentage-wise or number-wise, approximately how many of those have been crashes involving pedestrians?
I know I've been to approximately 55 pedestrian crashes, and I've assisted others on pedestrian crashes also. So, I mean, 55 out of 196.
Now, with respect, if I could turn your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And at some point over the course of that date, were you contacted by somebody in regard to a pedestrian collision that occurred, in the town of Canton?
I was.
And do you recall who was it that first reached out, or how did you first become aware of this?
My sergeant, Sergeant Brian Mahoney, was the one who called me at the time.
And initially, as far as your involvement was concerned, what was your understanding as the initial request for your involvement?
My initial request was to image the airbag control module, do inspection, test the vehicle, and map the scene out.
Now, you've used that term a couple of times, and if I could just ask you to explain it a bit for the jury. When you say an airbag control module or an ACM, what is that, and what do you understand that term to mean in the context of crash reconstruction?
The ACM is the module in a car that controls the airbags and the seatbelt retentioners. And
what you were referencing before, as far as being a CDR, having taken CDR trainings and being a CDR instructor, what, if any, relationship does the CDR have to ACM?
CDR is just the crash data retrieval software. It's the software that we use to image or download an airbag control module.
And can you explain to the jury sort of the process of physically sort of how that's done, as far as what are you doing to the vehicle in order to download that?
Yes. There are 2 ways really to download a vehicle. It's either one is direct to module, or just direct to the vehicle through the DLC port or the diagnostic link connector. Direct to module, we don't use a direct to module if a vehicle had no power. Then we would have to go directly find the module inside the vehicle and go right to that specific module. But if the car has power, we would go direct to the DLC port, which is the same port that you see when you're like a technician would do the diagnostics on a car. They would plug underneath the steering wheel, and then we'll get there, extract the information from there.
Now, once that information is extracted, what, if any, training have you received in regards to reading or interpreting the data that's extracted from?
Yes, I've been certified through as a CDR analyst, and I've taken 2 classes on it now.
Now, sir, turning your attention to February 1st, 2022. On that date, where, if anywhere, did you go in relation to your investigation of this case?
I went to the Canton Police Department.
Now, at some point prior to that, were you made aware, or did you do any research into sort of what the weather was like around the time? What was reported to you initially as around the time of that crash occurred?
Before that, I know it was snowing and turned to a blizzard at the time.
Now, initially on February 1st, 2022, where did you go?
On Canton Police Department.
Now, sir, at some point in time on that date, did you also have occasion to go to a residence or a street called Fairview Road in the town of Canton?
I did.
And specifically, there was a address that you were directed to, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I believe it was one of the Canton Police officers, Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, I think his name was. I met him there.
And without anything specific as to what was told to you by Lieutenant Gallagher, what was sort of the purpose of having Lieutenant Gallagher there with you at that time?
He was going to show me where basically the evidence that they have at that point was.
Now, in addition to that, were you also able to, you're familiar with another specialized unit within the state police called 13?
I am.
And at some points, did you have access to certain diagrams created by Lieutenant O'Hara within certain?
Yes, I was.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
KY says I could never shave that much every day. I shave my head once a week. If I'm really lazy, I'll let it go 2 weeks, but mostly once a week. Did we get a who, if anyone?
Marked as exhibit 135, 136. That's you got to finish.
I didn't hear who, if anyone.
I'm sorry.
All right, we'll give it who, if anyone, on your business card.
Recognize
Business
those,
card.
I do.
Bingo card.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish that briefly for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could actually have exhibit 136.
See, I am so there is so many who, if any, and what, if any, and how, if any.
And Trooper Paul, do you
I'm
recognize
so
what's up on the
immune
screen
to it.
as
I don't even
136?
hear it.
I do.
This is the diagram that you were able to view from the created by Lieutenant O'Hara from searching.
Yes, it was.
And what's contained, at least from this overhead shot, is that fair and accurate portrayal of the roadway or the conditions of the roadway, absent obviously weather at the time that you went out there on February 1st.
Correct.
So you can take that. Thank you. So, forgive me, Your Honor, if I could just have 1 second.
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm going to retrieve that. I'm going to put 2 other photographs before you actually just look those up and finish.
Yep.
And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
They are pictures that were in my report. They're Google images of the roadway.
And one facing from the northbound direction, one facing from the southbound. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll see you through some minutes next to exhibit. No objection.
I'll need to.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish these first return them to the witness and publish them briefly.
Yes.
Trooper, directing your attention to the screen, what you have before you is that, what's up on the screen, excuse me, is that what you have before you now, marked as 582?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, there should be a laser pointer on the desk somewhere before you, sir, if you could. Using that laser pointer directs the jury's attention to sort of what we're looking at in this particular photograph of the road.
All right. So this is Ferry Road. I was facing northbound. 34 Fairview Road would be onto the left. Next area.
Now, with regard to the roadway, when you went there, what if any observations or what if anything did you note about sort of the roadway surface or markings on the roadway or general overall condition of the road?
The roadway was, there's no significant difference. Anything significant with the roadway.
As far as the roadway material, were you able to determine whether or not it was sort of asphalt, concrete, or anything?
Right. Yes, it was an asphalt roadway.
And as far as the markings within the roadway, what if any observations did you make of those?
There was double yellow center line, white fog lines, both sides of the edge of the road. Is that what we're going after? The roadways?
And then as far as adjacent to the roadway or adjacent to the fog line, what if anything did you observe there?
So as you look at the picture, the left side has asphalt curbings. These are about 5 inches tall, same on both sides. And there's a sidewalk along the right side of the roadway here.
And the side of the asphalt curbings, that's the same side that 34 Fairview is located on, is that correct?
Correct.
Let's go if I could have the next slide. And to recall, if I can direct your attention to the next exhibit for you, I think it's 583. And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you with 583?
Yes, it is.
If you could, again, using the laser pointer, just briefly direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you know as far as from this perspective.
Yeah, so this is the southbound. 34 Fairview would be on the right side here.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Okay, approach this retrieve now.
Yes.
Now, Trooper, with regard to With regard to the roadway, as far as Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note in regard to postings regarding the speed limit on that particular roadway?
Yes, the posting for a speed limit is 30 miles per hour. At this area, it's only posted 30 miles per hour for northbound operators, and I believe it was like 19 Fairview routes posted in front of. For the southbound operators, it was not posted.
And so for a northbound operator, that would again be someone where the residents of 34 Fairview Road will be on the left-hand side of the road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to the width of the lanes, or what, if any, measurements did you take in regard to the lanes or the roadway itself?
Yeah, each travel lane was approximately 12 feet, and the overall width was approximately 27 feet.
Now, as far as measurements being conducted with regard to the scene, what, if anything, did you use or employ to make those measurements, or what, if any, devices?
Yes, I mapped the scene with a Leica GNSS GPS total station, and also used a drone.
That's a UAS, is that correct?
Correct.
The drone, I mean?
Yes.
And with regard to each of those, as far as the GPS mapping and the drone, have you received any sort of specialized training in regard to employment of each of those tools?
Yes, I have been certified to use the Leica, and I've also have a Part 107 license for the drone.
Now, as far as starting with the Leica or the GPS, if you could explain to the jury sort of what that is and how you use that device in order to, as you termed it, map.
Yes, it's essentially what surveyors use to make roadways. It uses satellites and GPS data plus cell phone data to make marks on the roadway, or actually not marks, but just mark points in the roadway that are within millimeters of the device. And
with regard to the drone device, sir, how does that, can you explain to the jury sort of how that works and how that's used?
Yeah, so the drone, and we fly the drone around the area. We set it to set up a grid pattern to fly around the scene. And while it's flying this grid pattern, it takes a series of photographs. And these photographs are also GPS marked. So once we get all the photographs in, we throw into a program, and the program will essentially stitch us all together. And then once we get that picture, we throw it into a diagramming system.
Mingo, no.
And that diagramming system, have you also received training in regard to utilization of that diagramming system?
Yes, I have.
And the one that you're currently using within the car's unit, what is that diagramming system or software called?
It's IMS 360.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 4 documents. Ask you to just review those. Finish. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the diagrams that we print out through the program.
And the last one is the drone image. Is that correct?
Yes, they're all drone images. The last one is just one that was put into my diagram, and I labeled it as a drone image.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm also seeking to introduce the next 4 exhibits. No objection.
Why are we whispering? Oh, it's Lally. Lally's whispering.
Yes, that's my fault. Thank you very much. Sure. Dr. Paul, are you familiar with the term, well, let me ask you this, in regard to the roadway itself, what, if anything else, beyond sort of lane width and overall width, what, if any, other measurements did you take there?
So we took measurements for the evidence.
And let me ask it this way, as far as with elevation and incline of the roadway, what, if any, measurements did you take in regard to that?
Yeah, so we took the elevation and roadway measurements, or the elevation for the roadway.
And where in relation to the residents at 34 Fairview did you take that? Sort of the entire street, or just in the general area of that specific address?
In the general area of that specific address.
And from your measurements, as far as, well, let me ask you this, how was a measurement regarding to elevation or incline? What kind of tool do you use for that?
We have a level to digital level that we'll place on the roadway, and we'll get a measurement from that.
All right, Voldemort's starting to creep me out here.
Of the elevation or the incline in the roadway, anything, or what, if anything, of significance did you find from that?
So this roadway had approximately plus or minus 1 to 2 degrees.
So nothing significant, is that fair to say?
Nothing significant, yes.
Now, sir, through your training and experience as a crash reconstructionist, are you familiar with the term related to crash reconstruction called roadway evidence?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and what types of things could be termed as roadway evidence?
Roadway evidence is anything that's related to the collision you're investigating at the time. It could be anything from vehicle debris, gouge marks, tire marks, anything that's related to a vehicle or whatever type of crash you are investigating. It could be
that's a good
vehicle or
type.
pedestrians.
So any sort of anything from either the vehicle or pedestrian as well, is that correct?
Correct.
So pieces from a vehicle, holding items from a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
Uh-oh, did somebody's phone go on?
Now, with respect to both your review of the CERT team diagrams as well as speaking with members of the Canton Police Department, were you able to then plot certain pieces of roadway evidence onto those diagrams that you that I just showed you a few moments ago?
Yes, I was.
Now, with reference to, you're familiar also through your training and experience when it comes to pedestrian crashes, as far as sort of the physics or kinematics of how pedestrians interact with vehicles in the course of a collision?
Yes, I am.
Now, I'm going to ask you just a couple of terminology questions when it comes to items that are involved in a collision, sort of simple Newtonian physics, Newton's first law. Can you explain what that is to the jury and sort of how that pertains to any collision between two objects?
The first law?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the when an object stays in motion or stays at rest, will stay at motion or rest until acted upon by an outside force.
Now, with respect to, are you familiar also with a crash reconstruction term called final rest?
Yes, I am.
And are there different derivations of final rest as far as controlled final rest versus uncontrolled final rest?
Correct.
And can you explain just first to the jury what final rest means in relation to crash reconstruction?
Final
And then
rest
how many
means he
differences,
died?
There are between a controlled final rest and an uncontrolled final rest.
Yes, the final rest is what we use for describe the area where a pedestrian came to stop after the collision. It's immediately after the collision. This is where they first stopped.
His
Or
final
the
resting
vehicle,
place.
usually after the collision, it's where this vehicle first stopped. And a controlled final rest is when an operator actually controls the vehicle to the stop, and as opposed to the uncontrolled final rest is when there is no control, usually acted upon by outside forces that will control the vehicle or pedestrian to its final rest.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish what's now been marked as exhibits 584 to 587 for the jury.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I could first ask the diagram last. And Your Honor, may I approach this to return the exhibits to the witness? Mr. Chairman, if I could ask you to zoom in just a little bit on that. And now, Trooper, what you have up on the screen, is that what you have before you as first in that exhibit?
Yes, it is.
Now, using the
Pedestrian's final rest? That is a hell of a long way from the road.
What, if anything, of significance you have noted within this diagram?
Okay. Let me use a pointer. Okay. So in this time, I labeled each part of evidence. So right here would be the pedestrian's final rest, and they're all, since there's so many put together, everything was labeled with a red arrow. That would be pointing to where the final rest is. And this is where a glass cup was found. And these are the red and clear plastic pieces. That's where they were found. And the pedestrian shoe was found here. The smaller versions here in the light blue is one of the fire hydrants, flagpole. This is a label for the street 34. Now see the street name Fairview Road here.
Now, as far as measurements were concerned, what, if anything, were you able to do to measure sort of between different points of roadway evidence, or specifically from the pedestrian or Mr. O'Keefe's final rest in reference to other items that you have depicted on that?
That's a harsh statement. He doesn't seem to be a piece of crap.
Yeah. So on these diagrams, it's hard to see here, but it is a scale diagram. The diagram itself is scale. Once you put a rule up to the actual paper, it's scale. I've also have on here, sorry to see, but there's, I think it's right here. They're called ground control points. They're little X's on the roadway. They are used for the drones imaging, and using the drone imaging will use those in order to help put all the pictures back together.
Oh, I see.
At the time of this, I measured between each point from ground control point 1 to 2 and put it as approximately 50 feet.
This right here is the final resting
50
place.
feet.
I thought the final resting place was
measure
over
off the
here.
diagram,
Right.
and also using the
So it's
program
actually
to
pretty close to the road.
measure to different points while using the diagram.
And as far as starting with the shoe that you have depicted in this diagram, what was the measurement of the shoe away from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I believe the shoe was approximately, I don't know, I think it's approximately 10 feet away.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the.
It's all
refer to the
approximate
report
because
just-
nobody
just-
measured
Yes.
it. The size 2 fonts are nearly
With regard to the
invisible.
shoe,
Right.
how far away approximately was that from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
9 feet.
And did you also have a measurement for how far away the glass cup pieces were from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yeah, 1 foot.
And for the red plastic you have labeled on this diagram as A, how far away from Mr. O'Keefe's body was that?
7 feet.
Now, with regard to the directionality, you also measured sort of directionality as far as the 9 feet the shoe was away. Which direction was it?
Each evidence was measured from the pedestrian's final rest. So the shoe was 9 feet southeast from the pedestrian's final rest.
And if you could, using the laser pointer on the screen, as far as the directionality of this, or if you could first direct the jury's attention to where Mr. O'Keefe's final rest is, and then as far as the directionality of southeast from that rest.
Okay, so right here, pedestrian's final rest, it's more right there. The shoe is right here, so it would be kind of southeast. I have an arrow pointing north to kind of give it an extra.
And the glass cup that was 1 foot away, in which direction was that?
It was about 1 foot north. I think it was found like within, right next to him, so.
And the red plastic that you have labeled as A, again, that was 7 feet. In which direction was that, sir?
That one was east, so it's right here.
As far as the clear plastic, what was the measurement and what was the directionality for that item, sir?
10 feet southeast, so we're about over here.
And the red plastic that you have labeled on the diagram is B. How far was that and what directionality was that?
That was 12 feet southeast. and that
Her
found
car
right
was
here.
heading towards the bottom of the screen.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before your diagram number 2, if I could have that, please.
Diagram 2. This looks
Sir, do you
exactly
recognize
like
what's displayed
diagram
on the
1.
screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, what, if anything, of significance to observe in this particular diagram in reference to the roadway evidence?
It's just essentially the same diagram. It's just a closer up version of it. So you have, yeah, so you show the pedestrian's final rest, glass cup, plastic pieces, the shoe. It's all still depicted in the diagram.
And the red arrows that you had indicated, delineated, depicted sort of from where the words are, to where the items were, is that present in this diagram as well?
Correct.
If I can direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, and like that diagram previously.
That's what I meant to do.
And again, sure, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And if you could just describe to the jury, what are we looking at in this diagram?
Yeah, so this is just a closer up to the evidence. It's a little smaller scale.
And these diagrams are created from photographs sort of with the drone overhead on that date, February 1st, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if I could direct your attention to the last exhibits within those.
These are all the same picture.
And again, sir, if you could, you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And could you describe to the jury again using the laser pointer to delineate what anything is?
I'll be right back, Pete. Hang on.
Drone photograph diagram you have on.
Yeah, so this is from my report. It's the same diagram. Has the same amount of evidence on here. There's a house, there's a light pole here. These lines here, which I mentioned earlier, were the edge of the road and the edge of the sidewalk.
Thanks. Someone you can take that down.
All right, Mr. Lally, why don't we pause here for the lunch and recess? Triple Paul will have you back with us this afternoon,
Thank
okay? And if you follow the jurors out, please.
All rise for jury.
And jurors, why don't we take 40, 45 minutes?
You are muted.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Oh, are we sidebarring? I left you in a sidebar. Sorry, folks. What are we sidebarring for? Oh, we've been abandoned by one of the dogs, too. I see Yoda followed me out of the room, so there's the back of Strawberry's head. All right. Well, the judge is calling for a sidebar for something. While they're doing that, we have to do this. It's the rules, people. It's the rules. Let me get this all set up. We have a rules to follow here. This is a thing. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, "Tell us, please, how many lights?"
There are 4 lights.
It's a thing we do. Sorry, I won't do that again. That's the thing we do with bald people. It just happens sometimes. Thank you for bearing with me. Lunch break should be coming up pretty soon. If Karen hit him, why are there no tire marks on the ground where John's body was found? They're saying she hit him in the road. And then, of course, it was all buried by the snow, the blizzard conditions. Let's see, how far are we from lunch break? Oh, we are at the lunch break. Okay. Right. Oh, I've got some birds chirping out my window. How nice. It is lunch break. So let's fast forward through lunch break. Yeah, it was a lengthy lunch there. Not as long as you. She's trying to do this a little bit quicker here. So what do we got after this? 3. We got the lunch break. Then we go through. There doesn't seem to be any afternoon break. So it looks like they just go straight through for 3 hours. Cool. Hey, Jennifer, it's 3:25 a.m. and time for you to go to bed. I get that. That's how I live every day. All right, and before they get back, let's do a catch up on our bingo card. If you've generated your bingo card from the link pinned to the top of chat, please make these are what you should have marked off so far on your bingo card. Darth Vader mic breathing. Who, if anyone? Lawyer calls for sidebar. Ceiling Dion. What, if anything? Internet search. And dog cam. That's what we're not doing too hot on the bingo answers today, but we've already got at least one person with bingo already. So there you go. Ooh, Patrick Stewart, World War I Macbeth. Oh, that is, I mean, that's remarkable. That absolutely remarkable performance. It is literally hours of nothing, Jeff, until the last 30 minutes. Well, buckle up, people. We're going to sit through nothing for hours until the last 30 minutes. We're doing it all. Now that's a Vegas shirt. No, this isn't a Vegas shirt. Didn't get this in Vegas. This is just one of my shirts. It's summertime. It's my summertime shirt. All right. Anywho, with that out of the way, let's just do our little midstream grift here. We've been going 2 hours and 22 minutes. We've got 326 people here, 392 likes. That's great. Keep hitting that like button, people. And we've got 63 new members so far today. That is amazing. Thank you so much for everybody that's contributed to that. And make sure you hit the subscribe button if you haven't already done so. I would deeply, deeply appreciate your subscription as we inch our way further towards 77,000 subscribers. Right now, we are currently at 76,898. We're 102 subscribers away from 77,000. So come on, people. If you haven't subscribed, just do it. Get on over there and hit that subscribe button. Take a chance on me. It costs you nothing. It makes us all feel fuzzy. Gives us all warm fuzzies. I would deeply, deeply appreciate your subscription. And if you are subscribed, double check to make sure you're still subscribed, because YouTube sometimes unilaterally decides you don't want to be subscribed to me anymore. So, all right, 102 subscribers away from 77,000. That would rule if we could get there very quickly. Thank you so much, people. I deeply, deeply appreciate that. And the dogs are abandoning me. They're sitting out there on the veranda now. All right. Yoda's looking out the window, listening to the birds. Well, just hang tight for a couple hours, Yoda, and we'll go out and have a nice walk later. Okay, everybody, let's get back to the afternoon session. Here we go. Has he talked about he has talked about the body on the front lawn. Hasn't he? Yeah, so let's mark off body on front lawn as well.
Just watch your stuff for me.
Good afternoon, Trooper.
Oh yeah, we marked off ceiling Dion a long time ago.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, with court's permission, may we have exhibit 587 back up on the screen?
Yes.
And this gentleman, that's the drone image. Mr. Paul, direct your attention to what's up on the screen. It's now been marked as exhibit 587. Again, this is the last of the set of 4 diagrams, drone images that I presented for you.
Hey, Lally, there's a microphone.
Now,
Use it.
With respect to the evidence, specifically pieces of taillight that are depicted within this diagram, could you put every single piece of taillight that was recovered on January 29th within this diagram?
No, I did not.
Fair to say you did also not put every piece of taillight that you're aware was recovered over the course of this investigation and depicted in this particular diagram.
That's correct.
Why not?
Now, with respect to this particular area of Fairview Road, understanding that you were there in the daytime, correct?
Yes.
Why did you
When
choose
were there in
those
the
to
daytime,
put
what
in?
if
Why
any
didn't you
notes
put them all in?
As to sort of overhead lighting or available sort of ambient street lighting in the area?
Yeah, so on the top corner, I'll try to right up here, there's a light pole right there, that light pole.
Oh, okay, that was the judge that called
With
for the
relation to
sidebar. All
where
right,
you've
mark that
part
off
of
too.
the
Judge
file
calls for
requisition,
sidebar.
Mr. O'Keefe and the other areas of items of evidence that were recovered from the scene. Was there any lighting in that particular area?
There wasn't.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have that's back. Thank you very much. Now, turning your attention, sir, back to February 1st, 2022. At some point, you were at the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And where specifically within the Canton Police Department did you go?
To the back in the garage area.
And within the garage area, what if anything did you do in the garage area?
In the garage area is where we imaged the airbag control module.
And so, I'm sorry, is it fair to say the defendant's vehicle was located in that garage area?
That is correct.
And you imaged that vehicle, and what, if anything else, did you do with respect to that vehicle that day?
At that point, we just analyzed the damage to the vehicle.
Now, at some point,
Thank you for being here, Norma.
did you perform any sort of mechanical inspection of the vehicle?
Yes.
Was that day or at some later?
It was that day.
And was that in the garage area itself, or where did you perform the mechanical inspection?
We analyzed a little bit of the steering and the brake pedals while sitting in the garage. Then we did testing with it on the in the driveway next to Canton PD.
Now, sir, starting with a visual inspection of the vehicle. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you 2 photographs. Just view those without when you finish. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are crime scene photos that I attached to my report.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is to introduce and admit as the next 2 exhibits.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I return those to the witness?
Yes.
And Your Honor, reports submission.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
Those birds are loud. Can you guys hear the birds outside my window on the mountain? They're really loud.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen right now?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize as?
That's one of the crime scene photos that I attached to my report.
Is that really a crime
What's
scene
contained in
photo?
this, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of front of this vehicle looking at it from the passenger side?
Yes.
I was feeling if I could have the next photograph, please.
Is that really a crime scene photo, or
And
is
Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize as?
That's a crime scene photo that I attached to my report with notations that I made on it.
And what's contained in this photograph is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the rear passenger side area of the defendant's vehicle in the garage on February 1st.
Yes, it is.
Now, step back a little bit here. With regards to what you've noted within this, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in your inspection of this area of the Lexus.
Okay. So on the left side here, I put down the scratches, and there's a dent there. The broken taillight here was here. There's some scratches on the bottom right rear bumper here. And there was glass from a cut back on the bumper.
As far as the glass on the bumper, what, if any, observations did you make of that in relation to the vehicle itself?
Yeah, it appeared to be from a cup as opposed to any glass that came from the vehicle.
Objection.
So I'll strike the first part of the answer, but the second part will stay.
I have no objections to the second part. Thank you.
Now, with regard to the dents that you've delineated within this photograph, did you take any measurements from the ground as to where that was located?
Yes, I did.
And how far did you measure the dent to be approximately from the ground?
Approximately 48 to 50 inches from the ground.
And what, if any, measurements did you take as far as from one part of the vehicle to the other, as far as where the dents were located?
Yeah, so it was approximately 19 inches from the right side of the vehicle.
Now, the scratches that you were talking about before, where were they in relation to the dent?
Right above the dent. I can see right there. That's my hand shaky.
Now, as far as you obviously also made observations of the driver's side taillight as well.
Yes.
And so, from what you observed with the driver's side taillight versus the passenger side taillight, what, if any, observations did you make as far as the color of the pieces that you found missing from the passenger side taillight?
As compared to the left side of the taillight?
Yes.
So on the left side of the taillight, there was red and clear plastic pieces.
Now, the scratch marks along the bumper, did you take any measurements with relation to them?
Yes.
And specifically, did you take measurements from the ground where they were located?
Yes.
What did you measure those?
They were approximately 27 to 28 inches from the ground.
Thanks. Mr. Chairman, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Paul, we can talk about a mechanical inspection of a vehicle just first in general terms. What is it that you're doing with respect to the vehicle in order to conduct that mechanical inspection?
So when we do mechanical inspections, we're obviously checking the steering, make sure the steering moves properly, the brake pedals, make sure they are firm.
See, this is the thing. I mean, there's a mark on the wheel well. There's a scratch near the bumper. There's a dent under the window way above the taillight. The entire taillight seems to be shattered. They can't possibly be saying hit him did all of these marks. They got to pick and choose. And that was kind of a crumpled dent too. That wasn't just like an indentation dent. What are you doing, Yoda? Stop licking the microphone. I mean the camera. So yeah, that dent thing, they can't possibly be trying to link that because it's a crumpled dent, not a I hit something solid dent. Anyway, sorry, got sidetracked there. Do we have anything to clear off here? No. Yes, we do. NP444 with the $5 super chat says, missed you today at a lame group. Cheers to anyone else calling on Mary Jane to get through this. All right, let's go.
Make sure the saddle pedal moves back and forth. Just generally looking at the tires, make sure there's no issues with the vehicle.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle itself as far as any defects or anything to do with the braking, the tires, or any of the other areas that you inspect?
We observe any mechanical defects with the vehicle.
Now, with relation to the weight of the vehicle, what, if any, analysis or what, if anything, did you determine as to the weight of the Lexus?
The weight of the Lexus item was an analysis was just based on I think I have the gross vehicle weighting for the vehicle.
And how much of the vehicle weighs according to gross weight?
I think it was approximately 7,000 pounds.
Now,
7,000 pounds hitting you in the face.
Vehicle and being the taillights and the headlights, what, if anything, did you determine those to be as far as what type of lights were they?
They were LED. Both they were headlights and taillights were both LED tech.
And if you could just expound a little as far as LED lights, what if any significance does that have to you, or what kind of lights are LED? How bright are LEDs?
LED most comparison to what most people think in car and taillights, where I have the bulbs, where they have the filaments. LED is more electronically controlled. They send there's a sensor that will light up, as opposed to a bulb type headlight and taillights.
Now, are you familiar with an organization called NHTSA?
Yes.
And what does NHTSA stand for?
It's the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
And what, if anything, did you do with regard to NHTSA in respect to this vehicle itself?
We run the vehicle through NHTSA to see if there's any recalls on the vehicle.
And what, if any, recalls did you suffer when you ran this particular vehicle through NHTSA?
There were no recalls.
And to be
mark
specific,
off broken tail light.
We're talking about this specific vehicle as opposed to just Lexus's in general make and model, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we put the VIN into the system, and it will tell you if this vehicle has any recalls to it.
Now, you indicated on February 1st at some point you did some testing with the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that testing done, and what did it consist of?
It was done in the parking lot of Canton PD on the same day. We did a forward braking test, a reverse braking test, and a reverse acceleration test.
Now, the parking lot of the Canton Police Station where you did this, what kind of roadway surface was that?
It's an asphalt surface.
Similar to the asphalt surface at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the condition of the roadway as far as how dry or wet was the roadway when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests?
It was wet at the time.
And with respect to your understanding of January 29th, 2022, with the asphalt surface in front of 34 Fairview Road, what was the condition weather-wise as far as that roadway surface at the time of this move?
At the time of the collision?
Yes.
What I understand is it was snowy, so the asphalt road had been fairly wet from snow.
Now, when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests with the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything, did you, what, if any, tool or what, if any, implement did you use in the course of that testing?
We use a device called it's called a V-Box. This one's a V-Box Sport.
It's a beatbox.
The device is attached to the windshield, and then it's also attached by an antenna that goes to the roof. And then basically V-Box, do you want to explain what V-Box is?
Please.
Okay. So a V-Box is just, it measures performance for the vehicle. It uses GPS data to measure the speeds and its location.
His accent slipped through.
Use that it'll give us how fast we were stopping, a drag factor for the roadway for that specific vehicle and type of road, and acceleration factors. So we attach that to the windshield, just kind of give me a way to check its acceleration, check its performance.
And
Nice reference there. That was good.
sorry, Your Honor, one moment, please.
I like his accent started to slip through the data.
So the V-Box is attached to that vehicle. So it's what specifically is it measuring?
So yeah, it's using the GPS data to apply its location, and so it's measuring its speeds and using the speed and the location, putting that together. And once you use the app through the V-Box and you set certain parameters as like you can go, I want 30 miles per hour, 20 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour, and it'll set your vehicle. So when you go to 30 miles per hour, it'll tell you what you're doing at 30, what you're doing at 20, what you're doing at 10, and then it'll know if you're doing braking or acceleration tests. And it'll use those numbers that you have to give you, your acceleration factor or braking factor for the vehicle.
And so for the V-Box Sports device that you use, and you've received training as it applies to using that device?
Yes, I have.
And certification as well?
It's usually just training on it.
Now, with respect to the V-Box Sport,
Give me
as
the
it's attached to
V-Box
that
and
vehicle,
free
that measures
my
specifically
soul.
From that vehicle with those tires on
Little
that roadway
ditty
surface
about
that day,
V-Box and
correct?
Diane.
That's correct.
Now, with regards to that testing on that day, you did some acceleration or reverse acceleration tests, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many of those tests did you conduct?
2.
And describe to the jury sort of how you conducted those tests or what speeds you were using or sort of that process of the 2 reverse acceleration tests that you conducted that day.
So the reverse acceleration test we conducted, we set the parameters up to 25 miles per hour. So what we did is we try to come from a stop at 0 and then press the accelerators about as hard as I could press it and try to go back and see how fast I can get to 25 miles per hour and see what the performance they did at that time.
Because
And
remember,
what
they were
kind
saying
of
that she
data
was
did you,
reversing at 24
see,
miles an hour when she hit
with
it.
the V-Box Sport using during those 2 reverse acceleration tests?
It gave me an acceleration factor. It gave me its speeds and times and distances that it was at each location.
And if you could explain to the jury, sort of when you say acceleration factor, what is an acceleration factor?
It's just a number of how fast the vehicle could travel from an acceleration. It could be a light acceleration to a medium acceleration, a hard acceleration. They all have a different number that you can use to kind of relate it back to what the acceleration is for that vehicle.
And what was the acceleration factor that you were able to obtain with those 2 reverse acceleration tests?
I believe this was I had 0.317, I believe.
Now, during the course of those the reverse acceleration tests that you conducted on that day, what, if anything, did you know? Well, let me ask you this. As far as the operation of the vehicle, who is actually physically operating the
I was actually.
Yeah, let's give
operating
him the
vehicle.
lip smacker. Mark
And
lip
what if any,
smacker off on
what if
your
anything did you note
lip
during
smacking
your
witness on your
operation
video.
of that vehicle during the reverse acceleration test that you conducted?
We also noted the accelerator pedal moved freely. There was no binding. There were no interference from anything on the floor. Nothing interfered with the accelerator pedal. It worked as it's supposed to.
And when you're doing this reverse acceleration test, how are you, if at all, are you manipulating the steering wheel at all, or is it a straight line test, or how is the test? How is the vehicle directed during the test?
So I try to keep it fairly straight.
And when you accelerated in reverse in a fairly straight fashion with the steering wheel, what, if anything, did you note about that?
We kept the vehicle fairly straight. There was it was fairly easy to keep control of.
Now, in addition to the 2 reverse acceleration tests, what, if any, testing did you do with regard to reverse braking?
Yeah, so we conducted 2 reverse braking tests.
And again, similar, can you describe to the jury, this is also with the V-Box board attached, is that correct?
Correct.
So you're obtaining data from that as well?
Yes.
And during the course of the reverse braking test, what, if anything, first as far as data is concerned, how fast were these tests being conducted? What, if anything, was input, and what, if any, data did you receive from?
Yeah, so the reverse braking one, we try to get up to about 30 miles per hour. And then once we get up to that speed, that's when we apply the brakes, try to brake brakes fairly hard to try to get the vehicle to stop.
And are you also familiar with the term known as a deceleration factor?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
It's just essentially the opposite of an acceleration factor. This is a number for how fast the vehicle would slow down.
And with regard to the deceleration factor from the 2 reverse braking tests that you conducted on that date, what, if any, figure did you receive from the instrument, from the V-Box score?
For the reverse braking?
Yes.
I believe this one was so Zelle gets you a drag factor number for this vehicle too, and it's our deceleration factor, which was both are used the same way. This one was a point, I think it was 7.1.
Now, with regard, again, you're operating the vehicle during these 2 reverse braking tests, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
And what, if anything, did you note in regard to the operation of the vehicle when you were conducting these 2 reverse braking tests?
Yeah, the brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation from the brake.
Now, in addition, sir, were you able to conduct some forward braking tests?
Yes, I was.
And similar again, could you describe to the jury as far as how you were operating the vehicle during the forward braking test?
Yes, essentially the same thing as reverse. If I was going forward this time, I got up to 30 miles per hour, and I would just apply the brakes about as hard as I could apply them to the stops.
And again, are you receiving from the instrument some sort of deceleration factor?
Yes, I was.
Did you recall what that was?
Yeah, it was a 0.69.
And during the course of your operation of the vehicle during the forward braking test, again, what, if anything, did you note in regard to the operation of the fence vehicle?
Same as before, that brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation, no issues.
Now, you talked a little bit about a ACM or an airbag control module, correct?
Correct.
You indicated earlier in your testimony that you had downloaded information from that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you download that information, what, if anything, do you get from the vehicle, or what, if any, how are you able to sort of read or interpret that data?
So in the airbag control model, it's equipped with a spot 8-bit data recorder on EDR. And then that data from the EDR, we will use the BOSS EDR software, and we'll attach to the vehicle. And then that software will basically extract the information or image the information that's in the module. And so that information could range from getting us speeds, if there was braking, if there was steering wheel movements, basically like looking for change of velocity, that type of. So there's a lot of information around the vehicle.
May I approach you?
Yes.
When the documents are 7 pages in length, it's asked you to review that when you're finished.
Sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the document that gets printed out through from the airbag control model through the crash route retrieval software.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm up to seek to introduce the minutes in that exhibit.
No objection.
590.
Now, sir, when it comes to the CDR printouts, or let me ask you this. When it comes to the airbag control module, who is that designed to protect or to apply to in respect to safety measures with the vehicle?
Applies to the occupants inside the vehicle.
And this may sound a little first when I say it, but essentially the airbag control module is typically not designed.
Yeah,
to
the
protect people
airbags
on the
didn't
exterior or the
deploy,
outside
did
of the
they?
vehicle, correct?
That's
Correct.
interesting.
Now, you've been involved in a number of crash investigations.
I just
involving
realized that.
pedestrians, correct?
Yes.
And as far as this particular case, what, if any, sort of useful or significant information were you able to interpret or retrieve from the ACM?
And this through the software, there was no data recovered or no events recovered.
And when it comes to pedestrian crashes in general, and as far as there being no data in this case, is that something that's abnormal?
It is not.
Explain to the jury sort of why.
So what an airbag control module is doing is, as it's running, it's constantly monitoring the vehicle. It's looking for like a sudden change of velocity, and like a collision. So once it feels that sudden change of velocity, essentially it will wake up and monitor the vehicle, see if there's people wearing seatbelts on, what's the speed of the vehicle, number of different things that it could look for. And all it wants to do is either, do I deploy the airbags or do I tighten the seatbelts? So most motor vehicle crashes with a car-on-car crash, there will be a higher change of velocity. So that's usually kind of what it's looking for. Pedestrian crashes are there's not going to be much change of velocity to the vehicle. That means when they both interact with each other, the pedestrian is not going to change that vehicle's velocity in such a quick manner as, say, two cars would strike each other.
Now, with respect to crash reconstruction in general, are you familiar with the term called delta V?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means as far as what is a delta V and what is it measured?
So that's kind of what I was saying about the change of velocity. It was a change of velocity. And I mean, like change of velocity, like it's also within a certain amount of time. So change amount of speed within a certain amount of time. So.
And with respect to people as it applies to crashes or collisions involving pedestrians, and I think you've said a little bit about this, but what, if any, impact on the velocity of the vehicle would striking a pedestrian typically have?
Very little.
Now, specifically when it applies,
That reminds me of if any of you have read the book Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy or seen the old BBC movie. I don't think the recent, well, the movie version had it in, but it was the scene where right at the beginning of the book where they were completely raze Arthur Dent's house to make way for a bypass, and he protested by laying in front of the bulldozer. And the foreman says, "Mr. Dent, have you any idea how much damage this bulldozer were to suffer if I were to let it roll straight over you?" He said, "No, how much?" "None at all." That's kind of what I'm thinking. He's saying that if you would have ran into a dude's face with a 7,000-pound vehicle, it wouldn't have impacted the speed of the vehicle significantly enough to deploy the airbag. But I don't know. I've seen airbags get deployed for like ridiculous reasons. But anyway, we'll see how this goes. I'm curious.
to pedestrian collisions in general, are you familiar with the concept of linear momentum?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it applies with pedestrian crashes in general?
Linear momentum. Momentum is essentially when two objects interact with each other. They come in with momentum and they leave with momentum, with essentially the same momentum. And linear momentum just means something that's in line with each other.
Now, as far as we talked a little bit earlier in your testimony about roadway evidence, when it comes to your experience with pedestrian collisions, what, if any, relationship does that linear momentum have in relation to roadway evidence that you would expect to find at a scene of a pedestrian collision?
So when a pedestrian strikes a vehicle, they will go in the direction where the vehicle was traveling. So if the vehicle is traveling one way, the pedestrian strikes, it will go essentially that same way, depending on what part that vehicle strikes.
Now, as far as other items that the pedestrian may either have in their hand or other items of looser fitting clothing, what, if any, experience do you have as far as observations of those on collision scenes involving pedestrian collisions?
Yeah, so it's not uncommon for pedestrians to lose essentially any sort of loose clothing. So shoes, belts, hats, anything that's not very strapped on very well, could leave the body.
And as far as directionality is concerned, when it applies to that linear momentum that you were speaking of before,
Insert strap-on jokes here.
Sort of loosely held or handheld items, or would glasses be included within that as well?
Correct.
So those types of items, as far as directionality is concerned, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about that?
Yeah, so they will go in the same direction the pedestrian travels post-impact. We usually use that as kind of a post-impact path of travel for the pedestrian, showing that this is the direction that they would have traveled from where they got struck.
Now, are you also familiar with the reconstruction terms known as area of impact and point of impact?
Correct.
And can you explain what those terms mean in a crash reconstruction context for the jury?
Yeah, so an area impact is essentially the area where the crash happens, where these two vehicles or vehicle pedestrians, where their initial impact happens. Point to impact is the same thing. It's just more down to like that specific point at that specific area. Area can mean a little bit broader in that sense.
And what are some of is this something that is delineated somewhat, at least by roadway evidence?
Correct.
And if you could describe to me sort of what types of roadway evidence that would lead you or any crash reconstructionists to formulate an opinion as to the area of impact?
Yeah, so like I said earlier with the path of travel. So a lot of in collisions most of our collisions, we start where the final rest goes, and we follow the debris or the clothing. We're back to where, follow that path back to where it came from. And we know within that area, that's where an area impact would be.
Now, with relation to the evidence that was depicted on the diagrams that were up on the screen before as the exhibits, what, if any, relationship would the taillight pieces and the shoe that were recovered from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road have in relation to that area of impact?
Yeah, so they were found alongside the roadway. So I know that they were found, the area impact had been somewhere within the roadway and probably somewhere at the beginning, just prior to the beginning of the first point of evidence that we found.
So somewhere towards the first point of evidence contained within that debris field, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, could have one more?
Yes.
Now, sir, are you also familiar with a safety system specifically applicable to Lexus vehicles?
Yes.
And have you received training in regard to downloading information in regard to that as well?
Yes.
And what is that safety system? What is that called?
It's called the Toyota TechStream software.
And so the Toyota TechStream is a software similar to the crash data retrieval or CDR software that you're talking about, but just specific to a Lexus.
Yeah, but it's between Toyota and Lexus has software. The TechStream
Toyota.
is similar in the fact that they both record data to the vehicle.
What's a
TechStream
Toyota?
was created by Toyota for their technicians to diagnose vehicles and use that information to help, any kind of mechanical issues that they would have with the vehicle that they can do when you bring your car to them. They can look at the TechStream and just kind of find out what caused the mechanical issue.
Now, with respect to the Toyota TechStream data that's available, what kind of data are we talking?
So TechStream, yeah, they also did diagnostic stuff. So they're looking for any engine defaults or anything else. But they also have what's called a vehicle control history in it.
Sorry, I missed that. Called what?
A vehicle control history.
Thank you.
And the vehicle control history it's basically monitoring people's driving behavior. So it has certain, they call it triggers that they have listed. And when those triggers are met, they will record data related to that trigger.
And what type of data, in general terms, what type of data are you able to recover through the Toyota TechStream tool from the vehicle control history?
Yeah, so each trigger, you can record the same as you got to get your speeds, brakes, the accelerator pedals on, look for steering wheel angles, engine RPMs, all the information that you have related to vehicles.
Now, in addition, is it possible with vehicles that have some vehicles made that are accessible through this Toyota TechStream, including Lexus, which I should say, I'm sorry, so Lexus is manufactured by Toyota, correct?
That's correct.
So in some vehicles, Toyota or Lexus vehicles are made by that manufacturer, are equipped with camera systems, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, in general terms, what, if anything, in relation to the camera system is possible to collect from the vehicle control?
The camera systems in certain vehicles can record photos, like little grainy black and white photos.
And were you able to recover any black and white photos or photos of any kind from the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I was not.
Now, with
That's
respect
interesting.
to the sort of physical process of the downloading using this Toyota TechStream tool, can you
So it has a camera system in it, but it didn't capture any images of her backing into somebody. Interesting.
explain to the jury sort of how that's physically done or what you're doing to the vehicle in order to download that information?
It's the same process, just different software as we would for the airbag control module. As I said before, we plug into the DLC port, and then of that software program, and we follow the steps and we extract the information from the vehicle.
Now, the extraction of the Toyota TechStream data in this particular case, when was that accomplished?
For this one, I believe it was February 2nd, 2023.
So a year and a day after you had conducted the braking installation test and inspected the vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage.
That's
Fair
correct.
enough.
And so as far as the timing of that being February 2nd of 2023, why was that?
I was at the time of my initial inspection, I didn't really know much about TechStream at that point. So over time, I kind of learned about TechStream. And so once I learned about it and I thought this is relevant to our case, and I looked more into it and found that it is relevant. So.
And the Toyota TechStream, as far as that applicability or that tool, is that a relatively newer tool in the area of crash reconstruction?
It is getting fairly newer, as like it's getting spread out. It's getting bigger. It first got created on one vehicle in 2014. So it's been slowly trickling into the Toyotas and Lexus vehicles over time. But it's definitely gotten bigger within the past couple of years.
Now, with regard to this information, when you were then able to download that information, you received some data, is that correct?
That's correct. And
you mentioned that it goes, or it's measured sort of by triggers, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from the data that you were able to obtain from the defendant's vehicle, what type of data were you able to retrieve as it relates to the vehicle control history?
Yeah, so I mean, this had like a page and a half full of triggers that over the vehicle's time span that it captured.
And with respect to the triggers, how many triggers did it capture?
It's like a page and a half. I don't know exact numbers or how many triggers that was on each page, but there was, it's at least a good page and a half full of triggers.
Your Honor, may the trooper refer to his notes in regard to that? Trooper, if I could direct you, I think it's page 9 of your report.
Okay.
And how many triggers was it, sir?
Can you count them?
Does he have to count them, Mr. Lally?
No, I don't think he has to count them. Sir, if I could direct you to paragraph 22.
Oh, yeah, so 22 separate triggers. So in my report, it says 22 separate triggers that occurred on odometer mileage 12665 to 12666.
And with regard to the mileage that you noted as far as being between miles 12665 and miles 12666, that's 12,665 to 12,666, correct?
Correct.
And what was the mileage that you observed on the vehicle at inspection?
12,665.
And at the time that you conducted this Toyota TechStream download from the vehicle, what was the mileage at that time?
12,666.
And there's also reference within the vehicle control history data in regard to something called a key cycle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what a key cycle is and what are the different things that could trigger a key cycle?
Key cycle is essentially, so it's from the ignition cycle. Let's fix that. Sorry. So a key cycle is essentially from when the vehicle's off, it's pressed on. It doesn't necessarily need to be running or turned on. It just needs to be turned on and then off again, and that'd be one key cycle.
Now, with relation to your analysis in regard to the vehicle control history, what, if any, role did the key cycle numbers, or what kind of role did that play in your analysis?
It shows me where how far away they were from each other. The key cycles were.
And how far away in what terms?
So when I turned the vehicle on, when I did my testing, it showed me what key cycle was that I was on when I did those testings, and then the odometer mileage in relationship to that.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Approach.
So I'm showing you the document. Just ask you to look at that. Look up. Finish. And do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is the table from the vehicle control history from my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Call up to introduce the witness next. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. The 591.
Your Honor, may I have a moment and then return it to the witness?
Yes.
Yes. She's
Your Honor,
prickly.
if I could ask for a public assistance, sure. Trooper Paul, what's up on the screen? Is that the exhibit that you have before you?
Yes, it is.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what we're looking at in this exhibit and what type of information, where it's located within this exhibit.
Okay, so this is the vehicle control history. Every single point here, this is where the triggers are. This is the labels for each trigger. Odometer mileage is on this label here. These are the elapsed time and key cycles. I have noted through arrows here, these were when the vehicle was with us, and a lot of this is related to my testing with the vehicle. And these right before that were the triggers that were prior to those testings.
Now, from the
Okay, so these testing times. Hang on here.
within this table, sir, there are two triggers.
He's used. They're doing these tests here for 10 seconds and 19 seconds. That's a lot of ground you're covering. Accelerating in reverse for 10 or 19 seconds. Interesting.
Triggers are reported at odometer mile 12,629.
These are the testing.
Yes.
And what's the key cycle associated with 12,629?
1,162.
Now, these triggers that are contained as far as the 12,629, that's prior to the.
Okay, you have to either come close or speak up even louder, Mr. Lally.
I will speak louder.
There's no microphone near you. That's the problem with the court reporter.
My issue is, Your Honor, there's no light over here.
All right, so let's turn the light on and then you can ask your question, then we'll turn the light right back off, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. My apologies. So that odometer mile, as far as two triggering events, at 12,629, correct?
Yes.
And that occurs prior to the 12,665, 12,666 during the course of your braking and acceleration test, correct?
Correct.
And the mileage difference between those two, did you do that math?
Yes.
What was the mileage difference between the two?
36.
And how many key cycles were different between your testing and that odometer reading of 12,629?
2 key cycles.
Now, as far as the, what if any information did you have and where did you get it in relation to the defendant's vehicle's path of travel prior to those odometer readings that you noted when you did your
Yeah. So yeah, I was told that where she traveled afterwards or prior to that. I was noted their locations, and I used those locations through Google to get a mileage for them.
May I approach her?
Yes.
There it is at the bottom. Lol, high accelerator pedal for low speed and sudden braking. These are the tests. These
What do you recognize that?
now, my understanding is these are the tests that they're running. These are the test results they're running, not a review of the actual data of the accident. So these are the tests they're running.
Those are the Google directions. I put them in a table and put in my report.
And may I approach her?
Yes.
I wanted to introduce the next exhibit.
At the bottom of the page. Okay, we'll look at the bottom of the page here next time it comes
Thank
up.
you.
All right, I have 1 minute, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I return it to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with permission, if I could publish it to the jury.
Okay.
Someone, if you could, Mark, just make this a little. Now, Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit before you?
Yes, I do.
And these are, again, if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at here and how you came to these mileage rules.
Yes. So when I got the directions, it showed that we got from 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Ave. And when I put that address onto Google, it gave me suggested routes. So I put each suggested route on there and the time it took. So I did that with every direction from 1 Meadows Ave to Waterfall to 12 Country Lane, and 12 Country Lane to 1 Meadows Ave, and then 1 Meadows Ave to 345 Country Hill Drive, North Dayton. So I did that for every single one and find suggested routes. So which is labeled in all these boxes here. And then at the bottom here, I did a total distance and I did a min and the max distance of, the minimum was 36.1 and the max distance of 38.8.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to take that down for a minute and I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Okay. All right. Wonder what that's all about. Yeah. So this isn't what he did. This is him testing what the vehicle does. All right. And while we've got this here, I hope she doesn't mind, but I want to pause this here for, well, not on him. I just want to take just a quick little shout out to everybody. And again, I hope she doesn't mind, but one of our super mods, Alabama Rose, she's been going through a bit of a rough patch. She needs a little bit of love. All in 1 week, she snapped her ankle, had surgery. Her mother passed away yesterday, and the hospice nurse ran over their dog. So Alabama Rose has been going through it. Let's show her a little bit of love. Let's show Alabama Rose some love. She needs all of our support here. She's one of the best. She's one of the OG mods, one of the truly good people around here. I just wanted to point that out. I hope you don't mind me mentioning that, but we love you, Rose.
Now, in addition to those distances there depicted in that exhibit, sir, have you also looked at a mileage or distance between, the first up there was as far as 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that gave you sort of 3 different routes to travel, is that correct?
Yes,
And the minute of the max was 2.2 to 2.6.
correct.
Now, if you were to add that as an additional sort of distance travel to the 36.1 to 38.8 that you had calculated, how much of a difference does that make?
Between the two min maxes,
Yes.
only 2.7.
And as far as your analysis that we're about to discuss, adding in that approximate 2 points, whatever miles, how much of a difference does that make to your analysis and ultimate conclusions in regard to the VCH or vehicle control history data?
As we're going later, but so the 36 is just within the realm that she could have traveled 36. The odometer mileage is odometer mileage. So 36 is 36. That's what's on the vehicle. So within the realm of possibilities that the vehicle could have traveled 36 miles after the 2 triggers that are in this vehicle.
Now, with respect to that minimum and max as far as the 36.1, 38.8, what, if any, relationship does that have to the difference in the odometer readings that you observed between when you conducted the braking test and when you observed these 2 triggering events that you were talking about the earlier mile?
I said no difference. The odometer mileage is the odometer mileage is 36.
And so I guess what I'm asking, sir, is the 36 miles, is that within the range of the 2 triggering events that you were just talking about?
Yes, it was.
Now, as far as within your report and your analysis, did you come up with sort of a label as far as these 2 different triggering events that you observed?
Yes, I did.
And that incorporated the mileage, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was, again, 12,629, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as any further label that you put on it, how did you label it?
I laid them as in when they occurred. One's 12,629A and one other one's 12,629B.
And with respect to the A and B, which one occurred first?
The A occurred first.
And may I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Okay, time for a little jog down the hall. I'll be back.
Sure, you have another document asking you to just review that. Finished.
Yep.
And do you recognize that?
I do. It's the data chart from the 12,629 miles A chart.
May I approach January?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce the minute.
No objection.
The 593.
Again, if I could just have a moment, Sean.
Yes.
May I return this to the witness, Sean?
Yes.
Reports submission.
Yes.
Okay, so with the document before you, what's now up on the screen, do you recognize that as what's now been marked as the next exhibit?
I do.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what these rows indicate as far as what information is there, and if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this as far as 12,629 miles A.
Okay. So each row, starting from the top, is the vehicle control history time, which is the time that's recorded in the module itself or in the software that gets recorded as each time, and it's recorded as seconds. This time is the time from the start of the key cycle. So it starts off with 652.8, and each one is incremented in approximately half-second increments up to, let me show it, right here where the trigger, this is what's called where the trigger happened. So right here is where it kind of goes from 4.5 to 4.6, and then goes up to 5. Then everything after that is about half-second increments from each other. Recorded 10 seconds of time, which is labeled in this one, total time of 10 seconds. And also put time from trigger, just kind of label it back to, here's the trigger right here. And that's the time between each one. Sorry if I can read this right. So and right here, this is the vehicle speeds. The blue is just labeled because that's the speed. Zeros are labeled as a light blue is 0. So if I could read this. So this shows that the vehicle is traveling at 9.9 miles per hour. It's slowing down to about 0 right here, and then stops for that time, and then increases speeds back up to. It goes up to 6.2, and then slows back down to 0, and then back up to 1.7 to I think it's 8.7. Did I read that right? The next below for us is miles per hour to kilometers. This is the accelerator opening ratio, which is really where this trigger comes from, because the trigger is labeled as the accelerator pedal opening angle is medium to higher immediately after shifting to reverse. All right, they label it as R.
If I could stop you there just for a second. Sorry.
This is the view I was looking for.
Accelerator pedal opening angle.
Sorry.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means and how that relates to sort of the operation of it?
So the accelerator pedal is, the part where everybody puts their foot on and gets the vehicle to go. So the pedal, this is what's showing how far the pedal was actually pressed by the operator of the vehicle. And that gives you a percentage of that. So if it's, 0 is not pressed, then 100% is all the way down. So they label the trigger, I think 30% is medium to higher in this way Toyota labels it. So and that's where you'll see the trigger is around 31.5%. And it also shows start from the beginning, goes from 0 and increases up to 50.5%. And that's 5 seconds. That's only, a little over a second past the trigger. It's up 50% and then back off, and then back onto the accelerator again, up to 34%.
Now, as far as this data is concerned for the VCH data from the Toyota tech screen, what, if any, information are you able to glean as far as directionality, as far as forward, reverse, left, right, things like that from this data? So on this label right here, it shows the shift position signal. 1 is forward and 2 is reverse. So this right here is showing the vehicle was in drive and going forward, and then the vehicle got shifted into reverse, and then back to drive again. Now, from your experience and from your training when it comes to interpreting this type of data, do you have any opinion as to sort of what type of maneuver or what type of actions the vehicle was taking during the course of this triggering event?
Yes, it appears the vehicle was slowing down and making a U-turn, because also the other thing into it shows steering signal, and the steering wheel showed that she was driving left and then right and the back left again, and also when she's on the brake switch.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay, so that was her results, but I didn't see any timestamp. Weird and confusing. So, looks like we got about another hour and a half.
You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's the one, the 12,000, the data chart from my report was labeled as 12,629 miles speed.
So that's the second triggering event within this same mileage reading on the odometer, same key cycle?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come on, please do some minutes next. No objection.
Okay.
Again, just one moment, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Yes, and for the sake of taking the best use of our time, if they're in evidence for the rest of this afternoon, both of you can then just ask to go ahead and put them up and not ask for permission.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could.
Oh, Steffi, this is all on your car. It's unavoidable.
And to recall, you recognize what's up on the screen now?
I do.
This is the VCH data chart from that same mileage with the second triggering event as far as 12,629 miles peak, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is in the same odometer range as well as the same key cycle as what was just up on the screen as far as 12,629 miles A, correct?
Yes.
This occurs after A, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, similar to before, when it comes to this VCH data up on the screen, if you could, using the laser pointer, demonstrate to the jury what, if anything, of significance you note with respect to this data.
So for this one, same label as before, as you said, the vehicle history time is, if I can see that, the trigger time is 1,142.2 seconds after key cycle. And this one shows all the same thing, 10 seconds of data. And let's go, so the vehicle speed on this one shows that she's slowing down, and it's 13.7 miles per hour and gets down to 0. And then she's down to 0 for a while, and then the vehicle speed increases up to 24.2 miles per hour at its max speed. Then it goes down to 23.6 as the last two labels. And the accelerator pedal angle at this point at key trigger is 36.5 and increases up to 74.5%. And it stays around 74.5%, 74, 73.5, and 74.
For how long?
Now, that's 74.5% as far as the pressure being applied to the accelerator pedal, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that, 74.5, that's about 3/4 down, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to this data from 1269 miles B, what, if anything, are you able to tell from this data as far as when that occurred in relation to 1269A?
So they occurred about approximately 8 minutes. So 1269A occurred 8 minutes prior to the other one, and they both occurred on the same odometer mileage.
Now, with respect to the duration of the data that you were able to obtain from this one, specifically 12629 miles B, what kind of duration of data are we looking at in this particular table of chart?
Say that again.
How long a period of time does this take?
So this is from the start of key cycle, or this this one?
Just this one.
Okay. So this is 10 seconds of data.
And with respect to that 10 seconds of data, as far as the 24.2 miles per hour, when does that occur within the 10 seconds of data for this particular event?
So 24.2, as I'll point out, is right here. It's actually around the 9-second mark.
Now, similar to the other charts for A that was up on the screen a moment before, is there an indication as far as the accelerator pedal opening angle?
Yes.
And what, if any, significance does that have, or what, if anything, does that indicate to you from this data?
It shows that the accelerator pedal angle went up to 74.5%. So as out of 100%, it went up to 74.5%.
Now,
So she
with respect
stomped on the
to
accelerator.
directionality for this, what, if any, data is contained within this chart in respect to that?
Yeah, so on the bottom row, it shows the steering signal. It just shows slowing down 0. It's like 0.5, 9, 13.5, 13.5. I think it's 13.5, 0, 4.5. And we're talking about steering wheel, how far does the steering wheel move from left to right? So that's the degrees of a steering wheel angle.
Now, as far as when the vehicle is shifted sort of from drive or neutral or park or whatever it was, at some point, is there an indication in this data set on this table as far as when the vehicle was placed into reverse?
Yes.
And how far into this 10-second data set was the vehicle placed into reverse?
At 4 seconds, it's right here.
And so am I correct then that there is a 5-second difference between 4 seconds when it's placed in reverse and 9 seconds approximately when it achieves that 24.2 miles per hour?
Correct.
Now, as far as the 74.5% pressure that's placed on the accelerator pedal, when is that recorded in seconds in relation to the 10-second data set in this table?
74.5 starts at the 8 seconds.
Now, as far as this trigger is concerned, I understand from your testimony that the maximum speed is 24.2. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the vehicle speed recorded at the end of this 10-second data set?
23.6.
Now, as far as the vehicle being in sort of different sets, as far as drive, reverse, things of that nature, what, if anything, did you observe within this data set as far as how it is at the beginning, how it changes at all? What happens with regard to that in the data set?
So this one shows that the vehicle was in drive. It starts off in drive. It's slowing down to 0, and it goes to 0, which is neutral, then goes down, then it goes into reverse. So it's going straight, it stops, then it's placed in reverse, and then goes back, goes in reverse.
Now, as far as the reverse is concerned, you indicated there's also some steering angles that are recorded with this data.
Yes.
And what, if anything, was recorded in this 10 seconds of data? Specifically, I'm asking from the time that it goes to reverse to the end of the set, the end of the data set. What, if anything, do you observe with reference to the change in steering angle of the steering wheel?
It does not change much. It's only 13. I think the far it goes is left is at 13.5%. So that's only, I mean, if the steering wheel's a circle, the whole circle is 360 degrees. So 13.5% is only, and it's still fairly straight in the vehicle and at 13.
Whoa. Wait a minute. What is 13.6% of 360? Yeah, so he's saying that they went very straight because there was only a 13.6% variance in the steering wheel direction. That's 50 degrees. That's a 50-degree turn. That's a pretty substantial turn to turn the steering wheel that much to turn the steering wheel 50 degrees. Come on, dude.
%.
So from this data, this vehicle is backing up in the manner of about 5 seconds or so, in a fairly straight line, and achieves a maximum speed of 24.2 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
So, backing up for 5 seconds with a 50-degree turn of the steering wheel, you would be going one direction or the other. Quite a ways. This is sending off my bullshit detectors. Not that this information is wrong, but their narrative, how it fits into their narrative. That part of my bullshit sensor is being set off.
And even at the end of this data set, the vehicle is still traveling approximately 23.6 miles per hour.
Correct.
Now, as far as the small deviations in steering that you were testifying about, based on your training and experience, what, if anything, would cause that?
Well, the steering wheel was obviously caused by operator traveling only small amounts, right, up to here. So it's only just operator steering at those small deviations.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So she jams on the accelerator, turns the wheel 50 degrees for 5 seconds, gets up to. Can you get to 24 miles per hour in reverse on snowy roads in 5 seconds?
What do you recognize that to be?
It's a more of a closer up snippet of that document that I have attached to my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Hard practice. Call up to introduce the next exhibit. No objection, Your Honor.
You can go ahead. You can go ahead and publish it if you're inclined to.
Well, see, that's what I'm wondering. If she jammed on the accelerator to 74%, would that spin her tires on the snowy road? I don't know.
Significance you observe in this portion of the days.
Yeah, so I circled in here.
Oh, I heard a siren and I thought it was on the court. I thought but the siren's outside my window, not the court's window. Dang it.
It dropped from 24.2 to 23.6. And also the steering wheel signal went from a left at 4.5 to a right 4.5. So positive to a negative. And also the same thing with the accelerator opening ratio kind of stays consistent with 74%.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another document. Okay. You recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's a vehicle control history distance chart. I have calculated and attached to my report.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to see if you introduce the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay. So go ahead and publish it if you're inclined.
Yeah, there's a lot. If only this trooper did accurate investigating and tested this in the snow. See, this could be some very interesting cross-examination.
It's now been marked as exhibit 596.
I do.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, let me ask you this first. As far as this table and this information up on the screen, I should have asked you this before. What?
Nobody
how was this
knows.
table created and what, if anything?
Nobody
does this
knows.
illustrate?
Yeah, so this illustrates from the chart of 12,629B. I started from when the vehicle was placed into reverse, and when it immediately goes from 0 and travels up to 23.6. Just that's like the last part of that last chart we had.
And what, if anything, were you able to do as far as distance travel, and how were you able to determine that?
So I used the vehicle speeds and the time, and calculated a distance that the vehicle traveled during this time.
And as far as the total distance traveled from the 0 to the 23.6 at the end, what was the total distance there?
97.35 feet.
And with respect to the vehicle's maximum speed, as far as 24.2 miles per hour that's reported within this data set, how much distance had the vehicle traveled prior to
Wait,
achieving?
what? She traveled 97 feet in reverse? That's 30 yards. Well, actually, it's 32 yards, 32 and some change. When the shit did she go 30 yards? She went from allegedly from near the fire hydrant to wherever the snowplow Jeep was done. This isn't making any sense to me. American Dreamer, lawyer, math, Jeff. What am I wrong? That'd be like 30 some odd yards. That something isn't making sense to me here. 97.35 feet in reverse. Exactly, Straubs. What's up? All right, let's hear it out. I'm just trying to make sense of this in my head.
Achieving that 24 points per mile per hour.
62.51 feet.
Thanks.
Buddha Bear,
Just to retrieve your arm.
Yes.
basically 30 meters. She went 30 meters in reverse.
Now, Paul, with regard to, based on your training and experience, with respect to this type of data and crash reconstruction in general, this particular set of data from, who's the name again? From 12,629 miles B. What, if any, type of collision is that data set consistent with, and why?
Yeah, there's a point there where it appears to be consistent with a pedestrian strike.
And why is it that your interpretation of that data you feel is consistent with the pedestrian strike?
It's the sudden change of speed at 24.2 to 23.6 in a half second, while the accelerator pedal is still at a consistent 74%. And also the steering wheel angle goes left at 4.5 degrees and also goes right to 4.5 degrees and then goes back to left after that. So right at that spot.
Would it also be
with the pedestrian
consistent
strike?
with hitting a snowbank
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, the pedestrian,
or
in
hitting the
this collision,
curb?
what, if any, data were you able to see or review in relation to your reconstruction analysis in this case?
Say with
As far as Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you learn about his injuries?
Like what types of injuries he had?
Yes.
Yeah, there were blunt force injuries. I believe it was abrasions or lacerations, and blunt force injuries.
And the injuries that you observed or that you were informed about, that you learned that from the medical examiner, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to the injuries Mr. O'Keefe was recorded as having sustained, according to the medical examiner, what, if any, relationship did those injuries have to you in relation to a pedestrian collision?
Sorry, say it again.
As far as the injuries that you were informed by the medical examiner that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained,
Yes.
what, if any, relationship did those injuries have in relation to a pedestrian collision?
They are consistent with a pedestrian collision.
And how so?
Due to, we can break down each injury, due to the arm, the lacerations of the arm from the tail light, the dent where the scratches for his hand could be. Those are something that would be consistent with this in this particular case with striking a Lexus.
Now, specifically with reference to this case, what, if any, analysis did you conduct with regard to kinematics?
Yes, I did a kinematics analysis in my report. Kinematics deals with the aspect of motion.
And I'm sorry, if you could expand upon that just a little bit and explain to the jury sort of what a kinematics analysis is.
So kinematics.
LC Mary, you say if steering was 12 inches with 4.5 degree of turn, no, it was almost 50 degree of turn. It was almost a 50-degree turning of the wheel.
Analysis is, like I said, it deals with the aspects of motion. Pedestrian crashes get kind of labeled in certain types of how they interact. So in this particular case, I kind of labeled it as a forward projection crash with a side swipe. And what I mean by forward projection means that when a pedestrian gets struck by a vehicle, well, basically the principal impact forces are above the pedestrian center of gravity, as in this case where you get the higher back of the vehicle. When you get struck by something like that, it projects you forward in the direction of the vehicle. And in this situation where he gets more struck through the side of the vehicle on the taillight area, that it projected him to forward and into the left due to this like more of a side swipe manner.
Now, with respect to you mentioned the height of the vehicle.
But if you're hit by a 7,000-pound vehicle at 24 miles an hour, above your center of gravity such that it would tip you forward into the car and around, there'd probably be a little bit of bruising around the rib area or stomach area. Their theory has to be that he caught the car in the face, because there was no other injuries anywhere to his body other than on his right arm. This is making it more confusing than ever.
Vehicle, as far as the shape of the back of the vehicle, what if any relationship does that have in regard to you sort of labeling this as a forward projection / side swipe collision?
Yeah, due to being pretty flat, it's not the front of the vehicle where you have the hood and the pedestrian standing above the hood. It's the back of the vehicle. It's pretty flat and it's pretty higher up.
Now, with respect, you also made aware through your review of the medical examiner's report that there was injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
And based on your training experience and particularly with pedestrian collisions, what, if any, significance did that have in relation to your opinion as to how Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the defendant vehicle?
So when you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would cause his vehicle to rotate kind of counterclockwise. And then when that rotation, he could turn it into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was asphalt curbing, which could have, somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along any of the pavement would have
All right,
damage.
Dude,
most forward
to
projection
me,
crashes
my
have
gut feeling is
damage
he's
on
talking
both sides of the
straight out
body.
of his ass.
Why is that?
Due to them get projected forward, so they get hit from behind, they had damage to the back, and then when they get projected forward, they get damage to the front. So, I mean, in this case, he got projected and got spun counterclockwise due to where he got impacted the vehicle.
Dude seems to be talking out of his ass to
Now,
me.
with regard to the vehicle speeds, kinematically speaking, from your analysis in respect to that, what, if anything, can you say in relation to, just in general terms, as far as a pedestrian collision is concerned, how much of that vehicle speed would a pedestrian be assuming in the context of a pedestrian collision with forward projection?
Forward projection will have almost 100% speed post-impact. And more, like I said, in this case, it's more the fact that he didn't get 100%, like his center mass didn't strike the vehicle, so he would not have been thrown 100% of the vehicle speed post-impact. His right side would have sustained the vehicle speed, and that would cause him to spin out. So as opposed to traditional forward projection, if he was right there in the middle of the vehicle, he would have got projected forward, and he would have sustained, his full body would have sustained the vehicle speed.
Is that abnormal as far as the sort of forward projection type of pedestrian collision? And what I'm going to ask is specifically to not having any contact with sort of the bottom of the vehicle or being run over or something like that. Can you expound upon that a little?
Yeah, due to the side swipe manner that projected him off the left, it wouldn't show that he would have been, the car would have ran over him and traveled over him. Like traditional.
Yeah,
car would,
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a
Sorry.
little bit.
Sorry. Yes, so due to the situation in this scene where he got projected to the left and by rotated, it would have rotated away from the vehicle, and his body would not have traveled under the vehicle. As you do in like a lot of traditional forward projection crashes, the vehicle would get tracked forward ahead of the vehicle, and that vehicle could possibly travel over that pedestrian.
So that is not what you found in this particular pedestrian collision, correct?
Correct.
I know you've mentioned it a couple of times, but if I could ask you to just expound a little bit when you're talking about center of mass and how that relates between sort of a pedestrian and a vehicle in a pedestrian type collision.
So pedestrians, almost every object has a center mass. Pedestrians is the same. So if a pedestrian center mass is essentially obviously the half the body, and you would also put down is around the chest area, just below the chest area would be a center mass for a pedestrian, and they all range based on height and body shape.
And so where on someone's body typically would a center of mass be located?
Usually just around the chest area, or just below the chest area.
Now, if I could turn your attention to recall back to February 1st of 2022, when you were at the Canton Police Department, you mentioned that, or you testified earlier at some point that you went outside to an asphalt roadway surface and conducted some forward acceleration and rear acceleration braking tests, correct?
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, what, if any, other testing did you do with respect to that vehicle on that particular date in that location?
We checked the cameras, and we did backup visibility analysis with the cameras in the vehicle.
And again, if you could just in general terms first just describe to the jury when you say visibility analysis, typically speaking, what are you doing in a visibility?
In the visibility analysis, we are trying to see what an operator would see in their vehicle. Looking for, in this particular case, we were trying to see if the operating vehicle would be able to see a pedestrian behind the vehicle. And also in this, where we have backup cameras, we're trying to look at the cameras and see what would the cameras pick up as we would go into reverse.
And in fairness to the defendant, at this particular time when this visibility analysis was conducted, it was during the daytime, is that correct?
That's correct.
Understanding of the crashes that had occurred at night, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as a visibility analysis, typically, would you be looking to recreate as close as you can to the conditions at the time that the collision occurred?
In most typical cases, yes.
And why were you not able to, were you able to do that in this case?
We were not.
Why?
Due to was mostly, like I said, it was mostly done when we were trying to see what a pedestrian, an operator would see a pedestrian. It's mostly done because it's an accident, but not times when it's like an intentional act. Visibility is not an issue in this situation. We were just want to make sure that the cameras worked and the backup sensors all worked in the vehicle.
Now, as far as this particular visibility analysis that was conducted in this case, how would, if at all,
Prosecutor, nervous cough.
We was recording.
Mark that
when
off
the
on your
crime
bingo
scenes,
card. Nervous
trooper
prosecutor
recorded.
cough.
My apologies.
This just sounds like a whole lot of horse shit to me.
I can turn your attention just back to the text stream just for a moment. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Little Miss Poser bingo. Yeah, none of this makes sense to me. You keep saying he was hit on the left side. There's no injuries on the left side anywhere. It's the right side of his
I'm showing you a
face
series of
and his right arm. But he hit the left side.
First, I'm just going to ask you generally if you recognize
Spun
it.
around, somewhere hit his back head. Dude, come on.
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
It's the inside of the vehicle. Appears to be taking out the, showing that taking out the infotainment system.
What system?
Infotainment system.
Infotainment system. You sound like you're
And
from the south there.
the last photograph there, what, if anything, does that depict, sir?
That is the module for the infotainment system.
And what, if any, involvement did you have in respect to this investigation in regard to the infotainment system?
I didn't have anything that was Trooper Moreno's to the infotainment system in this vehicle.
And you indicated earlier
Oh, yeah,
in
we
your
got marks
testimony
on
that you had
O'Keefe.
training as it relates to Burla, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does Burla have with respect to the infotainment system?
They have tools to forensically diagnose the infotainment systems.
And if you know, are you familiar with whether or not that was able to be accomplished in this particular case?
It was not.
And do you know why not?
Because they had to go to, I think Burla didn't have the equipment, so they went to a.
Sustain.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, as far as those photographs, they're not portrayal what you observed in the vehicle during the time that you were conducting your testing.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce them as the next step exhibit.
Any objections to Jackson?
I'm sorry, I was writing, what are those 5 photographs?
7.
No objection.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. He was boring me. All right, we're coming to the last hour of court today here. Oh, my Lord. Yeah, so if you missed that, make sure you put marks on O'Keefe on your bingo card. And he is specifically not mentioning bad weather. He's like the only witness who hasn't mentioned bad weather because it kind of fucks up everything he's saying. This is nonsense. I need if anybody thinks this makes sense.
Yes.
If anybody thinks this is good testimony, please explain it
If I
to
can
me.
have photograph labeled BEP2. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It is now been marked as exhibit 597.
Yes.
And what part of the vehicle are we looking at in this photograph?
That's the steering wheel.
And
Thanks for clarifying
Mr. Gilman,
that.
if I could have BEP3.
Hey, Ben, have a good night.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's now up on the screen? And it's marked as exhibit 598.
Yes, I do.
That's the
And if you could,
infotainment.
using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this part of the photograph.
That is the infotainment system.
The
And as
infotainment
far
system.
as the infotainment system, when you were operating that vehicle, what, if anything, was displayed on that screen within the infotainment system?
If you were in drive, it just had the radio navigation stuff. But if you're in verse, that's where the backup cameras and sensors would be.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP4, sorry.
So why
And,
did the
Trooper
backup
Paul,
camera
do you
not
recognize what's up
record
on the screen as
anything?
exhibit 599?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, are we looking at in this?
That's the push button start, the ignition.
So that's how this vehicle is started. It stopped essentially as a push button start. Is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have BET 22. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now marked as Exhibit 601?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer, direct your attention to what anything you observe is significant in this.
Yes, that's the infotainment system. It's on, shows satellite here. Looks like it's the navigation.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Show us what it looks like when it's in reverse. Because I want, does it show like the car turning? Does it show like the turning ratio of the car? What does it show?
If I can take you back just for a second to the VCH data and the kinematics in which we were testifying about just a moment ago. You had mentioned that with respect to the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, that is consistent
To
with
my
the
knowledge,
cause,
that's
right,
the important
on
part.
our pavement of the curbing, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your training and experience in pedestrian collisions that you responded to and investigated on prior occasions, as far as weather, as far as the coldness of the ground being frozen, what, if any, impact did that have as far as in relation to the injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the visibility analysis that you were conducting on February 1st, you mentioned that that was memorialized with photographs as well as video. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this video that was taken, sir, was that in the interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle, or both?
I believe it might have been just the interior.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm still waiting for someone to tell me this is a really good testimony and explain why I'm stupid.
You recognize those?
Yes.
And those are the recordings of the visibility or the braking and acceleration tests from February 1st, both interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm also introduce the next exhibit.
No objection.
Before we get to those videos, Trooper, may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't want it to sound like I'm not open to new ideas or to being wrong, but yeah, if I'm missing something, I want someone to tell me.
Finish. And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, Trooper?
Oh,
Yes, I
Jackson
do.
prosecuted
recognize
Phil
those?
Those are
Spector?
photos from the backup cameras and
Cool.
sensor tests.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm on to seek to introduce the minutes next exhibits.
Okay.
No objection.
Okay, this is completely unrelated to the Karen Reed trial, but Buddha Berries has just mentioned that Jackson used to be a prosecutor and was one who prosecuted Phil Spector in the death of his wife. Well, see, that's very interesting because normally when we're not doing these trials, on Thursdays we do a retro trial. We're nearing the end of a witchcraft ritualistic murder of some dude's two half brothers and his mother. When we finish that, we might watch the Phil Spector case, so that we can see Jackson be a prosecutor and not a defender. That might be interesting. I'll keep that in mind. Whether the Phil Spector case wasn't particularly interesting, but it might be interesting to see Jackson as a prosecutor. Huh. And Island says none of this explains why. If she knew she hit him and did it on purpose, she would call and wake everyone up and go find him and lead everyone to him. That's right. Yeah. If I murdered someone with my car, the last place I would go is where I did it, not the first place I would go, which is essentially what she did. All right, little miss. Tell the little one good night. Have a good evening, sir.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from this packet, photograph 2612. Trooper, if you could, please describe to the jury what we're looking at in this photograph that's not been marked as Exhibit
See, this is
606.
horseshit. This is all horseshit here.
Yes, this is the view from the operator as they would turn around and look to the back of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as Exhibit 610.
Yes.
And can you please describe to the jury what, if anything, we're looking at here?
Yes, that's the view inside the vehicle showing the infotainment system and the backup cameras on it.
Would that be your
Now,
beverage
as far as
in the
backup
center
camera
column
on this
that's
particular
contaminating
vehicle, what kind of
the vehicle
view
site?
was able to be portrayed, or what did you observe on the screen when you placed the vehicle on approach?
Yes, so this has a straight backup camera and also has a 360 overhead view of the vehicle.
Okay.
And as far as the cameras within this vehicle are concerned, are we talking about one single camera, or how many cameras are encapsulating this 360-degree camera angle view?
It has the front and the sides and the rear cameras.
Okay, so what we've got here, this is the rear view camera. See, I was wondering, is it a rear view camera or is it this 360 camera, which shows you from the vehicle above and what you're close to on the sides? This has both of them. Okay.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention, direct the jury's attention to where you're talking about as far as the screen is concerned, depicting that camera angle view.
Okay. So the one on the left, that's the backup camera, and the one in the middle here would be the 360 overhead camera.
I think
Now,
I
in
just said
addition to what's depicted on screen right now, as far as the vehicle on the 360 overhead, as the vehicle travels, what, if anything, in addition, is depicted on that particular portion of the screen as far as the 360 overhead?
It shows a sensor, and also when that sensor shows up in the area where the object that it gets closer to.
And the sensor that you're talking about, how is that depicted on the screen?
It's a little red, like blip or a little bar that would show up on the camera itself.
And is that something that appears as you approach an object from either in front or behind or something else?
Correct. As you approach the bar will, blink and will go get faster as you get closer to the
the
object.
lack of info in the
Now,
infotainment
with
system
respect
is
to
a
the
little
system
concerning.
overall, in addition to the visual cues depicted up on the screen, what, if any, auditory cues are also part of the system?
It will beep at you, and it will, as you get closer to the object, it will beep faster as you get closer to it.
And as far as getting closer to an object, the beeping that you're talking about, it increase in speed or rapidity, is that correct?
Correct.
And how does it, what, if anything, does it do as far as the volume of the beeping that you?
I guess it would increase as it would get faster.
So it gets faster and it gets louder as you get closer to an object, correct?
Yep.
Now, with respect to sort of the middle of the screen here, up on the dashboard, what, if anything, do you observe there from the direct the jury's attention to what, if any, devices are up there right now?
Yes. So that right here, this blue device, that's the V-Box port that attached to the windshield.
So that's something that you attach to the vehicle. It's not necessarily something that was in the vehicle when you began to operate it around.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2618.
And while he's doing this, I think I missed Blue Varro Super Chat. I don't recall reading this one from about an hour ago. If I did, it's a twofer. If not, I apologize for the delay, Blue Varro. There's so much more red glow on Brian's car that would be from a mostly intact light, not this broken one. Exactly. All the videos they've shown seems to be showing a lot of red light from the rear passenger side part of the vehicle. So yeah, I'm with you on that.
And Trooper Paul, if you could describe to the jury, or using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant to observe in this portion or closer up image of the screen in the center console.
Yeah. So this is one on the left here is the backup camera, and the one in the middle is a 360 overhead camera. The bars and lines are showing the path of the vehicle.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take this down. I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, Trooper Paul, as far as during this visibility analysis that you conducted, you testified earlier that you were primarily concerned with sort of whether or not the cameras and the auditory and visual cues worked properly with this vehicle in this system, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of your running these sort of forward and back reverse acceleration braking tests, as well as visibility analysis, what, if anything, did you observe with relation to the functionality of the cameras and the visual and auditory cues?
Everything seemed to be working properly.
Now, when you were operating the vehicle on February 1st and you shifted the vehicle into reverse, what would then sort of occur with the screen in the center of the dashboard?
It would change from the navigation to the backup cameras.
And how long a period of time did that take as far as you shifted from drive to
Oh, it's
reverse on a number of different occasions while you were conducting your test, correct?
Yes.
And so how long a period of time are we talking about between the time that you shift the vehicle from drive or another gear to reverse for those screens to then display both the rear backup camera and the 360 overhead view?
It's fairly instantaneous, very quick.
Now, at some point during the course of the visibility analysis specifically, what, if anything, did you place behind the vehicle during your visibility analysis?
It was like a punching bag dummy.
And where did you place that in relation to the vehicle?
Along the right rear.
And as far as that punching bag dummy was concerned, about how far up off the ground was the top of that?
I'm not exactly sure the exact height of it. Maybe my height or taller.
And with respect, your height, sir, how tall are you?
5'6".
So it was at least 5'6", if not taller. Is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that, placing it behind the vehicle, after it was placed behind the vehicle, at some point were you inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
And when you were inside of the vehicle and that was outside of the vehicle, what, if any, visual observations were you able to make with respect to its placement? And it's in the right rear passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what, if any, observations were you able to make with respect to that item or exemplar that was placed out there?
It would have been invisible in the cameras.
Now, with respect to the visibility analysis that was conducted with respect to that, let me ask you this first. When I say exemplar, so exemplar pedestrian, can you explain sort of what
John
that
was
term means and
6'2".
how it relates to a visibility analysis?
So an exemplar pedestrian is, just like you said, we used a punch bag dummy. It was something that we used in place of a pedestrian to act like a pedestrian.
Now, when that exemplar pedestrian was placed in the rear passenger side area of the vehicle, what, if any, obstructions did you observe as far as just from a visual perspective, sort of turning your head or looking at cameras or anything else as far as where that exemplar was placed?
There were no obstructions.
Now, if that exemplar was placed directly next to the vehicle versus feet away from the vehicle, what, if any, difference did you know as far as visibility was concerned?
Yeah, so if it was placed right next to the vehicle, it'd be blocked by the back pillar of the vehicle. If you place it maybe like 5 feet away, you would be able to see the dummy in the cameras and also in the side mirrors.
So at a distance of at least 5 feet, it was fully visible from where you sat in the vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could, I would ask, I'm sorry, not sure what exhibit numbers they are, but the 2 videos that were just introduced.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the exterior video first.
Just for the record, they are 604 and 605.
And,
Hey, we are 93 subscribers away from 77,000. If you haven't subscribed, I would love it and just be so thrilled if you would do that.
Purposes, if you could explain to the jury sort of where we are in relation to the Canton Police Department and where it was that you conducted this test.
Yeah, so this is a view from the back of the Canton Police Department. So as you look at the Canton Police Department, we'd be on the left side of the Canton Police Department.
And as far as the vehicle in question, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention where that is and sort of where it's going to be in relation to the camera angle.
Vehicle is right here.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press one.
That's a hell of a long drive. Now they're saying she was doing this at 24 miles an hour for that far, but they're also saying she was possibly up to a 0.24 something blood alcohol content. So she was shit-faced and driving in a straight line backwards for 100 feet at speed. Getting less and less likely to me. Actually demonstrating this makes me believe it less. She went all the way down the fucking block, jammed it in reverse, drove in a straight drunken line, and smashed the dude, and he had no bruising on his body.
if I could ask you to pause there for just a moment. Trooper Paul, during these testing that you were conducting here with the acceleration, reverse braking, all of those, the highest speeds that you recorded during the course of that testing was 30 miles an hour. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the highest speed that was contained within that BCH data for the second or the B of those two data sets, what was the highest miles per hour there?
24.
Now, with respect to the braking in this vehicle, what, if anything, was this vehicle equipped with?
Had ABS brakes, anti-lock brake system.
And with relation to anti-lock brake system or ABS, what, if any, relationship does that have with regard to braking and what is then visible on the pavement?
It doesn't leave visible tire marks.
And why is that so?
Due to when the brakes, as the brake is about to lock up, it transfers over to another tire. So it kind of rotates between tires. So the tires never fully lock up and slide across the pavement.
Now, in relation to ABS not
it would be
leaving
sliding
on the pavement,
across
what, if any,
snow, my
relationship
friend.
does that have as far as the sound difference between ABS brakes and non-ABS brakes?
Yeah, the sound would be different because you would hear a car sliding across the pavement as opposed to just hard braking and engine slowing down.
As far as sort of screeching of braking and tire coming to a brake, what would you expect to hear with respect to ABS braking?
There would be no screeching of the tires.
There wouldn't be screeching of tires on the snow anyway, you fuckwit. Sorry, I'm getting a little animated here. They're totally doing these tests in utterly unrelated conditions. It was in a blizzard with a snowpack on the road. Not in a parking lot like this in the middle of the daytime with no snow. This is stupid. I really, really, really hope that whoever does the cross-examination of this tears him an absolutely new balloon knot. Why don't they put this officer in there and see how he reacts when you smash him with a vehicle at that speed? Let's see if he has any bruising on his... Jesus Christ, that was fast. Come on. This demonstration makes me less believe less what he's saying. It makes it less believable, their theory now. Yes, this is her car. They're doing this test in her car. This is oh my God.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish the other video of the interior of the vehicle?
Yes.
Now, why do we need to see the interior of the vehicle? Stop wasting time.
Please come in, I think it's just pause briefly. Again, Trooper Paul, with reference to what's up on screen, if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the screen in the center of the dashboard, and just as far as what different parts of the screen are visible.
So right here is the reverse camera, 360 camera.
And as far as this particular portion of the interior of the vehicle, are we looking at what was done with regard to acceleration or braking tests, or are we looking at the visibility?
This is the visibility analysis.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, please rest.
Why? What does this have to do with anything? Is Lally just trying to make sure we don't get to cross-examination today?
If I could ask you to just bring it back to the couple.
Everybody agrees with me. This is why they're trying to delay cross-examination.
This is a closer-up image of the screen that was visible in the center of the dash of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer speed, it'd be a little difficult to see. If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observed on the screen while the vehicle's in reverse now, correct?
Correct.
If you could, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observed on the screen as the vehicle's in reverse with the exemplar pedestrian behind.
Yes. So this screen has now changed to a park assist screen, and it now shows a sensor for the back of the vehicle. And also the same here, the sensor starts popping up in a yellow line further behind the vehicle.
Sean's 90 minutes late for his stream. Can you text and check on him? We're just worried.
The extra camera view shows that's where our punching bag dummy was, and also shows where the sensor's backed up to.
The mean me would say, when I'm done with my stream, I'll worry about him. But all right, I'll just I'll text him and.
Now, Super Paul, at some point over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, did you become aware of ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's residence at 1 Meadows Avenue?
Yes.
And specifically, have you had occasion to see a video depicting the defendant backing out of the garage as snow was coming down?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish to the jury with the witness on the stand, Exhibit 6, video number 153.
Objection, may be approached.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I don't believe a single thing that this guy has said in the last, say, hour. Once he stopped quoting the numbers from their test, it's just all been him talking out of his ass, as far as I can tell. And if I'm wrong, I don't understand how from what I've seen, they've convinced me even more that she didn't do this. Because meanwhile, I mean, the whole time this thing is reversing for 30 yards, 30 meters. He's just standing there going, I'm seeing a big black shape approaching me. And perhaps I should continue to stand here in the road while this thing approaches. I wonder what it is. Do you think it might be bam? Come on. Anyone? No, nobody wants to correct me. I'm open to being corrected. His assumptions were bullshit. His testing parameters were bullshit. His theory is utter bullshit. That he was hit on his left side. He went forward and he spun off to the side in a counterclockwise motion and maybe hit his head on something on the way down. That's bullshit. This is all bullshit. All right, let's fast forward through this here. Make sure we got everything. Make sure we have all the super chats and stuff right here first, though. Wait, where are we going here? Island. Yeah, we got that one. Aaron Hack. Oh, and how about this, Jeff? This little trooper experiment was on February 1st, 2022. So the little hair survived this too, and the glass on the bumper. I can't remember when they did the evidence collection. If it was after this, that makes it even more horse shitty. I just don't remember the date. I thought they did the evidence collection on the 30th. I don't know. I can't remember, but if you're correct, that makes it even more ridiculous. All right, now we can fast forward through here. Hello. Long sidebar.
Next week, we will be.
Oh, wait, what?
And then Trooper, I'm going to ask you to stay.
What? We get no cross-examination? But we still have more testimony time. What's going on here? All right. So she's sending people home. So we don't get any cross-examination, but something else happens. Oh, the tension.
Sometimes when we take these breaks, when I talk to the lawyers and then don't schedule you, it's because we have to do things in the case to facilitate getting this case to you now as efficiently as possible. Next week, we will be in session here Monday. Tuesday's going to be a full day of the lawyers and I with witnesses to make sure that the case is ready for you to wrap up. So Tuesday, you will be off. We'll be working. Wednesday is a federal holiday, so court is not in session on Wednesday. We'll have a full day Thursday and half a day Friday.
All right. So we've got testimony on Monday, Wednesday. No, on Monday and what the hell did she just say?
A little different.
Wait a minute.
Tuesday, you will be off. We'll be
Okay, Tuesday they're doing voir dire. So they got a full day Monday. They're voir diring experts on Tuesday. Wednesday's a holiday.
Wednesday is a federal holiday, so court is not in session on Wednesday. We'll have a full day Thursday and half a day Friday. It's a little different than we looked at, but I am assured that we are still on schedule to getting the case to you folks to begin your deliberations sometime that last week. Okay, so we appreciate everybody's patience. I appreciate the lawyers now really trying to work to get this case to you as efficiently as possible. So those cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We will see you on Monday. Monday will be a full day. Have a great weekend. Thank you very much.
All rise for the board, please.
You are muted.
You are muted.
Here, follow me, please.
Juneteenth is a federal holiday now? Juneteenth is a federal holiday in the U.S. now. All right. No, it's still voir dire. I'm pronouncing a voir dire under protest. It's voir dire.
So, Trooper, we're going to have a voir dire of you, sir. Mr. Lally's going to ask you some questions. Mr. Jackson's going to ask you some questions. You'll be shown a video.
Why is this not working? All right, so I wonder what they're going to voir dire him about here, or voir dire, as you're supposed to say. Now, more than one person. We have what is it here? It's 5:50-ish, and it goes to 6:20-ish, so about 30 minutes. I've had more than one person in chat say I need to slow this down to 1:1 speed, to normal speed, and not 1.5. I have no idea why, but I've never had a request like that, so I'll assume that it's for a good reason. Let's bump this down to normal speed, and we'll take it from there. But I'm going to bump her back just a little bit to buy me some time to make a little run down the hall and come back. So you can listen to her explanation again at normal speed. I'll be back.
Lawyers
Give me a couple
and I
seconds.
are staying, and Trooper, I'm going to ask you to stay. Sometimes when we take these breaks, right, to talk to the lawyers and then don't schedule you, it's because we have to do things in the case to facilitate getting this case to you now as efficiently as possible. Next week, we will be in session here Monday. Tuesday's going to be a full day of the lawyers and I with witnesses to make sure that the case is ready for you to wrap up. So Tuesday, you will be off. We'll be working. Wednesday is a federal holiday, so court is not in session on Wednesday. We'll have a full day Thursday and half a day Friday. It's a little different than we looked at, but I am assured that we are still on schedule to getting the case to you folks to begin your deliberations sometime that last week. Okay, so we appreciate everybody's patience. I appreciate the lawyers now really trying to work to get this case to you as efficiently as possible. So,
All right, we're back.
do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We will see you on Monday. Monday will be a full day. Have a great weekend. Thank you very much.
All right. It's really not that common to do some voir dire in the middle of a testimony. Usually they get all the voir dire stuff out of the way before they start testifying. You already kind of know what they're going to testify about. If you have any issues with them being an expert or any evidence they're presenting, you will do the voir dire, the voir dire before they start testifying. So it's kind of unusual to stop in the middle of a testimony of a witness to conduct some more voir dire of that witness. All right. I'm curious.
All right. So, Trooper, we're going to have a voir dire of you, sir. Mr. Lally's going to ask you some questions. Mr. Jackson's going to ask you some questions. You'll be shown a video. Okay.
It's voir dire, and I challenge any to tell me otherwise. All right, here we go.
What's Super Paul, as I was asking you before, with respect to have you had occasion to see a ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house at One Meadows Avenue, depicting a defendant or the defendant's vehicle backing out of a garage while snow was falling?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, as you've already testified to, you made observations of the defendant's vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage on February 1st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play the video at this time?
Yes.
Okay.
Save time. I'll stipulate to the video.
I want to see it for purposes of this voir dire. And in fact, I'd like to see the version that the defendants have with the focusing in on the tire.
Understood.
Judge Sy. We got a Judge Sy. Mark that off on your bingo card. Judge Mike
Both.
Sy.
Go ahead, Ms. Gilman. You show yours, and then I'm going to ask for the defense.
If you show me yours, I'll show you mine, Judge.
Now, Trooper, from your observations from this video, at some point, this vehicle either comes close or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to your observations of this video and your observations of the defendant's vehicle, at some point, have you also seen photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes.
And is your understanding that those photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle were taken by State Police Crime Scene Services on February 3rd? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your observations in this vehicle, what I'm going to ask you is in regard to the significance significance of the impact of the two vehicles. In respect to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe on his vehicle at that time?
At the photos or now?
Right now.
Oh, right now. There was snow on the vehicle.
And then with respect to the contact between the defendant's vehicle and victim Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe to occur with relation to the snow based on the significance of the impact between the two?
The snow doesn't move.
So fucking what?
Gentlemen, if you could press play at this.
Clearly hit it. It clearly shows the vehicle rocking. I don't know what the hell the problem is. So the snow didn't fall off means it didn't happen?
Can I see the other video? Please.
What on earth? Right, Caligula. John, it shows the car move.
Yes, I
This is
think
so
it's
stupid.
on. I know it's in evidence, but I think it's on your computer, your hard drive.
And it looks like there's look. I want to go back even more. Hang on. Wait, stop. I order you to stop. All right, I want to go back even more to right here. Let's see what we can read. It looks like the right rear tail light is fully intact at this point, doesn't it? That's a whole bunch of red there. I'm seeing red. I'm seeing red. Let me move myself out of the way here. No, that's exactly the opposite of moving out of the way. See, this is showing a lot of red right here, right? Maybe I'm blind, but that's showing a lot of red. Right there, the car clearly fucking moves. It clearly moves. Am I the... Look. Clearly. Does anyone seeing this not move? Does anyone not see the car moving? All right. All right. Let's see where this is going. And wait, what did we just see there? Look at that. How the fuck more red do you want a tail light to be, please? How much more red do you want to see from this tail light? That is the reddest of all red rear right passenger tail lights. This, for those of you that don't know, this is what, 5 a.m. or whatever it was. This is when she's leaving the house to go look for him. At this point, the tail light is supposed to be shattered, and there's supposed to be 45 pieces of plastic laying somewhere in the front yard of Brian Albert's house. Yeah, this is supposed to be hours after she hit John, and the light is supposed to be in a million pieces. Well, 45 to be exact. Yeah, so how would the murder frame family know about this to sprinkle taillight plastic about? No, they're saying that she broke her taillight when she smashed into John O'Keefe, and when she hit him, all 45 pieces of plastic went onto Brian Albert's front lawn, hours before this video was taken. So this is the video when she's leaving her house to go find him. So at this point, that rear tail light, which is so bright red, is already supposed to be in 45 pieces laying on Brian Albert's front lawn. It gets worse, Jeff? Oh, okay. Yeah. The jury's got to see this. The jury has got to see this. Oh, my Lord in heaven. Well, fuck me raw. I don't know. Looks like a completely intact taillight to me. Maybe I'm an idiot. There's not a speck of white in that tail light.
All right. Thank you. Okay, could you turn the lights on, please?
Your Honor, if I could, there's just 2 photographs that I'd like to.
Sure.
Purposes. Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 549.
And before you do that, what is the exhibit we just saw through your IT person? What
It's
number?
the same exhibit. It has not been enhanced in any way. It's just magnified for purposes of this, of showing it. In other words, the magnification is not embedded in the video. It's
Okay.
the same video.
Okay.
We just magnified it.
He hasn't done a pinch and zoom.
All right. Thank
He
you.
hasn't pulled a binger. It's the original video.
ahead,
There's no
Mr. Allen.
bingering going on.
And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes.
And what are we looking at, and which area of the vehicle are we looking at?
It's the rear, John O'Keefe's car.
The driver's side, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does this portion of the vehicle we're looking at here have in relation to the video that we just watched?
It was faced, well, kind of you see it
Sorry,
from.
what was the answer? I didn't hear.
Sorry, it was faced kind of the same way you see the back left rear corner of the vehicle as you do in this picture here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 559. And sir, is this the same driver's side rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Now, as far as your observations of these photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in either the last exhibit or this exhibit itself?
There was no damage.
Why do you think it hit it
Now,
there?
as far as the impact, let me ask, as far as the damage that you observed to the taillight area of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, opinion do you have as to the amount of force necessary in order to cause that damage?
Objection.
We need a foundation
Yeah.
on this.
Yeah.
So,
you-
Trooper, over the course of your, I'm sorry, how many crashes have you investigated over your time with the cars unit?
I've been primarily on 196 crashes.
And I know I'd asked you before about pedestrian crashes. Fair to say most of the remainder, if not all the remainder, involves vehicles colliding with other vehicles.
Correct.
Now, with respect to that experience in relation to vehicle crashes, what, if any, training or knowledge do you have in regard to sort of physical forces?
Mark sort of off on your bingo cards, people. He finally pulled a sort of. Now, see, he's got to lay the foundation, not that he has to lay down the foundation that this guy has some sort of direct or expert knowledge of the amount of force it takes to crack a tail light on this particular SUV and to simultaneously do damage to another to the bumper of another vehicle. He's got it. This, how do you lay foundation for this? This is utter and complete speculation, no matter how he comes up with an answer. Hey, we got a bingo from David Nelson. All right, we'll get my rant out of the way here. We'll back 15 seconds.
Colliding with other vehicles.
Correct.
Now, with respect to that experience in relation to vehicle crashes, what, if any, training or knowledge do you have in regard to sort of physical forces of vehicles in a collision sequence and what kind of damage you would anticipate?
So obviously the higher the speed, the more damage, the lower speed, the less damage.
So like maybe
And,
just a
what, if
crack
any,
in the tail light?
From
maybe?
the observation that you made in that video and the observations that you made of the defendant's vehicle, what you observed in the video, is that consistent with the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
Objection.
So I'm going to allow this for voir dire. I just need to hear this information.
Understood, Your Honor.
It is not consistent with the tail light in this collision.
And why not?
For one thing, the collision, the tail light is, what I say, 42 to 50 inches off the ground. So that vehicle would have to have damage 42 to 50 inches off the ground because they would have had to contact each other in the same distance from the ground.
All right, I'm going to interrupt this for a personal life story. I think I mentioned this earlier on in the trial. I have experienced rear-ending a car in front of me on a rainy evening at a very low speed, just about, I would say, probably close to the speed that she was backing into the other vehicle with. I was behind a car that was making a left turn. In the rain, the car made the left turn. Well, I guess the car made the left turn, and then I started to make the left turn after it, and a scooter ran the red light. The car in front of me put the brakes on, and I rolled into the back of the vehicle that stopped. It cracked my headlight casing. It cracked the headlight casing. That's all it did. There was no other damage to my car. It just cracked the headlight casing. And because this stupid woman in the car wanted to make a huge deal about it, we had to call the insurance companies to come out on site. And there was absolutely no damage whatsoever, not even a mark, not even the smallest of marks on her bumper where I hit it with my tail light. There was so no damage that her own insurance adjuster is examining it and examining it and examining it. And then he looks at me and goes, "Go home." Her insurance guy told me to go home. So yeah, you don't have to have damage on another vehicle for your tail light or your headlight to be cracked. So personal knowledge, bullshit on that assertion.
And there's no damage to that vehicle. So if the taillight breaks, it should leave some sort of scratching, maybe a dent.
What's your foundation for saying that, you fuckwit?
Damage to that vehicle should have occurred.
And
you saw it hit with your own two bald-headed eyes. You saw it hit. Are you saying it didn't hit? Or are you some physics wizard that saw it hit, but somehow think that it didn't do any damage?
with respect to, I think you just answered it. So as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what kind of damage would you expect from an impact significant enough to break the plastic on the tail light of the defendant's vehicle?
It would be probably higher speed than what we saw.
For purposes of voir dire, I need to hear all of this.
Okay, even the judge knows he's full of shit. The judge, because this is twice the judge said, all right, look, I've just got to hear it for purposes of voir dire. That signals the judge knows he's full of shit. You Voldemort looking fucker.
Go ahead.
A higher speed than what we probably would saw in there. If it's not, it was minimal, maybe it would crack a tail light or something like that, but it wouldn't. I mean, the damage is different. And also, we have a bumper that's also in the way too.
And to that point, Trooper, when it comes to a bumper, from a functional standpoint, what is a bumper and what does it do with respect to a vehicle and a collision seat?
Oh, what the fuck?
The bumper is, it's basically meant as another cushion to absorb the impact to another vehicle from one vehicle to another vehicle.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys. Bear with me here, but I have another Lorax tale to tell you. Another personal experience regarding bumpers. This is now with my Jeep. The previous one was with my K5. What do you guys call the Kia K5? I think you call it like the Optima. I think it's an Optima in the States. But yeah, that was with my Kia. This is with my Jeep, and of course, it involves me rear-ending another car. Yeah. This is actually kind of amusing to me. Again, there was a little drizzle. It was a little light rain on the road, and it was bumper to bumper traffic on the road. And there was an exit ramp from we were going over like an overpass, and there was an exit ramp, and the lady that was in front of me, she was in a little tiny like hatchback thing, like a little tiny one. Like I just call them moving coffins because they're just like these little tiny hatchback things. She pulled off. She started to go down the off ramp so she could get off the bridge. And then for some reason she stopped. Well, I happen to have also my ABS system, but I was on, the rubber paint they have in the roads to like for lanes and road repairs and things. There was like a strip that was painted with this rubber paint, which basically just turns to ice when it gets wet. So I jammed on my brakes, but it was on this slick rubber paint, and I slammed into the back of her car. I was probably doing 10 miles an hour, so 15, 16 kilometers an hour. I caved in the back of that car. That hatchback was toast. I mean, it just caved in the back section. And as we noted with the quote of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy earlier, and how much damage did the front bumper of my Jeep suffer? Nothing. Like literally nothing. There was absolutely no indication that my Jeep had caved in the back of another car. So just because I'm hitting something with my bumper doesn't mean there's going to be any damage. So yeah, this guy is talking shit, and the judge knows it. And that's why she's just saying, yeah, I know your objection, but I gotta hear it for voir dire.
Vehicle. It kind of sticks out to kind of also preserve whatever, the tail lights and everything else and the damage on top of it.
Oh, fuck off.
So in order, from your experience as far as responding and investigating collisions, specifically collisions between motor vehicles.
It wasn't that small.
The speed that you observed the defendant's vehicle traveling in that video, what if any relationship does that have, specifically as to the bumper, as to the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
So if you look at the defendant's vehicle, there is a scratch mark that is along the left side starts from her bumper around the rear. That could be consistently with his hitting his bumper. That would be around the same height level. He has a little ridge there on his bumper. So that bumper could have been hit that little ridge.
Could have been.
And also the bumper in itself, and here is a different material. Hers is a little lighter, like a glossy colored paint. This is more a duller flat finish. So it might have some, why it would show up on her bumper more than it would show up on his bumper.
And finally, sir, in your opinion, the damage to the defendant's taillight is that something that could have occurred or could have been caused by the crash or the contact of the vehicles that you observed in that video?
Objection. No.
So again, this is voir dire, Mr. Jackson, going in here.
No.
On what
And again,
grounds?
so why not?
Yeah.
For one thing, the bumpers, you have to go push through the bumpers in order to hit the taillight against the other vehicle. And there's no significant damage to a bumper in order to push back into the car.
And again, there was no snow on the vehicle. By that, I mean Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle that even came off the vehicle that you observed during the course of that contact between the two vehicles.
That's correct.
I have nothing further on it.
The
All right,
fuck
Mr.
was that?
Jackson.
Did you ever put the two cars together?
Yes, I was just going to say that. I was literally just going to push pause and say that. There is one easy way to do this. You take his car, you take her car, you put them together. That's how you do this. That's how I solved who dinged the door on my Jeep. That's exactly what I did. Another story real quick. Brand new Jeep. It's only 6 months old. I come out of a shopping center and there's a little dent in the door where clearly someone opened their door and hit the side of me. I called them. She denied doing it. That bitch said she didn't do it. And it was stupid. And I said, you know what? Why don't you just open your door one more time and compare it to where the dent is on my car? And she said, okay. And she did it. And you know what? They didn't match up. They didn't match up because her door was about, a quarter of an inch, maybe half a centimeter above where the dent on my car. So she's like, see, they don't match up. And I said, bitch, sit in the driver's seat of your car. And she sat in the driver's seat of her car and it lowered her car just that much to where the door ding matched up with the corner of her door and she was caught. And that's why I was going to say, do this. Just match up the two goddamn vehicles. Problem solved.
I did not.
No, you didn't, did you? You didn't. You never tested whether or not the SUV would match up with the Traverse, did you?
What do you mean?
You just said, look, one of them has matte finish, one of them has glossy finish, so it couldn't have happened, right?
No, I'm confused by the question. I'm talking about the tail light. We're talking about the tail light.
No, we're talking about. No.
Are we talking about tail light? We're talking about the bumper.
Yeah, we were talking about the taillight.
So one person at a time, you both are talking over each other.
You started talking about the bumpers.
Yes.
You said, well, one has matte finish and one has glossy finish, right?
Yes.
You said, well, you'd expect one of them to slide off of each other, and they could have done this and they could have done that, right?
Not slide off each other.
You were suggesting that the two cars wouldn't match up such that the taillight could make contact with any part of the Traverse. That's what you were suggesting.
I'm saying it didn't match up because there's no damage to the Traverse.
You didn't test whether or not the lens, the right rear lens on the SUV could match up to any part of the traverse, right? And make contact, physical contact with it, right?
When I see a picture of the traverse,
Yes or no?
when I see the picture
No,
of the traverse,
this is a voir dire. I need the information,
you're
Mr.
asking me a
Jackson.
question.
Yeah,
I said when I,
yes or no question, Trooper.
I don't think so, but
Mr. Jackson, just for.
He's
there's no
ready to
jury
murder
here.
him.
This is for purposes
He's ready
of
to kill
what
him.
I have to rule on. The more information I have, the better off I am in being able to rule on.
Let me take a breath.
So this is you trying to keep the evidence out. So you want to give me the information.
Let me take a breath.
Did you or did you not ever do a test where you backed the Lexus up against the Traverse?
we did not.
Did you or did you not ever do a test where you put the two cars together and measured them?
No,
Did you ever measure the taillight of the SUV, the black SUV, against any area on that Traverse?
no,
Did you ever do any force multiplier tests to determine the forces necessary to crack the SUV's convex taillight?
no,
He doesn't even know what
Did
you're
you ever
talking
do
about.
any testing to determine whether or not a plastic taillight, under how much pressure a plastic taillight would need to be subjected before it would crack?
no,
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not if a plastic taillight came in contact with a metallic portion of another SUV, whether it would leave any mark?
haven't done any testing. I've seen crashes where headlights
What do you
have
ask?
struck other
Not what do you-
vehicles. That's kind of where the experience comes from.
Fair enough. But I'm guessing that those crashes are probably different speeds and higher speeds. Not this, right?
I've had multiple crashes at different speeds.
So have you ever
Oh,
had a
yes.
crash where you've investigated, the Massachusetts State Police has been brought in to investigate a crash where the car was going in reverse at about a half a mile an hour?
Half a mile an hour?
Whatever that was.
Are you saying the SUV was Lexus going half a mile per hour?
Well, you're the reconstructionist. Give me an estimate of how fast you think that SUV was going at the point of contact with the Traverse.
Maybe like 1-2 miles per hour?
2 miles an hour.
Have you ever been called in to a crash, to investigate a crash, where the cars have collided at 1 mile an hour?
I've had pedestrian crashes that have been at a very low speed.
Okay, that wasn't my question. That wasn't quite my question.
Okay.
My question is, have you been called in to a crash involving two vehicles
Yeah.
that have made contact at about a mile an hour?
I have seen testing for vehicles at low speeds. So next time I've been called to a crash, I go to fatality crashes, but I have seen testing for vehicles at low speed impacts,
Okay. How low speed?
like just the bump.
So like this?
Yes.
Did you see any damage?
Yes. All right. Well, minimal damage.
Right. In what circumstances? Minimal damage, like, I don't know, like a cracked taillight.
No, like just a little bit of rub off on the paint.
Right? Or you might see nothing, right?
Yes.
You've certainly seen circumstances in which two cars come in contact and there's absolutely no physical damage to either car, nothing observable, right?
Have I gone to
Sure.
crashes that I've seen no physical damage on a car?
Or just in common sense, just everyday life, where one car backs into another car at the Jiffy Lube, makes contact and drives away, and there's no damage.
Not normally. It's usually something with car and car impacts.
Like, what's the something?
A crack or a paint, something chip, scratches.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you put a piece of metal in that scenario, if you put a piece of metal, steel, right,
Uh-huh.
against a piece of plastic, which one do you think is going to give way first?
You will still see some damage to both vehicles at a speed.
Oh, look. Hey, Andrea, how you doing? Good to see you here. I'm just having an aneurysm. How are you doing this evening? Look, he said that thing was going possibly 2 miles an hour when they collide at the point of impact. Look, 1 mile an hour is about 1.5 feet per second. So that's about what? Would be about 45 centimeters, I guess. Would that be 45 centimeters? Convert 18 inches to centimeters. 45, almost 46 centimeters. So to be traveling at 2 miles an hour, that thing would have had been going 3 feet, 1 yard, damn near 1 meter per second at the point of impact. That thing was barely crawling through the snow. There is no way that was going anywhere near 1 or 2 miles an hour. It was, and I'm thinking half. I'm thinking half a mile an hour was being very generous. That's insane. This guy.
One would give way first.
Between metal, depends what speeds. And what we're talking about, you're just saying plastic and metal. You're giving a pretty general, broad plastic and metal analysis here.
Dude.
You admit, you got to agree with me, that there are circumstances in which low speed, very, very low speed contact between two cars can certainly leave damage on one and not damage on the other.
My car is evidence of that.
On either one. Observe it.
Yes, I just said in that situation where the scratch on the side of her car had a scratch mark and his doesn't appear to have anything.
And you said under questioning by Mr. Lally that certain circumstances like this could lead to a lens material, right, plastic material cracking, right?
Say again, like only
just a few minutes ago. Mr. Lally,
I'm trying to answer your question. Sorry, yes.
Mr. Lally asked you a question a few minutes ago, and you
Trooper
indicated
Paul, you're upsetting the
that something might
dogs.
show up
Stop it.
on a bumper. Something might, something might, like a taillight, might actually crack, correct? At a low speed impact.
Strawberry wants in on this
Might crack
bullshit.
in a low speed impact?
Correct.
Yeah, it might crack.
Okay, now, Mr. Lally also said you saw this video where the cars come close to or make contact, right? That's how he worded the question. Remember that?
Come close. Yep.
Which one is it? Did it come close or did it make contact?
I said it might. I don't know if that scratch from the side is. It's something that's consistent with the height of the bumper. Like I said, I didn't measure them from side by side, but you can clearly see there's a scratch on the side, and that's something that looks like that would come back. So as I look at the bumper, and I see the bumper, and it has that little divot, and I look at her side of her car with that scratch mark, that kind of lines up a little bit of why that could be where that was from.
Was there any oxidization around that? How old was that?
Damage, and that's why I went to why there's the two different paint materials there. That why one could have showed up on her car because it's that flat, the glossy paint on there.
Did it show up?
And it could have scratched on it. While you have something that's a little more rougher texture with like a flat, flat color on there. So that wouldn't leave on there.
So you just described the circumstance.
You didn't think it was important to even try to match this up in the murder of another police officer? You didn't think it was that important? You just eyeballed it, you just guessed, you just wrote it off, and you tried to use the force or whatever the hell it is you're trying to decide to determine the amount of impact and the force of the impact that would have to be there to crack up a head. Dude, this is beyond stupid. This is beyond ludicrous. Oh my Lord. I don't understand. I'm starting to smell burnt toast. Is that bad? Is it bad that I'm smelling burnt toast? Oh my gosh.
When two cars come in contact, you don't see any observable damage on one, and you do on the other. That's what
I suggested that when you asked me that a second ago.
Yes. With regard to the video, let's get back to the question that I asked, which was, in that video, did the SUV come close to, or did it come in contact with the Traverse?
Again, I don't know, because I'm saying based off the damage that is something consistent with that.
Okay, so, Mr. Expert.
Most likely it did.
Okay, is it, all joking aside, is it me, or is this an accident reconstruction expert who is demonstrating literally zero ability to reconstruct an accident right now? Are we seeing that he has zero ability to recreate an accident? I'm not feeling he's very much of an accident reconstruction expert at this point. Just saying. And to bring my stroke level down, Jenny L., thank you so much for the 5 Legal Vices memberships. If you got one of those, give a super special thanks to Jenny LJ. Oh my God, this is exactly the opposite of what an accident reconstruction expert is. It's terrible.
Oh,
sorry.
in contact with the bumper to bumper, but I don't know definitively because there is no damage to his car, but it's something that could explain why there's a scratch mark alongside the right rear side of his car, or her car.
Did you see the tire move, sir? Did you see the wheel on the traverse move in that video?
No, I couldn't see the wheel move.
Oh, dude. All right. Get off, you fuck. Just off, you fuck. Get off the stand. You're blind. You have zero ability to reconstruct an accident. If you can't see that tire moved, that vehicle moved when it was hit, you have zero ability to use those functioning eyes or non-functioning eyes in the middle of that Skeletor bald skull you got there. And from one bald dude to another, you're a shame to the bald community. Dude. How did you not see that? How is it? Stop telling me it's getting worse, chat. How does it get worse than this? How does it get worse than an accident reconstruction expert saying that he didn't see that car move? I'm going to shut this down because I don't want to stroke out here. This is insane. Stop saying, oh, wait. I don't want to wait.
I didn't see it move. If I did, I didn't observe it moving. If it moved, it moved. I didn't observe it moving. I wasn't looking at the wheel.
When was the first time you saw that video?
I don't really know. It's been a little while.
Well, I don't know what a little while means.
Like a year ago, I think.
Okay.
Oh my.
So you saw that video a year ago. Did you put anything about that video in your report, which is wherever it is, right there? I'm looking at your entire CARS report.
Yes.
Did you put anything in this CARS report about watching that video?
No, because I watched the video like after the report was done, and
Andrea Burkhart with the $10. Thank you so much, Andrea. She's guilty because I say so. We're turning it up to 11. Oh my gosh, this is nuts. I'm literally speechless, other than just shouting obscenities and calling him Voldemort. I'm beyond intelligent discourse at this point. I can't with this guy. And like I said, the judge has already telegraphed that she's done with him. She keeps saying, I gotta let him get it. I gotta hear what he's gonna say. I've got to do it for voir dire, or voir dire, as the correct pronunciation is. I gotta let him do it. Let's hear him out. This is just. Okay, I'm being repetitive. All I can say is this is ridiculous. Island with the $2. Thank you so much. I just need to pause and breathe. Everyone breathe. Me too. That's why I'm getting way too worked up about this. But this is ludicrous. This is ludicrous. It's insultingly ludicrous. I have nothing to do with this trial. I have nothing to do. I have zero ponies in this particular circus here. And I'm offended by this guy. I saw the most egregious slander comparing this bald idiot to my man, Billy Corgan. Yeah, he gives us all a bad name. I find this offensive. I mean, legit offensive. Right, Andrea. That's why I find it. I mean, he thinks we're that stupid. Not offended enough yet, guys. Don't do this to me. Like Yoda's in the other room, and Yoda's offended. You can hear Yoda barking over there. You're right. I'm offended too, bud. Exactly. All right, let's get on with it.
Watched it first time on Court TV, So
who on Court TV during this trial?
Like, no, when it was on TV at some point.
When did you and Mr. Lally have a discussion about you testifying about this video?
That was a couple weeks ago?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
A couple of weeks ago?
What's a couple of weeks ago? Is it 10 days ago?
2 days ago? 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago? Two.
Where did you two meet?
At the DA's office.
Was that at your request, or was that at Mr. Lally's request?
It was a pre-conference hearing, or pre-trial hearing.
Right. Well,
or pre-trial conference, sorry.
Oh, shit. That was the wrong one. Sorry. I was trying to get rid of the doggo cam, and I got rid of idiot cam instead. Let's put idiot cam back up. Sorry about that. I apologize. That was That was my subconscious telling me to get rid of this toolbox, which is an insult to toolboxes, I know, but.
Request, or was that at Mr. Lally request?
It was a pre-conference hearing, or pre-trial hearing,
Right. Well, those
or
are
pre-trial conference, sorry.
done.
So, yes,
We're talking over each other. I'm trying not to talk over each other.
I'm trying not either.
Let's
We're gonna
both try.
fight.
Okay.
Who set up the meeting?
For my pre-trial,
Yes.
okay,
Paul.
Adam Lally.
Who was at the meeting?
Right, sitting right here, Lieutenant Tolley.
Lieutenant Tully, you, Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin. I'm guessing Ms. Gilman was not there.
She was not there, correct?
Did Mr. Lally show you this video at that meeting?
Yes,
Did he tell you that he intended to ask you some questions about this video at that meeting?
yes,
Did he ask you whether or not you could render an opinion as to whether or not impact you saw or lack thereof, whatever the case may be, was consistent or inconsistent with damage to the taillight?
yes,
Did you tell him that you would give him such opinion if called upon at trial?
yes.
Did anybody take any notes?
I don't know.
Were you taking notes?
Yes,
What?
Where are those notes?
Oh, come on, dude. Was anybody taking notes? I don't know. Were you taking notes? Yes. Dude. It's getting worse. I don't know if anybody was taking notes. I was taking notes. If someone just played this video for me, there's no way I would believe this was from a real trial. There was no way you would be able to convince me this wasn't from some, parody or reality show gotcha kind of thing. Oh, yeah. He showed you the video and asked you for your opinion at a witness prep, and you said all right, I'm getting ahead of myself here. And you said, no way I couldn't opine about that on the fly. The analysis requires research and math, right? Jeez, somebody help me.
Paul?
I think I just, well, no, it's not on this specifically, but just, make sure I had, my everything checks and balance. And for what I want to talk about, what we're going to talk about.
Make sure you had
My
what?
checks and balances, sorry.
Checks and balances.
Checks and balances.
Just make sure I'm more on the same page of what we understand.
Checks and balances.
What's going on in the trial.
You want to make sure that you're on the same page with Mr. Lally about what's going on in trial.
Yes.
Did Mr. Lally take notes?
I have no idea.
You were watching him. I mean, was he writing something down?
I wasn't paying attention to his note taking.
Ms. McLaughlin was there. Was she taking notes?
I don't know.
You didn't see her either?
I don't know if there were people who were taking notes, writing stuff down, or what they're writing stuff down in relation to our conference.
Did you give him an opinion? We've asked whether or not you were asked to give an opinion, and you said, yes, I was.
Yep.
Did you give an opinion at that meeting about whether or not you believe, in your opinion, the contact between the SUV and the Traverse, Lexus and the Traverse, could result in the damage to the taillight?
Yes.
Okay. He gave an instant opinion. Fine.
What did you tell him in the meeting?
What we talked about already in the stand here.
Okay. So what you related to him was exactly what you relayed in this court.
Yes.
All right. And he told you that he was going to ask, I'm going to ask you to look at the video, correct?
Yes.
You're going to be asked a series of questions about that video, correct?
He told me the video and he said, okay, this is the video. This is what they think the taillight was broken. And these are the pictures of his car that they take. So they asked my opinion on, do you think that's where a taillight would be broken?
And he told you, you need to make sure that you tell the jurors that couldn't have happened in this impact, right?
He didn't tell me I had to make sure jurors, that's my opinion on, it doesn't appear to happen in that video.
Did he tell you that it would be helpful to the prosecution if you said that that it was inconsistent with the taillight break?
Objection. Great.
I'm going to allow it. Did he tell you it would be helpful to the case if you said that?
No.
But you knew it wouldn't be, right?
I'm just stating what I saw on my professional opinion on what it is.
Got it.
If it looked like it was consistent, I would say it's
Professional
consistent.
opinion.
If it wasn't consistent, it's not consistent. I'm not going to.
I'm sure that's what you would say.
Okay, so comments are not appropriate for the jury.
There's no
Direct's
jury
not
there,
Very
though.
good from me, Mr. Jackson.
Understood, Your Honor. Did you formalize your new opinion? Because this is a new opinion, right? You've never been asked this opinion before.
Yes.
Did you formalize this new opinion in any kind of a report or memorialize it in any way?
No.
Did Mr. Lally ask you to create a report of some sort that you can turn over to the defense so that we would know that you have a new opinion that you're going to testify about?
No.
Oh, no.
Did you save those notes that you took about making sure that you were on the same page as Mr. Lally?
Yeah, I saved mine.
Where are they?
They're my report.
They're in your report?
Yeah, as I was writing a report, I just kind of
Wait,
highlighted
what?
the stuff that I want to make sure I memorize and remember my report.
Okay, I'm talking about notes specifically about this video.
Wait, what?
Seeing this video and rendering a new opinion about this video.
No, I didn't have notes specifically about this video. I didn't write anything down saying I must do this on this video.
What's happening?
Did you write anything down about the new opinion that you would come up with related to this video?
No, I did not.
I'm just moving on.
What is going on?
And your opinion ultimately that you imparted to Mr. Lally in that meeting was that the car did not move and the snow did not move, correct?
Correct.
Oh, my God.
I think that's all I have.
All right. Did you want to follow up at all, Mr. Lally?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So, Trooper, you are all set for today. We will see you Monday morning.
Thank you.
Okay?
I got nothing. I got nothing. But he has to be right because he's seen 162 accidents or something like that. Ooh, he can't wait for arguments.
So you're moving to exclude this. I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, he is.
Your Honor, it's very clear that this is a blatant violation. Commonwealth has at least the obligation to provide us with any new opinions that any expert's going to testify to on direct examination. They've known about this witness for not months, for a year, for a couple of years. They've known exactly what this witness has memorialized in his official report. They knew that the only thing that we had was the official report. They met with him 2 weeks ago. This has become a pattern of conduct by the Commonwealth over and over and over. We're finding these witnesses getting on the stand, finding out that there's been a sort of preemptive strike in some sort of a prep interview where they're coming up with new opinions, new conclusions, new facts. It happened with Jennifer McCabe. This new fact about coming up, going to Michael Lank's house. It happened with Officer Sarah, coming up with a new determination about what was said or not said at the scene that we had never heard before. That was also a prep session of some sort, or I believe it was. And then this witness, literally, it's not even like just, was it light out or was it dark out? This is a completely new opinion based on evidence that we presented, both in open, or talked about in opening statement and have presented variously throughout this trial. And this officer gets on the stand and now has a new central opinion about whether or not we're right and that taillight lens could be cracked. That's something that should have at least been reduced to writing. And even if it was reduced to writing, it should have been excluded because it's a discovery violation. It's late. We don't have time to prepare for it, and we're caught off guard. I use the word at sidebar ambush, and I know that rankles the court, and the court doesn't like it, but that's exactly what it feels like.
Well, that's been used both ways here, right? So it's a word, let's just take it out of here. Make your point. Okay.
I'll see if I can come up with a synonym for it.
Well,
I feel like
I understand your argument. So focus on, just continue where you were, but no comment whether I like ambush or don't like ambush. It's a word I've heard a lot on both sides.
I understand, Your Honor. My point is the the evidence that now is being sought should never be presented in front of you.
Oh, he should be
Didn't have
completely
opportunity
disqualified as
to
an
get this
expert
in
witness.
advance. That
entire testimony should be thrown out.
Commonwealth's possession for weeks. He took notes about it. He now says, well, I didn't take notes about that specifically. I don't believe that as far as I can go. I think he did take notes about it. He was shown the video. He provided a new opinion. Mr. Lally knew that he was providing a new opinion. And then the first time he discloses this opinion is in front of 16 jurors, 15 jurors. We would ask for its exclusion. And also,
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. As far as the pattern, especially coming from counsel, I simply find it laughable. As far as Officer Saraf, I think what counsel is referring to was testimony that was in his grand jury testimony. He was crossed about whether or not it was in his report, but it was in his grand jury testimony. As far as Ms. McCabe is concerned, that was regarding reciprocal discovery that was.
Why don't we just focus
given
on
to the
this witness?
Commonwealth weeks into trial by the defendant. It was then shown to a witness, which is perfectly permissible. Counsel asked a question of Ms. McCabe on cross, and she was aware of the material based on the late disclosure of reciprocal discovery. So there's no violation there. As it relates to, and why I say laughable, Your Honor, is that I am still.
I don't like hearing you say laughable. Just
Understood.
stick to what the
She's
arguments
upset.
are and
With
quit
respect to this
Well,
witness.
hold on. Quit the finger pointing, name calling, things like that, please. I
Yes.
know it's been a long week. It's been a particularly long day, but just focus on what you
She's
want
upset.
to
She's had enough.
And I
He did not
apologize,
like
to
that
the court
witness
for that, Your Honor. With respect to this testimony, it's well within his realm as a crash reconstructionist. This is a witness who's responded to and investigated hundreds of crashes involving
approximately
damage to vehicles.
196.
Simply making an
After
observation
3 hours of classes or
contact between two vehicles or purported contact between two vehicles on a video. The force is self-evident, and whether or not that force is sufficient to cause the damage that he personally observed on the defendant's vehicle is well within his expertise. And should be permissible as far as for this witness to be able to testify to.
What about the non-disclosure to the defense? So showing this video and asking for an opinion, what about that?
So, Your Honor, what I would say is I did not show this video and ask this opinion. This is a video that's actually the trooper mentioned to me that he had seen over the course of while the case was pending probably over a year ago, that he had seen that video. What I showed him was the photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and asked whether or not he observed any damage consistent with the damage to the taillight observing or popping up on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
Why wasn't that turned over?
Exactly.
In hindsight, it should have been, Your Honor.
Oh, good. You admitted it.
All right. So it's late. I'm not ruling here. I want to review everything. I would like, I'm not obviously taking any of the evidence home with me. I would like,
Right. Let's pause here a little bit if we may. He talked about this video. He saw it on video a year and a half ago. He just said he saw it, 2 weeks ago on court TV or something like that? That's not what you said. And he hasn't attended hundreds of accidents. He said approximately 196 or something like that. And most importantly is the discovery issue. All I think I needed was that very, very last little bit. Did you turn it over? No. In hindsight, I should have. He has essentially admitted to a discovery violation. Guess what? It doesn't get to be in. I don't know what she needs time to talk about. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He said he saw the video. And exactly, there's nothing to review. He said it right there. In hindsight, I should have abided by the rules of discovery, but I didn't. That's essentially what he said. Oh, man.
if it's possible for what your IT person did on the expanding, like he did this second time, maybe I missed it, but I didn't see the tire move this time. So I'd like that. I'd like that video, and I would like, what's the exhibit number here?
It's Exhibit 6. Do you want just that video, Your Honor?
And the pictures of the cars, whatever was shown during this voir dire, I would like those emailed to me so that I can look at them this weekend while I'm deciding, or put them on a flash drive right now.
That's what I'm thinking.
Does anybody's eyes
I'm
function
sorry, I can't
anymore?
hear you.
We'll do a screen record and get it to the court by email. We can do that. I just need an hour once we get back to home base.
We're going to go
Okay.
back and we're going to
All right,
watch
Ms.
this.
Gilman, will you burn what
Yeah.
you have for me before we leave somehow?
Your Honor, if I could, I just want to close one loop.
Okay.
What I was referring to with Ms. McCabe, I want to make sure that this is clear because this has come up a couple of times. The only thing I was referring to, or what I was referring to, is not the only thing, but what I was referring to with Ms. McCabe is after Ms. McCabe testified, days and days and days after she testified and she was excused as a witness, then we got the report from Lieutenant Tully about the new information that she disclosed on the witness stand. In other words, she was cross-examined about it, et cetera. And then after she testified and was cross-examined and gone, then we got a report that predated her testimony that was in the possession of the Commonwealth, or at least in the possession of Lieutenant Tully. That's what I was talking about. I just want to make sure that that's clear. We don't need to go into it any further.
Did you want to add anything to that, Mr. Lally?
No.
All right. So I'll see you Monday morning.
All right, we're going to go back and we're going to watch that just to help Bev out. We got to find out where this is. Is that I think this is where we are. Yeah, this is where we are. We'll watch this here just to make sure. And Judge Bev said, I didn't see it move this time. Does that mean she saw it move before and she thought somehow it didn't move the next time they were showing exactly the same damn video? Did it move in one version and then in the same video it didn't move the next time? It's like you watch one of these, hey, hold my beer guy YouTube videos and you see them do something stupid and get hurt, and then you watch it again and you think, well, maybe they won't do it the second time. Come on. All right, let's see this here. I'm going to move me down to get as much camera action as we can get here. There we go. Shall we watch it? Let's slow it down, shall we? Let's take the already slow video and slow it down a little bit. And come on, let's see. We'll move it down to half speed. So this is going to take a while for it to cover this last distance, despite her rocketing across the parking lot at 2 miles an hour. No, not even close to 2 miles an hour. Right here. How do you not see that move? How do you not see that move? Let's see it again. Okay. Is that the best view we had of it? Let's just do this. Let's put the cursor right here and see if the cursor moves at all, shall we? I know this is stupid because we've all seen it and we know it moves, but how do you not see that? Oh, you can't see the cursor because it went away. But right here, it moves. Come on, go back a little bit. Cut over. Right here, it clearly moves. How do you not see that? All right, I'm done. I'm done with this. I can't. That's it. Oh my gosh. All right. The last 30 minutes of this hearing was worth whatever we had to sit through for the first 4.5 hours. This guy is clearly the worst accident reconstructionist they could possibly find. He can reconstruct an accident on the fly without doing any research, any measurements, any calculations whatsoever. But yet when it comes to a video that's presented to him in slow motion of her backing into a car, he can't say that an accident actually happened. And then he doesn't even do any of the testing. He doesn't match up the vehicles. Oh my Lord. This is terrible. I would just chuck out his entire testimony as completely untrustworthy. But again, I mean, that's the jury. The jury will have to decide whether or not to give any credence whatsoever, what weight to give his testimony. The jury will have to decide that. But what they were just doing, that can't come in. It should be completely excluded. This is dumb. This is really, really dumb. I'm expecting there to be a good amount of fireworks come Monday morning. I'm disgusted. I think, I mean, it's different levels. I find Proctor to be a despicable human being, but I'm more offended by this guy's testimony. If that makes any sense, Proctor is offensive. I'm offended by this. I got nothing left here, man. I'm out of outrage. I'm out of shock. I'm out of being stunned. The more this goes on, the more mystified I become as to how this thing even made it to trial. This should clearly be a directed verdict after the prosecution finishes, but because it's Judge Bev, there's no chance that's going to happen. But I can't completely rule out the possibility that would be the case. But there's a statistically zero chance that she would give a directed verdict. But if there's ever a case where it was justified, this is it. This should never have been here. And if the feds are doing their job, the federal investigation that's going into the prosecution of her right now needs to produce some serious results. It needs to produce some rolling heads. This is unreal. And we've got a Megan Fox raid just in time to wrap it up. I was going to send us over to Megan Fox, but she just sent her people over here to me. So now I have no idea where to send all of you misfits. We've got a bunch of people here that are upset, and we're looking for blood. We're on the warpath. We need to go somewhere. Where are we going to go? We can go over to potentially criminal, shall we? Oh my gosh, this was aggravating and frustrating, and I think it's funny that Andrea just hung around to watch me have an aneurysm. Everybody needs to get on over to need to do two things. You need to get on over and subscribe to Andrea Burkhart if you haven't. And I don't know why you haven't if you haven't. Clearly, you need to rectify that situation and make sure you pop on over, subscribe to Andrea Burkhart, and watch her dealing with this trial. Watch her coping with this trial, as we all are. And also pop on over to Megan Fox. Megan Fox, she's just rated us. We all need to go over to her and subscribe to her as well. She's a fantastic journalist. She's not the one with the weird thumbs. She's Megan Fox journalist. Oh, man, this was painful to watch. This was aggravating, frustrating, and just utterly enraging. All right, I'm digging back in through here, finding out where we're going to go next, which looks like probably potentially criminal Sean. If he's still going, where are we? Yep, he's still going. It's the Supreme Court of the United States saves bump stocks. Oh, yes, they've just overruled that. Bump stocks are back on the menu, babies. Long live the Second Amendment. All right. Man, I'm unreasonably heated right now. That was incredible. And by incredible, I mean really, really frustrating and bad. Oh my God. Yeah, we're going to wrap this. We're going to wrap this up here now. I need to have a weekend after this. Jeez. All right, people, we've got a bunch of you here. We've got 489 of you here right now. I would just ask that you do me a little bit of a favor and reach down there and hit that like button on your way out. Also, if you haven't already done so, I would be honored and just tickled 3 different shades of pink if you would go on over there and hit the subscribe button And if you have subscribed, just double check to make sure you're still subscribed. Why? Why? Because we're on our way to 77,000 subscribers. And right now we're coming close. We're inching ever closer to that. How close are we? Let me find out here. We are currently at 76,911 subscribers, which means we are 89 subscribers away from 77,000. Only 89. I'm sure 89 of you haven't subscribed to the channel. And I would just be tickled and honored if you would just do me that privilege and honor of taking a chance on me and hitting that subscribe button. Wow. Thank you everybody for being here and bearing with that. Thank you to the mods for doing everything that you do in your moddy ways. Thank you all for helping me avoid a stroke. We smelled toast a few times there. We smelled some burnt toast probably 3 times today. And it was in the air there for the last 45 minutes of today. So thank you for that. Thank you for all the support, the super chats, the gifted memberships were off the hook today. And for the regular memberships, the monthly memberships, and just being here in chat and the super chats, just thank you for everything. I appreciate the support. You guys are awesome. Hope you have a great morning, afternoon, evening, whatever you're doing. I'm just going to go lay down on the couch and just take a break. I need to snuggle my potato dogs. I need some fur. I need some fur therapy. We need some pig dog therapy. I'm gonna go huddle my dogs and cry in the corner. I'm traumatized by this. People, thank you very much. Let's go on over to Potentially Criminal Sean. Tell him hi. Tell him Legal Vices sent you, and thank you all. We'll be back on Monday for more of this. Same bat time, same bat channel, and going out the back door, Emil with the $2. Love you, Lorax. Thank you so much for dotting that I and crossing that T as we go. Ladies and germs. Yeah, Glanville will calm me down. Not a bit. I'm staying away from Glanville. I already had my stroke because of him. Thank you, MG. All right, everybody, take care. We'll leave you again. It's a long song. It's a little bit lengthy song. It's not very girthy, but it's a little lengthy song. Our new Karen Reed song on our way out. So it's about 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Stick around and hear it out if you want. Oh, never mind. I don't have it locked and loaded. Sorry. We'll start with it again on Monday. All right, I'm done talking. Everybody, goodbye. Have a great night. See you all. Take care and bye. I'm sorry. False alarm, people. False alarm. I missed 2 super chats. I missed Island's. I just need to pause and breathe. Everyone breathe. Island, I'm so sorry I missed that. And also Blue Varo, I missed your super chat. I apologize profusely. All Jackson needs to do is show the picture of the tail light in the Sally Port and the car backing out at 5:07 a.m. because one is not like the other. Stand by for cross-examination on Monday. And with that, again, apologies for missing those 2 super chats. Everybody, Lady DI2 with the 5 Legal Vices memberships. I'm not sure if I mentioned that, but please acknowledge that. You guys are awesome. Love you all. And I really am going to go away now because I know we've got everything else. Take care, people. Once again, goodbye.